Welcome, 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 welcome. We are live. We are live. Episode 60, man. The big 60, featuring Christopher Henry, man. C Boogie. So this is gonna be an exciting episode, man. I can't wait and everything, man. So he might do a Kobe and drop 60 and we tonight. So who knows? You know what I'm saying? So sharp shooter, but I hope everybody doing well. Honestly, man, I hope everybody doing good. you know, I want to start off the show by just saying, condolences to all the families, them, and the Virgin Islands and St. Croix, man. Is a lot of stuff going on. A lot of families suffer a lot of losses and stuff. So I just send my respects, my blessings. What I'm saying, my condolences to all the family, man. I know some of us lost one of our close friends, man. So so rest in peace to all the victims and stuff like that, man. And once again, I send my respects to all the family and stuff like that, going through these difficult times and stuff, what's going on and in the Virgin Islands and St. Croix, man. So I hope everything just goes well with the families and stuff. I hope all the viewers, I hope everybody doing good. I hope everybody's safe. I hope everybody have a good week. These days going by quick, man. These days going by fast, 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 fast. So hope everybody well. Big up Arika, big up, big up Kerry and big up, yeah, pray for the VI, pray for all the families as well. But, you know, we gonna get this thing rolling. I'm gonna give the shout outs, to all the local, VI entrepreneurs, all the business owners, everybody doing the thing and stuff. I like to give the shout out, spread the word, excuse me, spread the word. Hopefully, we all support each other and, support all these local businesses and stuff like that. They're doing their thing. Big up to our Legends 340, legends340.com. You guys go check them out. I gotta fix this thing a little bit so they could see the shot. This is a Legends 340, this red shot and stuff like that. Man them color, big up man them, big up all the legends. Yeah, but legends340.com. We got Savory Eats LLC based in Orlando by Sheena Fontaine. We got the Good Life Apparel. Follow our Instagram at Melting Pot Cooking Class, also meltingpotcookingclass.com. We got Siboney Caribbean Restaurant. We got Apollo Legion. Follow our Instagram at Island Destiny 340, Serenity Braids by Nikki. We got Rico Canario. His website is www.lulu.com/spotlight/R Canario. We also got Redwood Service Station located in Princess next to Avis. We got Paris Enterprise. We got follow on Facebook at Livewire Sports. We got Midnight Entertainment. Follow on Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, TikTok at The Real Midnight. Also follow on Facebook at Real Midnight ENT. We also got Next Level Up Printing. You guys check out Chico Harris, the Next Level Up Printing. He got some dope shots, man. He just had some prints with Brambo, one with Major Cummins, and I'm missing, I think, two more. But he doing some good things. So you guys make sure you guys check out Chico. We got OliviaDesir.com. We got Bubbles Promotion. We got follow on Facebook, Brino's Kitchen. We got Mona Barnes with follow on Facebook at City of Refuge Worship Center. They live stream every Sunday, 10 a.m. We got AIM Credit Repair LLC, Carlos Hawkins. So if you guys want to repair your credit, you guys can check out Carlos on Facebook. We also got Calypso Clothing LLC. And the website is calypsoclothing.com. So you guys check them out. Check out Dwayne, Miss Newton as well. They're doing big things as well. Also, Walt Eugene, check him out as well with Hungry Hearts Hustle. And their website is www.hungryheartshustleapparel.com. We also got On the Edge Performance LLC. Follow on Instagram at On the Edge Performance. Also on YouTube, on Facebook, On the Edge Performance as well. We got C Boogie Talks, our featured guest. His show is always at 9 p.m. on Thursday. So you guys always make sure you guys tune in to C Boogie Talks. And that's our featured guest, Christopher Henry. We also got Island Time, and the website is www.islandtimegrill.com as well, too. And that was our previous guest we had on Wednesday. So Shavern Thomas, so big up to Shavern. Also, we got on Facebook and Instagram, Lifestyle Health Fit. And also the website is www.lifestylehealthfit.com. And we also got Kari Lobo Brand. The brand and his website is www.brandnewhomes.com. Brand, BRANNEW homes.com. So you guys check them out as well too. And if you guys want some information on your credit and business and stuff like that, you guys can check out Mr. Brand as well. So big up to all the VI people doing their things and everything. All the viewers tuning in. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Appreciate you guys supporting Christopher Henry. C Boogie. So it's gonna be fun today, man. So bless up to all the viewers. Andy, big up, bless up. Big bro Rassam, big up, man. Big up, my boy. Big up everybody, man. I hope everybody having a safe week. I hope we're having a safe weekend. Hope everybody being safe. Hope everybody being clean. With all this Corona stuff going on. Also, thank you for reminding me, Carry On. We also got Tegan got the new workout site on Patreon.com. Patreon is a website that you guys could go to. You guys could make money and stuff like that. I have looked into Patreon and stuff just to see what it was about a couple months ago, because I hear a lot of people talking about it. But Tegan got his workout site on Patreon.com. So you guys go check that out. I'm gonna try and plug that in if I have time. I might be too busy, but next episode, which is tomorrow, I'll definitely have that up. So I'm not sure why Tegan didn't hit me up and let me know to put this on. I don't know what's going on with Tegan. He's too busy. He's forgetting a lot. But big up to Tegan. Much love to him. Much love to the VI team. I'm glad they came back to St. Croix safe and sound, and they represented, and they had some close games and stuff like that. Bless up to everybody. Bless up. Once again, my prayers go to all the family in the Virgin Islands and St. Croix. So prayers and blessings and condolences to all of them. Previous episode, we had Chef Vern Thomas out of from St. Thomas. He's based in Orlando with Island Time Caribbean Grill. A restaurant, very good restaurant, good food, everything, man. It was a great episode. Just hearing it from his perspective, from a business mind perspective, and just how everything happened. How he got to Orlando, how he started his own business. So big up, man. Big up to Chef Vern. I appreciate him giving us the time to learn about him, learn about his family and his business, and big up to his son too as well. Doing things with his dad. So much love to them. Big up Dwayne, big up. Good night to everybody. Good night. Our featured guest, we have Christopher Henry, C Boogie. His show is every Thursday, 9 p.m. He's doing big things, so big up to all the VI people that have their own shows doing big things and stuff like that. So the podcast we moving in like a little different direction and stuff like that, having different people coming on and stuff, man, and having Christopher, man, it is gonna be fun. A legendary basketball player, a St. Croix as well too, man. Sharp shooter, amazing athlete. Now he do it. He has his own show. He's a podcaster now, so he's switching lanes. He's doing big things. Man, something keep going in my eye, man. But anyway, I ain't gonna hold anybody too much for that. Once again, all the viewers, I appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting Chris, man, and his episode and stuff like that. Episode 60. Pressure is on. We want to see Chris drop 60 like Kobe. So that's what we're looking for now. Nothing but straight jump shot, mid-range. So C Boogie, Christopher Henry, man, episode 60. Welcome to the Elite Podcast, my brother. Welcome, man. Welcome.
What's going on, my boy?
I see it, man.
Hey, that's a serious intro, man. I appreciate it.
You don't know, man. You don't know. We got to get the intros them right. Gotta get the intros them right. We gotta welcome you in, man. You know what I'm saying? So first of all, I appreciate you always supporting the Elite Podcast. I know you always popping in. You always commenting and stuff like that, man. So I just appreciate the support, man. I appreciate you, my brother. I just want to
for sure. Like I said, before I start my podcast, it was like back and forth thing. I watch you do your thing, and I start, of course, tune in. And like, man, these man give me the confidence. These man doing big things. And first of all, Arman is 3 legends and St. Croix. You know what I mean? And that was the first thing that catch me. I said, wow, oh my God, podcast. Like, okay, wow. So I tune in. I said, wait, Pan and Tegan? Like, wait, it's legendary, man.
Yeah.
It's legendary, man. And I know only, and hey, from following archery, man, I know only big things won't come out of it. So every Sunday, Wednesday, whenever I get a chance, even if for a moment, I make sure I tune in and show support, and also make sure I shout out every Thursday night.
Yeah, man. Definitely appreciate that, man. Definitely appreciate the love, man. You know how it is, man. We all grew up together, man. We all competed against each other and stuff like that. Do we ask the question if I play against Christopher, man? Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we play.
man.
I mean, we gonna get into that. We gonna get into that. We gonna
Yeah,
get into
yeah,
that. We
yeah,
gonna get
yeah.
into that. That
Definitely,
gonna be
definitely.
that gonna be well. So I gonna do since he mentioned that before we go farther, just like you said,
Yeah, respect.
RIP, RIP to all the people from back home. And once again, I put the live yesterday. RIP to my brother, my boy Steve Martin. Man, hearing that news, man, and how close I was with Steve, how we grew up together, played ball with guidance,
Yeah,
and just regularly. My last time I see Steve was 2018, I think, Atlanta Carnival, man, and um, really, really good dude. And RIP to his family. I mean, recipes to him, blessings to his family, his kids, and all the other violence, man, back home. Like, we need to get together, man. Rest in peace to the people who passed away, and the families. Blessed to all y'all, man. Blessed to y'all for sure, for sure.
yeah, man. Respect to that, man. Respect to that. You know.
So what Dwayne mentioned, I gonna give I got a little snippets. So I go first start with Pang. First start with Pang. I wish you were on too, but I gonna
Yeah.
start with Pang. Um the first time I ever hear about Pang, right? I was like 12 years old, just starting to even touch a ball in my life, right? And
Yeah.
I had this partner named Ishmael Sweeney, and they were down in Shabbat. It was Shabbat League. Shabbat League went down there because I was living in town. Went down there. So Ishmael team had done playing. So he like, Chris, watch out. You see that dude there? Remember this man. So I like, who? Like the Redskin one. Like, he didn't do nothing yet. He didn't do nothing yet. By the time I blinked, they were back on defense. I remember clearance. Somebody drive to shoot the ball. And this light skin long hand dude just rise up on nowhere and take that take it out the air, man. Take it out the air. I'm like, yo. So the man like, yeah, that's Pang. First time I ever played against Pang, but like years later when I really get into ball now. And it was in this they got Church and Grove. That guy had a outside basketball court and Pang from a ring.
Yeah.
That man come over, he was playing. So you don't know back home we playing, we fall back in defense, we playing it 2-3. So the two man at prep. I kill that man in the both possessions. So at both possessions I kill, score, Pang ball out. Who that man be? Who's that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So finish the game, do our thing, and I mean, for me to tell you to be honest, truth, when I know I was playing against Pang, I was nervous like heck because Pang, man, like
That's the
I
man.
never, yeah, that was the man. So
Yeah,
when I
true that.
know him on the other side of the court, I was like, okay, just do your thing. So after the game done, and we talked, man, like, yo, what school you to go? I go private school, 7 day. I was going 7 day up and welcome.
Okay.
I say, watch out, you need to come complex. You need to come complex. So, yo, knowing from then, played with him on two occasions. Once in Orlando at the VI court. I think both after, I think his second or third year of college, my first year, do our thing. Played together again in Atlanta Carnival tournament, and we actually our squad play against there. Bring a team from Bowie State,
Oh, okay.
and we win the tournament. We are win the tournament. Um, Mumba no.
Yeah.
So I play against Mumbai in leagues. Um, the first time I meet you, my boy. The first time I ever hear about you. My partner BJ.
BJ, yeah. It's my boy.
Yeah, that's my boy, man. He live up here.
Yeah.
He just fly home today now.
Okay.
Um, yeah, man. He used to always tell he always to talk with Moonbag. Like, he know, of course, he know you for years.
Yeah.
I like who? Like I never hear about him. I for East. I never heard about Moonbag. So it was a Sunday running complex, man. And you are walking the gym, and I've been on the side with my uncle. 50 is my uncle.
Oh, five. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, yeah. Big up five.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you walk in the gym, and I must say, look, Penny Reach. And you walk in. I remember you had that because you actually besides me, you's the only one that had the pennies with the strap.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
pennies with the strap
Yeah.
with the black on the side.
The black on the side, the white. Yeah.
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 So you went and played, and I like, yo, this Mumba, like, okay. Um, that one year you have played with guidance in 16 to 18. You have played with guidance in Shabbat.
Shabbat. Yeah.
I was supposed to play that year, but I messed up my ankle, so I didn't play. But the first time I
Okay.
played with you was in Wim. Was in Wim Coat. Me know if you remember. A whole bunch of men were there. Um, Taco were there. A couple other men were there, and we destroyed the whole night, man. We killed the whole night, man. We killed the whole night, my boy. And I said, this man. One thing I remember about you, the man, is you used to take people ball out the friggin' area. Like
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can't put it. It wasn't no layup. It wasn't no easy layup, the man. It wasn't no layup.
Facts.
It was the Mumba block. I used to call it the Mumba block.
Yeah. True that.
And
Yeah.
besides that, man, you were skilled, yo. Like besides Carlos, I never see a man big like that could have handled and shoot the ball.
Yeah.
You check, and I was like, yo, this man will do damage, man. And funny story, I was actually supposed to come JV. I was supposed to play for Complex JV year, right?
Uh-huh.
Feli. You play on the Feli?
No, I never planned to feel like, boy.
Okay.
I didn't get because I was in too much trouble and feeling and stuff. So I played, yeah, that's the reason. Yeah. So I did that. So my freshman year I never played basketball in Complex just because of that. You know.
Oh, okay. So Feli, I used to play in Diamond Cinema. I court behind Diamond Cinema. I don't know if you ever been there.
No, I
Have
never
a
been there,
court
but I know
back.
you're talking about. Yeah, I seen it, yeah.
Yeah, I used to play back there, and Feli had noticed me, and he come home. He actually come to my grandmother house and sit down in our living room. I'm like, yo,
Oh wow.
I want your grandson to come to Complex. The man said no. The man said no. The man said no. The man wanted me to stay in private school, man. I went in my room and I cried. I ain't gonna lie, I
Yeah,
went in my
wow.
room and cried, man. And Tegan, I played against Tegan the first time. I knew about Tegan because he went Elena.
Yeah.
And that gonna be part of like when I think and catch back up with Tegan used to play for Elena, and I used to see Tegan out on, I actually look up to him too, actually. So I was living in Princess, the projects behind Elena. That man had rebuilt it, so I moved back down there. But
Okay.
the court, man used to come from all over and play for the coach. So I did in the house one day, and um Joker, I don't know if you ever heard Jareem Kala name. Joker was a coach for Running Rebels. So he come and knock on my door. He said, yo, we get some man from West that come to play ball. You need to come.
Yeah.
So I come to the court. Hey, what Tegan? I was like, but starstruck in a sense. Me, no lie, I was still young.
Yeah.
So, he had some guys with me, and the guy who had guarded me, I think a couple other older players had played against had played I couple time on defense. So a couple of the people who are guarding me, I killed them. The first move I do is I cross over with my left hand. Second move I do is I cross with my right hand. I take out like,
Yeah.
who that man be? Like that man could cross with his left and his right? Like no man. So Tegan checked me, we play, and at the end of the game, the man gave me some real solid pointers that actually helped me along the way. The man like, yo, if you're gonna do your crossover, don't do it back to back because they're gonna read it. And if you do it back to back, you could cross over with the fake, stop and pull for the jump shot. You don't have to drive all the time. And we talked for I think 20 minutes before that man bust off, and I was like, yo, this man really stop and really man, show me some vibes, man. Like I was hype, man. Like, that's Tegan, like what's such
Yeah.
area, like. And he asked me too, he like, yo, what school you to go? I gotta go private school. Like, man, you need to consider coming Complex.
They were recruiting you, man. They were recruiting you heavy. Man.
But yeah, man, just my little snippets with Ahmad. Like I said, I've been watching Ahmad for years and years,
Yeah.
man. And it's dope. It's dope to see the transition throughout the years and my career.
Man. True that. That's true, man. That's true. So, so we in 2021, man. What's one thing you could take back what's one thing you could take from 2020?
One thing I could take from 2020 is how precious life and people is. Um, 2020 make you understand that, putting things aside and the hesitation to do things and the yeah, I could do this another time. Them things don't exist. You know what I mean? Like the last time I've been to St. Croix was 2015, and every year my boy Kilo, every year Francis then used to tell you, yo, I gonna come home and be in the troop with you, man. I gonna come home. Ain't been home since. Now we're in a position where we don't know St. Croix when St. Croix gonna have a carnival. We don't know when them things gonna happen. You
Yeah,
know what I mean? And watching through the pandemic and how life shift in such a gear so fast at one time and all these deaths and all these things are like, yo, life is beyond what we think it is, man. We only get one. You know what I mean? We only get one life, man. So
it's true, man. That's
what I
true.
take from 2020 is how precious life and people is. And I always say, no, people get stuff they're dealing with. You know what I mean? Everything can get fixed in a day, but if you're in a position to do it, man. Live your life stress free as you can, man. I think we get more control of our life than we give ourselves credit for. And a lot of things we carry on. Like I said, you can't take away from what people have been through and stuff. But at the same time, it's like you could kind of direct yourself in which path you want to go to.
Yeah,
Um, how much people died? Dude, we lose hundreds of thousands of people in the world last year,
it's a lot
2020.
of people, man. Yeah,
And it start with Kobe, and it just went downhill from there. And it's like, Jesus, bread.
yeah, went downhill, man.
This thing ain't no joke, man. But in a different perspective, you know, I get to spend a little more time, a little more solid time with the kids. I get to think outside the box in different areas of my life. Things I need to work on, things that like, what? If any time, it's time is now. You know what I mean? If any time to pour aside and you get more times on your hand to do anything you're trying to do, the
Yeah,
time is now. And well, FLA don't tell everybody he was recruiting.
yeah, Itabo, yeah, yeah. Complex recruit, yeah,
Yeah, man. So 2020, man, it had its moments where you had to just stop and like, damn, man. And then little by little, see people try to do things, and like I said, this platform I have was is not was but is amazing.
yeah,
And thoughts and ideas and different stuff come from people sitting down, putting their brain to work, like how I could try to do this, yeah. So outside of all the bad stuff, you get to see a lot of positive stuff from 2020. And of course, henceforth coming forth with see Boogie Talks. See Boogie Talks come to, from sitting down and actually pouring my thoughts and like, you know what, I'm gonna do this here.
man.
A
That
lot
was.
more.
I glad you decided to do it, man. So that's good, man. The more people that in that avenue is going to pretty much benefit the islands, man. Benefit St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, the Virgin Islands. That's the direction we need to go in as people, man. Just giving information out to everybody. Spreading that knowledge, man. Each one teach one. You
Yeah,
know.
man, for sure. So how I even came up with the thing is that, through years, you know, certain stuff that I went through, I didn't realize until like 2018. I went to actually go see a counselor, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
we sit down and we talk about so much that I just open up, about stuff, from years ago, from stuff I remember when I was a kid and different things. And, you know, I understand like, yo, I've been holding back some stuff, man. Like, I had my own moment of depression, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
moments I would just been in my own space and just my boy, to tell you the truth, like I have moments I used to just come in my room and just turn off my lights and just my mind would just run, you know what I mean? And when I start to get to the point that I acknowledge these emotions and feelings, I start to face it. It wasn't easy. I had moments where, of course, I cry, and I had moments where, like, I had to catch myself. And I said, people don't really speak out. I want men to be with. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
You hear these counselors and different people talking, and sometimes it's geared towards women, and nothing wrong with that. But as human beings, men, we're human beings too. You know what I mean?
Very
And
true.
in so many instances, I have so much thought to give outside of the box, and I used to like jot down and sometimes just voice record myself. And one day I was reading and listening to everything I was thinking, I'm like, yo, we need somebody to one day let's talk for the guys, talk for the fellas. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I've listened to Steve Harvey before, but for some reason he always directs back to females.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Another Pana, Derek Jackson, he would kind of do the same thing. And
Yeah.
I was like, man, I don't start a podcast, but I don't know how.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know how. You see it on TV and people will make it look so professional and like, damn, man, like, how are you gonna do this? So
Yeah. You're doing
actually,
it.
for a while, I had the thought on my mind, had the idea on my mind, and like I say, when I see Arman Boss and also Sandman, I don't know if you ever see Sandman went live. He been before he used to go live, but he used to be more entertaining. He didn't entertain the crowd. You
Okay.
know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I was like, you know what? It's not that hard. You get your structure, you get set up, you get Facebook as a platform. You get a mic, you get everything, and you know what I mean. You start to talk your mind. So actually, that's how See Boogie Talks started, from men being transparent about things that we to deal with, and it start with me just being open about stuff I deal with, and
Yeah.
it just start to push from there.
Man, that's deep, man. Because that's so important that you said that, man. Because you know, a lot of men go through that, man. Because they have, it's like a stereotype society where men supposed to be tough and not supposed to show emotions and etc. etc. And woman is the one them who's supposed to be more emotional, be more expressive and stuff. But that's not the case, man. Because like you said, you cannot touch on depression and stuff like that, and that's you hold stuff in and you don't get a chance to really express it out, and that's when depression sinks in and all kind of different other stuff that will affect you mentally and stuff, even physically as well too. So, and it's funny you said that, because about being honest with yourself, and that's something I'd always tell my son, man. I would be like, man, be honest with yourself. Look yourself in the mirror and be honest with yourself. If you could be honest with yourself, life gonna be easy no matter what.
Mhm.
you know and even I had to go through it too as well too. Me just being honest with myself. What I'm saying? And it was more with sports, and when I was playing professional baseball and stuff like that, when you feeling and you're not succeeding and stuff like that, you gotta be able to look yourself in the mirror and face the truth, and why stuff is happening and stuff like that. And once you can face the truth among yourself, then everything else is gonna be a breeze. Not a breeze, but it's gonna be like a relief, and then you can
Yeah,
start
yeah,
really
yeah,
healing.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And that actually you mentioned with sports, that being part of my depression too. Like I have such a weird story. I have such a weird career story.
Yeah,
And in each setting, like nothing followed through. And I'll brief through it as we go on, but
yeah,
nothing followed
definitely.
through. And as I get older, and one of the last time I take the trip home in 2015 for my mother wedding, I see a partner that I grew up with, and they smell like man. I used to bag with he at Plaza, and his name Bobby. What going on, superstar? We chop it up. He like, man, I remember them days, man. We used to go from Plaza, and we used to go across the street, and I used to bring you and play ball for money. I used to be like, look, my boy, I pop some money, win some quick money. And he like, yo, so you ever like, you ever make it? Like, how far are you going? And it was like, it made me pause, man, and I like just made me reflect quick. You know what I mean? On my
Yeah,
whole thing that I've been through, and I was like, damn, man, it was almost like a letdown, because people saw the potential and saw which direction I was supposed to go, and how it went, and it was like, yo, like after I like I play some I play some semi little semi-pro here or there playing tournaments, nothing too crazy, you know, nothing too big. Like, wow, I thought I would have been seeing you on TV. And the more you listen, the more it's like,
Man.
you know what I mean? So that whole sports thing being part of my vibe, man. Being
Yeah,
part of my vibe, yo. So I definitely get where you definitely get where you coming from with that.
yeah, man. All the people I'm viewing, you know, I see a lot of people say, "What's up? Good afternoon, good evening." So, you know, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. I appreciate you guys tuning in, supporting, you know, C Boogie, Christopher Henry, and his episode, man. You know, we have to a good start, man. We having some deep conversations and stuff like that, man. So, you know, appreciate that, man. That's and you know, and that's the thing with sports that you know a lot of people from the outside not looking in, or even people that not really into not really playing sports but they watch sports is you know the same thing that you went through and the same thing I go through and a lot of people go through. You know, we heard Carlos episode and what he went through. You know, Jomo episode and what he went through. You know, it's so much. It's so much pressure at time because you know people counting on you, they believe in you, and at the same time you love what you do yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And sometimes you don't think that you're gonna fail. You don't think you're not gonna succeed. You know what I'm saying? Like your dream was probably to be in the NBA. That was my dream. But sometimes reality hits, you know, and that's the thing, man. And when reality hits, if you're not, you know, most of the time we're not prepared for that, you know,
Mm-mm.
and then it could affect us in a negative way, man. You know.
Yeah, man, for sure. And shout I see Miss I think I see Miss Bryson sign in.
Yeah, Miss Bryson,
Um,
yeah.
I don't know if she remember me, Miss Bryson. What going on? I I gonna go back to the beginning and I'll mention about what going on, Miss Bryson. But yeah, man. It's like you hold so much account on yourself. You put so much, you put so much on yourself. And the thing is, it's like you understand what you were doing and who you was growing up. You check what I mean? Like this is
Yeah,
Mumba, dude. This Penny. That's Tegan. That's Pang. That's Chris. That's Coffee. That's Mountain. And in all our own rights, is like you everybody watching and be like, yo, that man gonna do something, my boy. That man gonna do
yeah,
something. And then like like I say, you reach to the place and it's like you hit the wall and you hit many walls and you try. Okay, hit the wall, you get back up, you go and again, you try and so on, so on. Is like you sit down with yourself and be like, damn man, like what the heck, man? Like where did I go wrong? I should have do this, I shouldn't have do this, yeah. And then you just like I say, for me, like I say, if it wasn't for that year, 2018, when I actually decided to sit down with that lady and express everything to man, it was like you said, man, it's kind of like a step. You know what I mean? It was a step for me. She made me feel comfortable. She opened the door. She was like, "Look, I'm not here to judge you." She said, "Trust me." She believed in the Bible. She believed in the word and stuff. So she put something. She put something out to me. She like all them people that God chose. Do you know their history before He chose them? Like it was bad. You know what I mean? Like Moses used to kill. Moses was a killer. You know what I mean? He was amongst. We know who he was, and then this
yeah,
man was still chosen. So she was like, you know what? Don't beat yourself up. Human beings, first of all, we make mistakes. You will make a million more, but just
it's true.
don't beat yourself up for it. Talk to me. Let's talk. I'm gonna be asking you some hard questions. Are you ready for it, Mr. Henry? And from the time I said yes, it was like was a move forward, dude. And it was one of the best things in my life I ever do, my boy. One of the
Yeah,
best things I ever do.
and respect, man. Respect to you for that, man. Because you know how for you to really be open with, well, not be open, but seeking help. You know,
Hmm.
that I commend you for that because a lot of times, man, guys, we won't want to seek help. That pride, that ego might hold us back, and we feel that we could take care of it and ourselves. And sometimes we really need to seek help and need to speak with someone. So I
Oh
really
yeah.
appreciate you sharing that with us, man. And because that could, if someone watching this episode and they probably experiencing what you're experiencing, or what the top presses or what they going through, what they going through what you went through, you know, you can motivate them to go and seek help, you know, to heal them mentally, you know. So
Oh yeah, man. I make sure to talk about it. I make sure I try to talk about it. I heard Jareem talk about his moments in when he was on with Ayo. I heard him talk about his moments,
yeah,
and
Jareem, yeah,
I did remember when his brother passed away, and the way he did it, self, the way he tried to deal with it is, you know, the way I tried to deal with it as I dealt with certain deaths in my family. So when I listened to him, I definitely understood where you're coming from. And like you said, us as men, we told from like 4 or 5 years old, watch out, don't cry. What you crying for? I use a
yeah,
man. Like me, a man as a child, yo. Like,
yeah,
what you
yeah.
mean? I ain't a man yet, but
It's
as a
true.
child, you know what I mean? Like, yo, like, and for men or guys, boys who grew up with a mother, single parent house, you know, you're watched as you gotta be the man of the house. And in reality, I know what they mean, but really and truly, you're actually not supposed to be. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
still have that moment to enjoy that childhood. You know what I mean? And um, even as a father, I had to grow up and watch certain things and instill in my boys like, yo, you know, you can cry. It's okay. It's
yeah,
okay to cry. I'm gonna be hard on you in different areas, but I ain't gonna never be like, don't cry. Like if it's something I feel like if I tell you if how's the boy? If I tell you something and it's for your own good and I tell you no and you cry, I won't tell you like, no, don't cry for that. This is what I mean. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But if something happened to you, I'm not gonna tell you, man up, don't cry. Now you just make sure you're good and then we could talk afterwards. So a lot of the training and like you mentioned, a lot of stuff we were told from when we were young, man, we carried through our life full. And what's crazy about it, my boy, is that both men and women did that to us. And then when we got older and they asked, in my opinion, we asked to be open, it's like, you know, well, I was told not to. Like if something man expressed itself, and I've heard it many times, like me want no punk, me want no soft dude,
yeah, yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah.
And then you get in the relationships and they asking you to be open. It's like, well, you told me not to be. You
True
know what
that.
I
That's
mean?
true. That's
So
facts. Yeah,
I'm not all women, but you know, you heard it enough times to be like, yo, like, okay, you know, but like you say, I say, I try to break the change, man. Even if it's, you know, later on in my years, let's make it understand, like, yo, before we're men, we're human beings, man.
that's
And
what it is. Yeah,
we're built with emotions, we're built with feelings, we're built with tears because we can cry. You
yeah,
know, if we couldn't cry, we wouldn't have had tears. You know what I mean? If
yeah,
we couldn't feel, we wouldn't have been able to feel the emotion. We wouldn't have had emotions. We're built to these things. So
yeah.
before we're men, we're human beings.
Yeah, it's true. And it's a reason why humans cry, man. Crying is you know, it heals the body, man. You healing your
Oh yeah,
body
yeah,
when you
yeah,
cry. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. You get rid of all that toxins and stuff like that that will affect you, man. So, man, I appreciate you definitely sharing with that, man. And being outspoken, you know, and man, I love that, man. I definitely love that. You know, it's funny that we're having that conversation because literally just I want to say maybe 3 4 days ago I had that conversation with my son, and I told him the same thing. I was like, man, it's okay to cry, man. So you just gotta cry and let it out, you know.
yeah.
So, and I think that's the way it should be, man. You know, because the way how we was brought up, like you said, you know, I don't want no punk, and you're not supposed to cry. That just, you know, that just affects you mentally, man. That's toxic. That's toxic to the human body, you know.
For sure, for sure, for sure. Yo, I hear you say your son is 6'6".
6'6", man. Yeah, 6'6", 16 years old, man.
What?
Yeah, crazy,
How is that seeing that 6'6" figure walk into you?
man. I'm gonna be honest with you, my son. That's I almost cussed. That heck weird, my son. That heck weird for real because it's like I was like the tallest person in my family that I know.
Mm,
History, me. I've been the tallest, and then you know he's my son, so I always seen him as this little kid, man. And then all of a sudden, it's like, damn, this dude is like tall, and like next thing you know, he bigger than me, just like that, man. And I'm like, the heck, that make me sad at times. It make me proud. It make me sad. A lot of different emotions, man, because it's like time is flying, man, and you know the same dreams I have, he have. You know what I'm
mhm,
saying? and he has but the difference is he just have this the he has everything for him, to achieve his dream and stuff like that, man. So just seeing it is like, damn, I wish we could rewind time and let me enjoy him being a little kid again, man. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, life don't work that way, man. So
I'd have those all the time when I see my kids, man. I'd be like,
yeah,
let's take us back a little bit longer, man. Let me hold your hand from down here, man. Not up there, man.
yeah, it's true, man. It's true. So we have Pan coming in right now, So let me get this going here.
Blessed evening, fellas.
What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, yo, Mike, man, we can't hear you again. You're killing me.
Work on that in a little bit, but my son got a phone, so I got just be listening for now.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
So we gonna so we gonna we get started, man. Oh, before is there anything else you wanted to touch on? Like I know we talk about depression and men, just being more emotional and being outspoken and being honest with yourself.
I mean, not too much, but at the same time, just for everybody to, like I said, man, we in some different times, man, and as we get older, the man is like you really, when you're young, you going through life just like carelessly, like man, do this, I do this, I could go sleep
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the morning and wake up 7 o'clock to go to school. Like them things don't work now. Them things don't work now, my boy. You crazy? I
No,
gotta
yeah.
sleep. I
Yeah.
gotta sleep, and
Yeah, that's true.
like I said, man, we watch a lot of tragedy happen this weekend, the past couple of days,
Yeah,
and
man.
within some different times, man. I think love is a key thing coming from a guy, from a man. Love is a key thing. I am free to tell my brothers them much I love you. Um, I had a falling out with one of my good partners them um about a year ago, and he's a real good dude, man. It's my boy, man. It's my boy. I could definitely say, and we ain't talked for almost a year, and then through my process, through the process I was dealing with, I said, man, you know what? I just felt it in my spirit right there and then. So I'm gonna pick up the phone and call this man. So pick up the phone, had a conversation, and we lay everything on the table. Like I definitely tell him, I was disappointed in you, but me, I don't dislike you. I just there to tell you what as brothers, as people, we don't make mistakes, man, and it's cool, man. Just we's boys, man. Let's put everything aside, and from since then we've been on the go. We've been on the go, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was in a store, a place of like, dude, if I see this man, I go strangle this man. But it's like, you put things aside and you really sit down and think like, what? Who is me to not forgive anybody? I've needed forgiveness before in my life, many, 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 many times. Who is
Facts.
me to
Facts.
who is me to not hear this man out? You know what I mean?
That's
And
so
I don't
true.
want I don't want to live in a place of when I see this man, it's like my emotions and put that stuff aside, man. Put that
Yeah.
stuff aside. Dude. Life is way, as time show, life is way too short, my boy. Way, way, way too short.
Yeah, way too short indeed. And that's something, man. That's respect, man. That's the essence of a true friend is that you willing to tell. They might not agree with what you say, or it might hurt you to tell them the truth, or the way you feel. They might feel a certain way, but that's a true friend when you could tell the person your truth from your perspective. At the end of the day, they could only respect that, appreciate you being honest with them. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing about a friendship is just honesty. Good or bad, man.
Hmm.
So that person like, what? I know Chris, no matter what, I know Chris will always be honest with me. And if you could go through your life having that mindset of another person, a friendship, man, that's a true friendship right there, man. You
Oh
can't
yeah,
ever
man.
ask for anything better than that, bro.
Oh yeah, man, for sure, man. And shoot, it might happen again. We might fall out again. We might fall
Yeah,
out again. But I know to handle things different. And I feel like I'm to the point to where I could handle certain situations. If it get to the point that we fall out, to be like, yo, let's pause. Let's pause. You know what I mean? Let's talk about this,
yeah,
man. Ain't need for rah rah rah. Like let's have a conversation. You
true.
know.
That's true, man. That's true.
Pan
Yeah,
pan 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 need a new mic, man. I see his mic was messing up last week too.
Yeah. He say a different location. He
Okay,
need to
okay,
get
okay.
mobile. He need to get mobile mic that he can carry on every way. You check. Big up to Pang, man. Big up to Pang. Hey, you said something that was so important, man. And I honestly, man, I always think about it, and I wish I did it more when I was younger. Is like you saying, telling your friend that you love them, your brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, I love you, my brother. You know what I'm saying? Because all of us lost a lot of our friends, man. You know, we never really had that type of we had great relationship with each other, but we didn't have that comfortability telling each other we love them because again, how we was raised up is like you gotta be tough. Like, nah, you don't tell another man you love them. You know what I'm saying? So what you said is so true, man. You know, really tell your brother, like, man, I love you, man. You know, be safe, etc. and stuff like that, man, because you just never know. You know what I'm saying? But if something, you know, God forbid something happened tragically, man, you know, like, man, I told him I love him and he know that I love him, you know, because you told
Hmm.
him. So
Yeah,
you
because
dropping a lot of
hey,
gems, brother.
coffins don't talk back, man. Coffins don't talk back.
Facts,
And
facts.
you know, you just see it many times on movies, and you just see it many times in real life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wish I had more time, and you know, you
Yeah,
got to the grave and say, I'm so sorry that we fall out 2 days ago, and now I can't let you know how sorry I be. And it's like in real life, like we. And the thing is, me making it seem like things could be handled sometimes not right there and then because something may happen and butting heads are right there in the time to deal with it to check. But at the
yeah.
same time, you know, a year is too long. You know
No,
what I
yeah, that's
mean?
long. Yeah, that's a long time, brother. A lot of stuff will happen in a year, brother. You know?
Yeah, man, a year is too long. A couple months is too long. And when you really sit down and think about it, sometimes it's just misunderstanding. I didn't understand where you're coming from. I didn't pay attention to listen to where you're coming from. Like, I had this way of thinking and I project that on you. And because you didn't see it the way I see it, I vex you. You know what I mean? And it's like we
Yeah,
can't, in a certain extent, we can't do that. We can't project how we see life on you because however you grow up, you see life different than how I see it. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So it's
That's true,
like,
man.
yeah, man, there's so many aspects there's so many things around this thing called life. And I just to the point I just want to enjoy it. Shit gonna happen, you know, my bad.
No, you good, man. You good. You good. You good. You good.
stuff
You see
stuff
it.
stuff stuff gonna happen, but at the same time it's like to a certain extent, we have control of certain things. You know what I mean? And I think we
It's
should
true.
understand that and try to put that in perspective. Man.
You're right, man. Man, you everything you said is what I used to think about, man. It's the same thing like you said, like that's how I used to be first, like when I went to college and then when I first got into professional baseball, that's how I was. Like if you didn't see it my way, then it was like whatever. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And then like when I started to fail and struggle, you know, and I have my own too. I ain't got no VI brothers next to me and stuff like that. I play with KLX sharp period of time and stuff, but it's like when you are your journey by yourself, man, you have a lot of time to really to think and you have a lot of alone times and lonely nights and stuff like, especially when you're struggling and stuff, you know, and that's something I love, man. Is just like you know being able to be more of a listener and understand
Mm-hmm.
somebody's perspective from their standpoint, and even though you might disagree, you still just got to take time and just listen because you could learn something in that conversation. You know what I'm saying? You might not agree, but you can learn something, man. And I think that's something a lot of people need to do more because even up to this day, like I be having conversation with people and it's like they want to talk, but nobody want to listen.
To
You know what I'm
listen.
saying? Yeah, but something it's okay to talk, but you gotta be willing to listen at the same time too, man. You know, and that's how we all could grow as people. Like everybody could grow and learn from each other and stuff like that. You know?
Yeah, man. And there's this thing called, you know, you listen to you either listen or either listen to respond. It's two different things.
Yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean? You either listen to actually get where it's coming
Very
from,
true. Yeah.
or like you hear something and before I could finish, you hear something and then you attack me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, hey, well, dying like that. No, this ain't a point. This ain't a point in time to defend yourself. You know what I mean? You listening to where this person coming from. You don't take what they say and try to defend you because it's actually disrespect. You know, you
True.
ain't paying attention to where this person coming from. So
Yeah.
it's like, you know, listen to listen and listen to respond. It's two big different things. Two way different things, yo.
Facts, brother. Facts. It's true, man. It's true. And I was like that when I was younger, man. That was the man. You know, I'm just glad, man, I love this conversation we having, man. I definitely love this conversation, and
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, man.
and that's one of the best feelings, man, is that when you go through life and you change and you mature and you learn and you able to acknowledge your mistakes. Like how right now we having this conversation and people is watching, we acknowledging our mistakes and our failures and stuff like that, how we was. And that to me, that's one of the best feelings, is just being able to be comfortable knowing that, man, I don't feel any way being that, being able to be outspoken and make my mistakes, etc. So.
Oh yeah, man. The thing is, and ain't trying to make it sound like it gonna happen overnight, but I think when you set your mind to try to do it, just like anything else, man, just like anything else, you know what I mean? I put my mind to do see Boogie Talks, it takes some time, but I do it. You set your mind as a plan to do this, yeah. You're doing it. Everybody else, Calypso Clothing, same thing. Carlos Hawkins, same thing.
Yeah.
340 Legends, same thing. In all aspects is a process. You know what I mean? So I don't want to sit here and make it sound like it was easy, but something like you said in the beginning. I made up my mind to do it, and I take my steps and step forward in it.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that because it ain't easy. I made it sound like it was easy, but it's not easy.
Yeah, definitely easy.
Yeah, man.
I think Punk had phone working now, man. I can hear the background.
Yeah. He got our Orlando Magic Baby Blue or Royal Blue, whatever color you call that blue.
It's my son headphones. I gonna add me headphones, man. I procrastinated. And I might.
What going on, my boy?
I dad, man. What good? What's good with you?
Cool, man. I just was, calling your praises earlier, man. I mean, you just like Mumba and Tegan. I used to look up to the man, like for real, like you was like the real deal, man. One of the few people actually see and be like, yo, I don't do this thing and try to take this thing as seriously as that, man. You know what I mean? When you hear Pang, it's like it's ball time, man. Like, and it ain't gonna be no easy thing, man. I'm on coming, my boy.
It's true. That's true, man.
Yeah, man. Well, give thanks, man. But hey, you had your little skills too. Don't sell yourself short. You know what I'm saying? You were quick. You were shifty. You was like a real true point guard. You know what I'm saying? You weren't really about the scoring. You was always about getting your teammates better and distributing that ball. So don't sell yourself short.
Oh no, man. I like I was telling Muma, man, my as I call it, my career stint is one of the weirdest things. So when I listen to Jomo and I listen to Carlos, I listen to Mountain, even you listening to you and both man,
yeah,
and even Tegan Coffee at a thing, I always say first, from being from the Virgin Islands, the steps we had to take to do whatever was hard. You know what I mean? It was hard because we wanted to get to a certain place, and we had to step out to St. Croix somehow or some way to do it, man. And so funny, I had Pumper on about 2 weeks ago, and in his mind, he wanted to come to St. Croix to start his sports career. And for us, we wanted to we gotta go to the States at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We want to go to the States to do what we gotta do. And so for me, it's like, basketball. I hated the sport at first, I hated basketball at first. I did not like basketball. Something happened to me in third grade, and I was like, I would never play ball again. I would never play. We were playing ball. Well, I born St. Croix, and we moved to the States just before. I want to say the year before Hugo, so I never experienced Hugo. You know what I mean? We moved to the States, and I spent my elementary years in the States before coming back. And in third grade, man, I know we are just moving to this big house, and we had a rim in the back, so I used to shoot. So got in school now, recess. We playing, and it was me and these two other dudes against each other. We're just playing, and Chris hit the winning shot. My boy, this dude out of nowhere, and I going sick, this man out of nowhere range your boy a box man right in my chest because I hit the score in front of he. This man hit me a box, and the man, tall grade, I fall down and I said, no, man, I never playing this game again. If
Uh,
this,
Jeez.
who hit you? I didn't catch that part.
like I was in tall grade and we're playing recess. I
Mhm.
was in states, and the dude I was playing
Oh,
against, the man, I hit the shot in his face, and I was going sick. Me and the other dude were going sick, and I
Yeah,
think one of
celebrating.
my when I went like this shot, I just feel a blow in my chest, man. And I fall down, I start to cry. And everybody come around me, all the other kids on my team, even on his team, like, yo, what you do that for, whatever, whatever. And I never playing basketball again in my life. Dude. That's that. I don't want to deal with this. Let me go back to my soccer and tennis ball, or I'll do that. I don't have no problems with that. Not basketball. Doing that ever again. Moved to St. Croix from the States. Um, so when I come back, when I finished middle school, I moved back to the States and I went to Elena. Elena won't no joke, man. Elena won't no joke. Coming from the States, the man coming back to St. Croix, living in St. Croix, my whole transition was like, I found it rough, my boy. Like, the girls then were aggressive. Um, everybody were like, because everybody, of course, coming back home, everybody had their own little clique. But, I was doing I just was just me. So I remember I come to class one of my first week in Elena, and the teacher, it didn't have no seats in the class, man. So it had a chair holding the door open, right? So I take the chair to be my seat. Man, this girl give me 10 million bad words, man. I huh? I'm not accustomed to them kind of things, man. Like,
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
I was like, yo, St. Croix ain't no joke, man. And that's why I meet Dwayne. So when I had Calypso Clothing on, I was explaining how I meet Dwayne.
Yeah.
I was in band class, and I used to take band in the States, right? So by the time I come down back to St. Croix, I was already advanced, and they wanted to put me in beginners band, but my grandmother them said no. So I can't remember who that teacher was. He said in order for me to go to advanced band, play what's on the music paper. Man, I tear that thing alive, man. I used to play the trumpet.
Jeez.
I tear that up because I could read music too. And they put me in this Bryson class. Put me
Mm.
in this Bryson class because she was in Elena before she went complex. And
Yeah.
I was the only seventh grader amongst these ninth graders. So that man used to call me Spud. He started to call me Rookie because I was the youngest dude. He used to call me Rookie because I was the youngest dude. So Dwayne used to play the trumpet, and he had called other names. I can't remember everybody, but I know Dwayne from since Elena days. So when I used
Okay.
to I used to always hear you call. Carl used to call you Dwayne when he used to sign in on or he used to comment. I used to be like Dwayne, and then when I finally see the picture, like I know this dude, man. I know this
Uh,
man.
as the worst when it comes to pronunciation, but I ain't going to say lie or pretend.
He's a Kyle man Dwayne. So there's only one Dwayne I know on St. Croix, but when I see the picture, like, that ain't Dwayne, that's Dwayne.
Yeah.
he had me calling he Dwayne because I thought that was his name for real.
uh, yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
man.
That's
And
true.
I remember when I first went to gym, because I come from the States, Mr. P was a gym teacher. He put a basketball in my hand and I watched he like, will you want me to do this? He was like, shoot. I like, okay, I shoot in mech. So it was like he watched me like, shoot again. So I shoot, boy, miss, and I was like, I didn't know what he was trying to do. I didn't understand what he was trying to do. Like I was
Yeah.
lost. He was like, I just, you just came from the States. I just wanted to see if you had any type of skill whatsoever. I said, nope. I even don't like the sport. But
Wow.
watching on St. Croix, I understood that was a way to fit in basketball.
Mm.
That was the way to fit in because everybody was playing ball. Everybody was playing ball. And I had a friend, his name was Nigel Trim. And I don't know what he saw that I did, but later that night, he said, "What? We were just playing in the yard because I used to live in town. I don't know if you ever hear ABS printing. You were like right going down into town. I'm on his West man, so I don't think I know. I don't think
Pang is an East man. I is the only West man. Yeah.
Tegan from East too.
Oh yeah.
East, too, yeah. Women's
Tegan
East. Women's East, so.
No. Women no East. But Tegan used to live like somewhere around Harborview area. Tegan used to live. That's when he started going Elena.
Going Elena, yeah. So I used to live in town, and we were playing in the yard, and he sees something, and I didn't know what the hell he saw. The next day he was like, "Come outside." I was like, "It's hot." And he was like, I just still me from the States, like, "Come outside." Like, "Yo, it's hot. What do you want me to come outside to do? Let's go in the back and shoot." I'm like, "No, for what? I don't do that. Like, you crazy?"
Yeah.
He just stick on me until it became like, okay, like I think I could do this, yeah. And it was weird because my transition went so fast. Like it was like within a couple of weeks, almost a month, it was like, okay, I could dribble and I could lay up, like, okay, I could do something. And I remember I playing my first league in Canigata Bar Park, I think like 13 to 15, and scored 4 points, and I was excited. Went back home, tell the family, and from there it just went. Funny story. I don't know if Coffee watching. But funny story. My first time, my first and only time ever playing BD League, and a man pulled me from BD League. I think because I could be wrong. But that's the first time I ever experienced St. Croix politics. So I don't know if you ever hear of Para. He used to deal with Hassan. He was also a coach.
Yeah.
So it was a Saturday. I remember clear as day. He come to where I was, and he used to drive a motorcycle. Like, "Hey, you named Chris?" I'm like, "Yeah." And well, I want you to come and play for my BD team. I'm like, "Huh?" Like, okay, cool. So jump on his bike. We went down to Pearl Beach Gym, and well, a couple of people I know from going to the bar park. A couple of people a couple of people was on the team who I know that were on the team. Even fetching Pumpkin, she was like a girl from East. She was even on the team. She could have played ball.
Yeah.
So I think she ended up playing for Central.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was for Central. So we laying up. So everything good, everything going good. We were playing against whoever team Coffee were playing for. We were playing against that team. So he didn't let me in the game yet because, I knew he allowed his regular people come. This is the first time I ever playing a thing with these man. And I see Coffee, Dunk, and my team. So like, oh, we could dunk. Like, oh, okay, cool. Like, whatever. Coffee eating away my team. Eating, spin, bram, catch it up, bram. So now it's time for Chris to go in the game now. And nobody don't know who the hell I be yet, except, these people, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I remember I came off the baseline and I just, to myself, I smile like, I'm going to dunk this ball hard. Dunk it two-hand. And, of course, St. Croix. Who that man be? Played out the game, had more layups, had more dunks. At the end of the game, I think it was halftime. The man come to the sideline. They were talking to Para, and they were asking Para, like, "Yo, who's that?" I never seen before. They asked me for my ball paper. He like, "Yo, you have the ball paper?" Like, "No, you come and pick me up and bring me here." Like, "No." The man tell me I can't play because I don't have my ball paper. They pulled me out the rest of the game.
That's what happened when you're good. They try everything to. That's what you said, the politics. That's the politics of the game.
Yeah, man. And it was fun because and other end Coffee was doing his thing, and I was dribbling, I'm doing my thing, layup, dunk, shoot, whatever. And like I said, by the time halftime, I was like, yo, I ready, like let me go. Man, so you gotta sit on the bench for the rest of the game until you.
Did you ever get to play anymore in the league?
No, because my birthday was November. Something they tell me my birthday had to be by some date, and according to what they say, I couldn't, after November, they were like, you can't, you make birthday by this date. So technically you, whatever. So you can't, you'll be considered too old. And I was like, I was confused, but as a kid, man, like I didn't, okay, these are adults. That's what you say, go and go. You know what I mean?
It's
And
crazy.
that was the first time any competition around my age group and first time I ever meet cup was picked up. I knew from then, Synchro, you have a problem.
Yeah,
You
major
know,
problem.
you know who else I used to say that about? Dean Martin.
Hmm.
Dean Martin and Coffee was like
Yes.
always the two biggest in BD League. And
Hmm.
them I used to tear up BD League, Mister.
Oh yeah, man, yeah, man, yeah, man. I've seen like even like I say around them time like everybody were playing ball and I wasn't playing. You know what I mean? Like I said, I didn't like the sport, so by the time I get to meet people and hear people say they're playing this be league for this team, I like I don't know that life. You know what I mean? And I didn't like I said I didn't play ball and I didn't really touch a ball till 12 years old, 12, 14 years old.
So
Yeah, it's been
after
long.
that league, there what caused you to like continue playing and like really start taking it serious?
Nigel Trim. Going into so I left Elena. I went to private school. I went to Seventh Day Adventist school up Welcome. If you don't know what that school is, you don't know where it is. it's up. It's up behind. If you're going up to Welcome, you got to pass over that little bridge and go up more. So we're going to that school, but like I said, Pana Nigel Trim, he saw whatever he saw in me, and to be honest, I was the only person in my age group know that used to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning, run to Canigata practice, and run back
Wow.
home.
Hmm.
Yeah, man. He was on a different tip, you know what I mean? He used to call my house. My mother used to wake me up like 4 o'clock in the morning and we used to like literally we used to walk to the ballpark, we used to practice, he used to play me, he used to tell me one of the biggest things he tell me is that as you get older and St. Croix, a lot of people don't know how to use their left hand. Make sure that's your priority. And I like, okay, cool. So we walked a lot on my left hand and as time gone, like I didn't pay attention to how fast it went, but I guess that extra time you put in, like I say, it was like every morning, like Monday through Friday, 4 o'clock in the morning, get up, go ballpark, do whatever you gotta do, run all the way back home, run nonstop, run all the way back home, and get ready for school. And my transition then started to happen fast. But as I went out, as I started to play, I started to come across different people, and it's so funny. Remember when Kobe talked about he created like a hit list?
Yeah.
I started to do the same thing, man.
Man, that's crazy.
I started to do the same thing and created a hit list because, of course, up and coming, you have people that are still better than you who playing land before you.
True that.
And after a certain amount of time, it's like, damn, I can't wait till I get to a certain skill so I can boss you, beat you. And Aman is my cousin. He was one of them on my hit list.
Yeah. He was nice,
He,
He was nice when he was young. He
what?
could have ball.
Yeah, man.
I used to tear up the BD League too.
Man, this man we used to go my grandmother's house in Tipperary, and this man used to give me blows. And I was like, yo, one day we gonna meet in a league. One day we gonna meet in a league, and I got paid back. I never to this day play against you again.
Yeah, I'm on
Never.
stop like playing like real serious ball at a young age, man. Like I don't even
Stop
think
it, Arthur.
I don't even think I ever saw him playing Arthur. Like BD League was my only experience seeing him play.
Yeah, Arthur. Last was Winfield James Day, 30-15.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So I never get a chance to play against him. But everybody else that was on my list, I play against them at some point in time, and it was like, yeah, I had to show you because at that point in time when I wasn't nothing, you were going out with all of that. But I already know.
Already know. I
I
like
already,
that.
already know.
Like that, brother.
Yeah, man.
So did you play? Did the Adventist, Seventh Day Adventist had a school team?
Nah, man. We had it was weird, man. It was weird. Like we tried so many times, man. They actually had a school league. They joined the school league like years after when my little brother and before my little brother went to complex. Tegan I coached him on. Before they went to complex, he used to play for 7 Day, and then around that time they started playing the school league, and I used to sit back and watch like, damn man, we didn't have that. We didn't have that moment. So we just had like we put together like a rec team. You know what I mean? We put together like a team with people in our age group that could have played. It's either they went to the 7th Day Adventist school, and we played against like Mana School. We played against Mana School several times. I think we played against what a school off the highway name.
Good Hope.
We played against Good Hope before.
Yeah.
And most of our other games that we played was against like other like our school team would play against like teams built within the 7th Day Adventist Church because we had like 6 churches on St. Croix. And we started to actually fly to play against St. Thomas. To play against St. Thomas 7th Adventist school team and different organizations. So we never played in the like school league, which was one of my that haunted me for years. Not playing in the midst of you guys. And like I said earlier, I remember when I first meet you, Pang, you were like, yo, we should come complex. Tegan telling me the same thing. Feli were trying to bring me to complex in work. I went to Central actually for a semester already in the transition to play for Central. My grandmother sent me back to private school.
Why?
Your mountain did the same thing.
I don't know, man. Like, I had a day come home from school and I was hyped because the summer before, I remember they used to play ball in Central High Gym a lot, and I used to go up there. And 5-0 had introduced me to Jarvis. You know, Jarvis checked me out. He like, yo, if you come Central, I ain't promise you a starting spot, but you will play. So we'll make it happen. I come home a day. It was living with my grandmother. She had one of the church elders in the kitchen talking to he. I didn't know what was going on. I said good night, you know what I mean? And the man tell me come sit down with her. We were just talking about you, and all of a sudden this, and this, and okay, by Monday you'll be back in 7th Adventist school. I like, what? I was
crazy.
man, I was so depressed, man. But at the same time, it was okay because I'm familiar with the people, with my environment. But I was like, I was so close, man. So close, so close, man. So we just end up playing back and forth. Deslin had a year actually. We actually recruit from the school and we look amongst people who could really play within our age group around the churches. And we actually Deslin make a trip to St. Thomas before and Robert Jules.
Okay. Yeah.
They play with our squad several times to go in St. Thomas and play. And Deslin, if you watch it, Deslin could have ball. Langolo might be, yeah. Langolo could have ball. Like she was actually on the starting squad with us. And Corey too. Corey went before Corey came complex. He was going 7 Day Adventist school too. So he was on the squad, man. Oh yeah, man. We used to mash up, but it was for me. It was always something missing, man. That's what was missing. That wasn't enough for me, man. Because I played in all these leagues. Everybody know who I be, and it's like, yo, how come we don't see you? Well, you don't see me because our school don't compete in the school thing, and they didn't believe in. I guess the excuse was they didn't believe in competing, And the complex tournament used to be on the weekends. So for 7 Day Adventist, our Sabbath is from Friday night to Saturday night, That's our Sabbath. So around that time when Complex having a tournament, they were like, well, Complex have the tournament, and even a couple coaches were like, yo, y'all don't have to play in the tournament. We could figure something out for y'all, you know what I mean? And it just never happened till I done with O-line in the States. It was depressing, my boys. It was like I used to come to the game and watch our man do our thing and be like, damn, I would never experience this, man. I would never experience the trips to St. Thomas out of here. I want to talk about the tournaments. I used to hear Mike Pound and them from Central talking about I Bonito. I used to be like, oh my God, I would never, it was like a burden that would never be lifted. I can't experience anything. I used to just hear about the stories.
That's tough, man. That's tough, man.
Hot me, hot me. But the leagues were cool though, because like Governors Youth Game, I used to play in the Governors Youth Game. I make the All Star team
That was the best.
3 years straight. I played with Coffee once. The other 2 years, I think going to St. Thomas, I went someplace else that summer. But I remember I played with Coffee a year. We killed our St. Thomas team in St. Croix. 13 to 15, I played with Running Rebels and I played with Guidance. Um, um, of course, to a lot of the leagues I play, you know what I mean? But boy, now uniform for our school was, I
It's
missed
something
that.
different. Yeah, it's different.
Yeah, man. So what I did was, my senior year, coming on to my senior year, my aunt wanted me to send me to Mana. Mana played in the school league.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1
So
year.
she wanted to send me to Mana, right? And I I didn't want to go because I knew how small Mana is. Like Mana wasn't saying nothing, yo. Like there was a tiny school, and um, I decided. I talked to my mother. I was talking to Arapana, who had just come from Job Corps, and he was like, yo, I just come from Job Corps, this, and this. And I'm like, what's that? He's like, man, I went up there and I played for the team. And when he come back, he was bad like heck. And he said, yo, that's what I did. And I was like, I tell my mother, I think I want to go to Job Corps. I think I want to leave St. Croix. She was like, what? I was like, yeah, I'm fulfilled, man. It was that bad, my boys. Like I wanted to go, I needed to see something, and I probably could have go to a school in the States and try or something, but that just came to my mind first and foremost, and I went with that thought. I went. My senior year, I left,
Oh, wow.
and I did a lot of preparation the summer before I left. I actually moved St. Thomas for 2.5 months. I played in a league over there for 2.5 months. Did really good. And it was time to go and I left. And I went up there. It was a whole different experience, but I wouldn't take it back, man. I experienced being on a team, I experienced being on a bus, going to different, doing different plane. I experienced 24 access to a gym. I experienced lifting weights for the first time. I felt that ease off my shoulder. Like we used to go them bus trips, you to see them man in the States taken to the different campuses, like 2 hours away and so like, yo, it was dope, yo. It was like it was kind of fulfilling, man. And I had a look from Marist College. Marist, I had a look from Marist.
Where was the Job Corps located? What state?
Upstate New York.
Upstate New York, okay.
Upstate New York, Callicoon, New York, matter of fact.
Callicoon?
way up there, man. Way upstate, man.
Yeah, okay.
And I went and I had a counselor. Based on my scores, I had a counselor who was actually looking out for me. And I went in there, I had to prove myself. I showed them, I do my thing. Got a couple other VI people up there too. Like one other dude playing the team with me. And we both did our thing. I also played volleyball. I played for the volleyball team too. One of the volleyball coach see me block a dude on the backboard, and he was like, "You can jump."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So the man recruited me to the volleyball. Remember, the man recruited me to the volleyball team. We won the championship.
I did not know that about you.
Wow.
That
Yeah,
you
I
left.
didn't know that either.
You left to go Japco.
Yeah, man. It was It became for me. It became like I was Mr. Basketball in the Seventh-day Adventist community, but that wasn't enough for me. You know what I mean? Playing in the leagues was cool, but it wasn't enough for me. It was a void that was never filling. And watching Iman, like I said, I admire Iman from years. I ain't even lie to man. And watching Iman put on a different school uniforms and playing, and you know, say my name. I mean, of course, I've been in the newspaper before, but that's an outside league. Watching my names in the newspaper, the pictures, man, Mumba dunking at somebody, Pan laying up on somebody, Tegan shooting over somebody. I was like, damn, Adobe, um, KJ. KJ used to play for Central. Ricky used to play for Central. Like all my peers were doing their thing, and I was only known for like these outside leagues, and I was like, damn, I want to do something different, yo. So I don't know how I persuaded my mother to get it done, but we got it done. It was a different experience, I ain't gonna lie. But when I pull up there and I see the gym and they show me whatever, and it was like I ready, man, I did my thing. And like I said, I get a look from Marist College. Marist College, Poughkeepsie up New York, and I think it's a Division 1 or 2. I can't remember. I know if I ever hear at that college, Marist
I
College.
heard
I
that
think it was
college
a
before, Mars. Yeah.
Marist College. Yeah, it was. I had looks from there, and then something happened, and I get sent back to St. Croix. My shit me up.
You're probably getting a fight.
Yeah, what?
VIP people know.
Yeah, it's not.
VIP people known for getting in fights in Jabco.
Listen, it was a brawl. It wasn't even a fight. It was like a 2 day brawl, man, for 2 days.
Jeez,
Like
man,
a
2
2 day. Yeah, it
days.
was a yeah 2 days. It was against
Serious.
some. I think they call themselves the Latin Kings or some heck like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's some serious heck, man. I know you're talking about.
Then Rockman started. The man started the heck, man. The man stamped on the dude's flag. He didn't like it, and everything just
Wow.
take off from there, man. And the thing about it is, one of the counselor tried to save me, but the sheriffs had to come to the campus, and so it was bad, my boys. It was real bad. It was like I said, a 2 day brawl, man, and they try to win a bus and ship we out.
Yeah, that's some serious, man. That's you dealing with some serious gangs, man. Latin Kings,
And
man.
the thing is like, we it was cool, man. Like it was different, but Jaco were cool. I did what I had to did. My grades and my performance were really top level. I experienced for the first time how your body feels after you actually work out. The actual 2 days, the actual lifting weights and then going on the court, the actual like a difference than I don't know if y'all did that in school, but the recreational bar, playing, drawing up plays and different things was a different sight for me, man. So, I in that aspect I actually, took it on from there and I enjoyed the moment I had until that day happened.
Until that day happened. Man, that's tough, man. So how was it like coming back home, man, after that situation and that experience in Jabco?
It was I was excited to tell you the truth. You know what I mean? St. Croix back in the 90s, early 2000s was the place, man.
Yeah.
St. Croix was, I loved St. Croix. So coming back home was I was excited to touch the court to see everybody. And it was definitely dope. I think that year, man, I think y'all won. I don't know if y'all won the tournament. Something happened that year. I was coming to watch the rest of the games, and I think Coffee them win that year. I can't remember. That was 2000. So I came back home, and it was dope, man. I was just trying to prepare for my next move. You know what I mean? I was just trying to prepare for my next move, trying to understand what I'm going to do next. And I tried to call a coach for Maris to see if anything could get work out. And after he heard what happened, he was like, we might have to take a pass. You know what I mean? Like,
Wow. It's
being
tough.
involved with the Caps and getting sent back, is a different kind of thing. And we didn't get to really see it out the season. And it was, yeah, it was tough, man. It was definitely tough.
So, do you remember the first meeting, like where we met? I,
Oh,
I
when
gonna
I
tell
met,
you. I gonna tell you where I think we met. In a league down at the 7 Day Church, at the bottom of Lorraine.
That's the same thing. I remember, and you were like, yo, you like, who this man be? I remember that's the phone. You were like, who this man be? And I think, like I was saying in the beginning, like I think whoever was playing the top, 'cause back home we would play 2-3. You know what I mean? You are fussing at the guys. Like yo, like I remember clear as they pushed up on me, and when they come, I would get to the zone, and you were like, dude, who this man be? Of course you didn't know who I be then, and we talk afterwards, and that's when you're like, yo, you should come to Complex. And but I was telling a story before that. The first time I ever hear about you, I remember like I was telling man Ishmael Sweeney tell me about Pan. Tell me about Pan. And you were playing in Shabbat, and you killed my boy. And I was impressed then. I was like 12 years old. I was super impressed, man. And from then,
that's my boy Ishmael.
Yeah, man. From then, like, that's when I knew the name Pan. But that was the first time we meet at a court there.
One thing I always like about you was like you was always willing to learn. You never like hesitate to come and like ask me questions and ask me how I do this or how I do this or how can I get to this, how can I get to that. And I always thought that was good about you. And it's funny now hearing that you say you lived in the States, because I always thought you had a statesman game. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like you didn't play like the other point guards in St. Croix. Like you played ball in the States. So, and I never knew that until that you live in the States until just now. But you just always had a statesman vibes, you know what I mean? But also I thought you used to play in the leagues in school, but like just like the private school league, because there was some like Mana School. I could remember like Mana School and maybe another school. They used to only play private school. Maybe not Mana School, but like we didn't play like the country days and stuff. I don't remember playing country.
When I play, we play country day. Mana, we played Mana 1 year. Went to Tegan senior year, Bogas and senior year, and then we never played them again. But we are playing like country day, go to.
Well, I just remember I never used to play against private school, and when I came to Complex, I know why now though. I just remember why now. I never used to play against private school. I only used to play against one is a tournament, and when we play Central. That's the only time I would play.
Yeah, man, I remember that school. Good Hope had a solid. Not Good Hope. They had them two big dudes, East and Lamar.
Lamar, yeah. Good Hope, yeah.
Yeah. They had them. I remember they had them two big, man. Yeah, man. They were big like heck.
You said East?
East. Yeah, East. East.
Why that name sounds so familiar?
Yeah, he a tall, big dude. Yeah. They used to call him East, and the other one was named Lamar. Two of them were tall.
I remember Lamar. Lamar what, Milligan?
Yeah, Milligan. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
I know Lamar. Lamar had a wet jump shot. He had like a nice jump shot that he could jump to. Yeah. But I remember East now. They just didn't have any help.
No, they didn't. They definitely didn't have no help. And so yeah, I didn't play in there, and like I say, going to the States, and I remember being in the States, I pick up on so many different things, and man, I remember I came back to St. Croix, and I see Tion was the first man. I wish he was on. He was the first man I ever see do the what you call it, man, the Shamgar. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Besides me, he's the only other person, because I see that man do it in New York. And I remember I came back home and I do it in a game, and then man say, "Yo, you just double dribble." I said, "No, I didn't." Man, like I just had to do it so fast, and he was the first person I ever see do the Shamgar. I'm like, what? How he know to do that? You know what I mean? And of course, slowly by then, that's when and one tapes and all them things start to come out, and everybody was trying all them crazy heck. But I just stick to what I learned in the States. That man started the game different. Back home we run a gun. You know what I mean? You get a ball, you run a gun, and when the coach saw me doing that, like in open run up there, he was like, "You gotta slow down the tempo of the game." You know what I mean? You get people cutting, you get people going around the back screen, you get shooters coming this way. He was showing me all of that from then, and I was like, okay, cool. So I picked that up, and I was like, yo, as I transition, watching the floor could be more of an offensive thing than me just coming down and running and laying up and then gone again. It was like, a different feel to the game. And Basil give me a lot of pointers too. I'll definitely say that Basil is a very smart dude.
Yeah.
Basil a very, very smart coach playing for Guidance. Guidance itself had a different Guidance had a different structure than man too. The walkouts them was serious, yo. The walkouts them were different and Basil was serious about the game. He didn't play.
That's true, man.
Definitely,
That's
definitely
true.
didn't play. Pang, you I remember my first year at college. Before I came back home, I had came Orlando, and I don't know if you remember. You was there with one of your college partner. Them he used to drive a Honda. I think his name was something with a D. Duck,
Yeah,
Dirk,
Doc,
um, Duck. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Chris, Chris, I'm gonna give you some props. You got the best memory ever, yo.
yeah,
How do you know my college roommate name, yo? You have to have a good memory to remember that.
The man, we had you were going home. We were all going home to go back from things. So I came down by my partner, Lester them, Jafire them, and they used to line with Ghost.
Ghost. I was just about to say, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They used to line with Ghost, man. All we had link up that weekend, and then
Okay, give me a minute.
we went to play ball at a VI court, and it was me, you, your roommate, your partner. He was nice too. He was nice. He was nice, and he was tall. And Ghost and another partner I play with. I think Frenchie. I think Frenchie came. I
Friend,
don't know, but
no,
we
no,
win. We
Frenchie won't
win.
there. It was his partner. It was his partner from Fort Lauderdale. The three of us were down there because we were going. You said you were going home. I don't think I was going home. The only time I went home was my first year at college, and he was my roommate then. Um, we were going down by his house in Fort Lauderdale, but it might have been wasn't it Ambokil?
Ambokil. Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
And we clean up, yo. We ain't lose no game. We ain't lose no game. We ain't lose no game. We
yeah.
kill him, man.
You ain't lying, Mister. You got a good memory, Mister. Because
Yeah.
I had no recollection of that until you just
Very
said
for
that
real.
just now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And we clean up, man. And then of course a lot of people didn't know who I was. They know who you was. And they
Hmm.
were like, Pang, you bring a point guard for we, man. So a lot of the plays you actually deferred yourself and give me the ball. I remember you were like, yo, bring on the ball, and I do my thing, dish, score, whichever it is, and we played ball, man.
Yeah, I
So
remember that. I
definitely,
remember that very well. Now that you say,
We got a
so
question here from
definitely.
Mountain. Big up, Mountain. Big up. Who did you like battling against on the court?
Um, to my mind running, there's so much people, man, because it depends. It depends where it was. Matter of fact, to tell you the truth, his partner them Playboy and Adoni.
Oh, okay.
Playboy and Adoni. I used to like Adoni because Adoni used to talk too much. Adoni used to talk way too much. He used to talk a lot. And I'm like, dude, you could play, but I don't destroy you. Playboy could have played ball.
Yeah, you could have.
Playboy
yeah,
was nice.
Yeah,
Playboy was
nice.
Play,
nice.
Yeah,
That's
nice.
what
Playboy
was
was
nice.
nice.
Yeah, true.
He definitely had a statesman game. Ain't
Yeah, yeah,
no,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
there was nobody playing like Playboy when he was on the island at the time. So does anybody
Oh
know where Playboy then, man?
no. He and what other partner named Chris Isador. I used to like playing against Chris too.
Chris too, yeah.
Because Chris was a solid point guard, but he's one of them easily frustrated guys. He's one of that's one thing I always knew about him. He's an easy frustrated guy. So um but it's a lot of different it depends on where, it depends on when. It's a lot of people I used to like playing against. Doobie, I used to love playing against Doobie.
You were nice too.
Um I used to love playing against Doobie. I used to love playing against the man for East Dean and them man. In practice I used to love playing against them man. Kasim, Tupov, KJ. It depends, man. Like St. Croix, our days had so much names to call, man. So much competition, so many different
True.
people that you will have to watch because this man to do this or that man to do that. So it was like um so many different and Rara.
Rah,
Rara, what
Rah
else?
rah,
Yeah.
yeah.
rah rah. Because rah rah used to make you walk, man. And when I feel like I had to work to play, like actually point my to play is like it was like Rara. I used to like to play against Rara. And it's so funny that Mountain asked. I remember hearing about Mountain. Adoni them used to play against Adoni them. Adoni used to be like, "Yo, wait till we bring Mountain," and I was like, "Who's Mountain?" Like I don't know what heck Mountain is. Like I just expected from the name a tall dude. I expected somebody tall. I
Yeah.
expect, but I hear his podcast when he said, "That ain't even why he was give it the name." And then them man finally bring Mountain them, and sheesh,
Yeah.
sheesh. I
That's
remember,
the right expression for mountain. That's
sheesh,
the right
like
expression.
I remember actually I was with my boy Corey, and Corey had to guard him, and he his first step was so fast, and he got off the floor so quick, and he was just in the air. It was like, what the heck?
Yeah.
Like
It's
what we gonna do
crazy.
with that? What we gonna do with that? So Mountain too. I ain't gonna lie, but when I finally get to play against Mountain, it was like um, it was definitely a thing, man. The Jam Brothers, them.
Yeah.
Um,
Who was that?
I
You know,
Kurt
Kurt
and
and
Carl.
Carl.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I never heard that term for them again.
Yeah, the Jam Brothers,
The
man.
Jam Brothers. I
Yeah,
never heard
man.
that.
Yeah, man.
We used to
So
play. We used to play against them in 13 to 15 and 16 to 18, man.
18,
It
yeah.
was like these man was a force to be reckoned with. I at one point in
Yeah.
time I thought I went with to play ball. You know, I don't know
Didn't
if
they go
they still
Miami or one of them place?
something
I think one of them went Miami. I think it's Carl.
and yeah, I think he went Miami and he came back, but playing against that man was like you had to play because one was was the two guard Carl, and
Yeah.
the other one was the center. I was like no, Court. No, yeah, Carl was the
Carl.
two guard.
Yeah.
Court was the cause tennis man. Whew,
Yeah. He cleaned up everything.
whew.
He cleaned up everything. He ain't playing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So I moved to the States and I moved back after that senior year. You know, I went to I went to that same year I talked about when I meet Pang. I went to Florida and I get picked up by I guess you would call it accident. Um, I played in a Olympic league in Florida. They had swimming, they had basketball, they had track and field. I
Okay.
elected to do basketball and swimming. And one of the, a coach for they had a coach that had coached for North Lauderdale High School. He was there and he saw me compete in both and he was more impressed about my athleticism than anything. Like, dude, you just come from swimming and winning. I win the swimming competition. I get a trophy someplace. And I play and we lost in a championship, but he was like, yo, like where do you go to school? I said, well, I just moved here from the Virgin Islands, trying to figure my way out. You know, he was like, well, I got some friends at FAU and I got some friends at Broward College. You know, if I can talk to them, he said, I'll be honest with you, FAU will be a long shot for you because you know nobody knows you and they already have their system. But
Yeah.
you know, I could see if I could get you a red shirt. I didn't know what a red shirt meant. I didn't know what a red shirt meant. And then he was like, then there's Broward College, you know, I'm pretty sure you could play for that. So it's like, yo, give me your number and we'll talk or whatever. I went to the FAU campus, amazing, a nice campus.
Yeah. Very
Met
nice
the
school.
people, yeah, very nice
Yeah.
school. Met the people there, met the coach and so on. He told me straight up, he said, I'm gonna be honest with you. I play open gym. He was impressed. And he said, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna be 100 honest with you, I ain't gonna leave you around. We can't use you this year. You know, if you do come, you'll probably red shirt, but you know, it won't be anything put towards your schooling. Like you have to pay for school or financial aid yourself. You know, so you could probably red shirt. We could see if we could fit you in here or there, or you go to Broward, or you know. So I took my chances with Broward. Um, I get injured. I get injured. Um, just before that stint I talking about before I meet up with Pang, I went on a serious workout thing. I actually pick up some tips from Grant Hill and Jason Williams, white chocolate.
Yeah.
Dribbling a basketball with construction gloves. I don't know if I ever tried that.
No, that's crazy. That's
Um,
pretty good.
yeah, I came home. I was in 100% shape. Traveled for the national team, the junior national team. I got picked, but I didn't have a passport. Me and Corey actually. Corey tried out too. Money was there. Um, Dan Ridge was there.
Okay.
Doobie was there. Taco, Naibo, Aleman were there. Um, I traveled with Aleman. Man, I remember you were playing. That's the year you played with the senior team. No, you played with the senior team the year before. I don't think you played the following year. I think you had talked about this on your podcast. You
Yeah.
didn't play. You didn't play the following year. So you played 2000, but not 2001 or something like that.
Yeah, not 2001. Yeah, 2000. Yeah.
Yeah. And me and Corey, them man asked you like, yo, you have your passport? I said, nah. Okay, we'll get back to you. And they put two people in our spots. And it just been a lot from there, my boy. It been a lot from there, man. Like I say, I have a weird kind of career up and down the place thing,
Yeah.
man. Like, and for me it was just always, like I say, it was always that edge I wanted to keep because everybody know me to be a player home, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
I
True.
wanted to reach that level, and it was always like a hitting stone. You come, you get trial for this college, something happened along the way. Got another
Yeah.
college that I trial for, something along the way. I went Monroe College. Um, I had a good conversation with the coach there. And the summer I was supposed to come to trial throughout the whole summer. I actually stayed in school that whole summer just to thing with the team. My
Yeah.
grandmother passed away 2003, so that was a blow.
Yeah. That's a blow, man.
Um, that was a serious blow. Um, I What else I went? I went Illinois for a tournament. Um, Actually do real good. I had some friends in Illinois went up that actually sent for me to come play in a tournament.
Oh,
I did
nice.
real good. This coach, he pulled me aside and he said, get a school in Michigan called Alma College. Um, I
You said it's
visited
called
Alma,
Alma.
yeah, ALMA,
Okay, Alma. Okay.
and it's in Alma, Michigan. I went up there, try out. The coach had really liked me too. The coach had really liked me. Now I have a beautiful campus, my boy. I have a beautiful, beautiful campus. Came back to school, and then um, my partner in Maryland. That's how I ended up in Maryland. My partner in Maryland was like, "Yo, I want you," and actually Jules, because Jules was in what a school with a V name, Voorhees.
Voorhees. Yeah. Voorhees.
Jules
Yeah.
was in Voorhees, and they
Yeah.
recruit me. This partner we know that we grew up with. I think he was with admissions in this school called Columbia Union College in Maryland. And he called me, he called Jules, and he called Corey. Corey was actually at Shenandoah University in Virginia. He played for that school.
Okay. I didn't even know
And
that.
yeah, man. And we traveled for CUC team. Robert went back to Voorhees. He didn't come back for the second trial, but me and Corey went for the tryouts. We get picked for the team. The man wanted we to stay, but the coach was like, "I can't give y'all no scholarship money." And it was an expensive school, my boy. He said you might have to take out a loan the first year, and I said I can't do that. I tell you,
Yes.
I can't do that. I can't do that. And Corey stayed. Corey ended up finishing his career at that school, and I left. I tell him, man, I can't do that because the loan you're trying to ask me to take out is like 20 grand. Like
That's crazy. Yeah.
I can't do that, man. And it
It's a
was
lot.
another letdown, man. Yeah, man. Let me know if I talking too much or again any interjection
No,
or
no, no,
anybody.
no, no. You good, brother. Hey, this is your episode, man. This is your episode, man. You know what I'm saying? So as much information you want to share with everyone, man, this is your time. This is your day, man. You know.
Oh, yeah, man. I know some people have. This the crazy thing is that before I went Monroe, I was actually supposed to go that same school with Corey, and I actually was supposed to go Edward Waters with Pang.
With Pang, okay. And we're Waters,
With
yeah.
Pang was, but something happened with my paperwork, and weird story. Me and his brother Chiefs, we have become real cool and St. Croix. We have become real cool. That man used to come pick me up to play in like little tournaments or here and there. He and his partner Koof. So I was supposed to ask him for Pang phone number to at least see if he could do something or go to somebody and say something. And that's when Monroe had given me the looks. I was like, I ain't even bother with it. I can just go Monroe. And
Okay.
you know, that didn't work. And you know, um, I think the last school I traveled for this after CUC was Keystone College in Pennsylvania. Um, it was Keystone College in Pennsylvania. I can't remember which part of Pennsylvania it was, but I went up there. Real nice school, real nice program. Um, my mom asked where you're living right now. I live in Maryland. I live in Maryland. Keystone College is out in Pennsylvania, and they were part of a nice program. This partner who used to play for their team, he had a Mitty up here in Maryland. He from DC, but he used to play ball. I used to play ball up at University of Maryland Open Gym, and we had get cool. And then he took me out to someplace was a private run, and I think he was like, "Yo, you. I mean, I know you could have played in the gym, but you didn't really play." So he was like, "Look, you should talk to my coach, whatever." I send a tape. I went to go try out. The coach was cool. The coach called me for the second tryout. And at that time, I had already had a son, right? And my son and his mom had moved back home for that summer, and they had come back. And my son was afraid to come to me,
Mm,
and that made me feel away. And I turned down the second walkout.
that's tough, man.
I turned down the second walkout, and I was like, I don't want to feel that again. I don't want to feel that. I don't want to feel that again. Like I reaching out my hand, and you know, and I was
Yeah.
like, mm-mm, me want to do that again. So I turned down the second walkout, and ever since then it just been leagues. And I was telling you, me and Penguin in Atlanta that one year, um, and it just been leagues and rec ball ever since.
I win me a championship in Atlanta. Thank you.
Boss, you too, you my boy, you do your thing, man. You do you're cramping up. But you drink. I remember you dumped that bottle of water, and you were like, "Okay, let's go." I remember we actually it was me, you, and Tyrone, Big Rick, and Juni was on the floor. I remember, and you were like, "My boys are cramping up. But I gonna give you solid hard 10 minutes right now. Let's go break." My boy, Mumba, this man went on a scoring spree. Every
Yeah.
time he touched the ball, it was straight to the man. I was
Straight
like,
to
yo, the man, this man probably had
straight to
like
the hole.
this man in that 10 minutes, man probably had like, 12 points. The man scored every time he went down.
We
It
are,
was
well, I never mentioned this to anybody, but on the team that we beat in the championship had a dude that I had to go. I was going college with, and that wasn't. He was good enough to play on the team, but he never made the team. Try out a few times, but then he just call it quits. Like you said, the politics about it. But he was a lefty. I mean, he was playing on the team. We were playing in the championship.
yeah, man. Because I remember they had bring a couple dudes from Bowie State. I remember they had a big team. They
Yeah,
had,
they
they
had
had
a
a they
big
had a
team.
Mm.
they had a big team, and we pull it off. Man. We pull it off. Yeah, we had a solid team too.
Pang them
Yeah,
I need Pang I need you to play with them man when them man come Orlando man. That's what them man I need you for.
man. You had a ref that working for him. But what are you talking about?
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
This Russ, he did on the court cussing with the players on the heck, like literally cussing, like, man, shut your ass and play ball, my son. I said, what can I see? I said, use the ref. You can't talk to me like that there.
That's true. That's true. That's true. So, Chris, you still play basketball or you retire?
Well, I only stopped because of the pandemic.
Oh,
Just
okay.
before the pandemic, I was playing in this league out in Virginia, and we had a solid squad. I pick up couple younger partners from home that live up here, and we were doing our thing, but only because of the pandemic, I stopped. Bola, Sunday we got a VI court that we used to play in at gym. Bola was still up here doing anything too for the pandemic. Man, Bola, but the man, yo, the man, that's another man I grew up looking up to. Bola,
So
man,
Bulla still playing ball, like playing ball.
yeah, like we have a coach. Our Sunday morning runs. We used to run from like 11 to 3 or 4 or whatever. And Bola jamming back to back, like Bola still gliding and hand timing and like. And I always tell these man like, yo, I didn't want to see this man when he had braids. Man. Like this man, them glide would have been dunk and thing, man. And I think when I listen to his interview, of course, Bulla's a humble dude, man. So
Yeah.
but in my mind, I was like, yo, you was a beast, man. You was a
He definitely was.
was a monster. And I was just telling Mumba 50, my uncle, he up here too, but he had taken his Achilles and he had stopped playing a couple years
That's
ago.
tough. Damn.
His Achilles had popped and he had stopped playing from then.
Before you move up, didn't you play with Guidance in Manly?
Yeah, I play with Guidance. We had transition from, of course, the 16 to 18 to the men's league, and then I think in between the season I had left because I didn't play too long. In between the season I left, but with the younger team, we do a lot. We went to Thomas for what do you think for the Thanksgiving tournament.
Mm.
I even remember that. What partner name is Maldo Papito?
Yeah.
Another problem.
Beast.
Not a
Yeah.
problem. What? Yeah, man. But yeah, I play with Guidance. Like I almost showed the years. My years on St. Croix.
What about you still in Maryland, right?
Yeah,
What about Jemo? Jemo to play ball still?
yeah, man. He had I think he had hurt his knee or something. He had get injured, so he had actually slowed down. So he used to come out every now and again after a while. He used to come out every now and again after a while. Junie, Power from Paradise, Junie Del Piad, killing still. Who else live up here that you might know? There are a lot of people up here. In terms of ball, not too much, but there's people in general.
I miss a VI picnic in Maryland by 2 days because our VI picnic is like almost when school start back, right? Or
Yeah,
somewhere
it's the end of June. Our
Right.
VA picnic will be the end of June.
Well,
Oh,
I don't remember either. Matter of fact, you're right. Matter of fact, I wasn't leaving to go back to school. I was leaving. I went to New York to stay for the summer. The plan was to stay for the summer. I had no intentions of going home and play for the national team or whatnot. But while I was in New York, I started hearing a buzz about a VI picnic in Maryland.
mm.
So that was gonna be the move. Man, I got 2 days left. Boom, Ronnie called me. Ronnie from the national team called me and said they're asking me to come home to play. I said, man, I was trying
Yeah,
to tell them,
oh,
let me send for me next week, but they are needing me to go because they are leaving to go. I forget where we were going. I forget what year it was where we were going, but I get home. I only had 1 day on St. Croix before on a plane to go wherever we were going. So I couldn't come next the following week, but I miss a VI picnic in Maryland by 2 days.
our
very-
vibes were cool. We used to have our own little tournament, playing too. We had a nice squad. New York had a good squad too. But our VA picnic wasn't like Atlanta and Miami own. But ours
Your
was
VI
still
picnic was like a real picnic, like a
yeah,
real life picnic.
yeah,
Like a bunch of people just come to grill.
yeah. It didn't have
Honestly, that's the best vibes, man. Honestly, to be honest with you,
yeah,
that's
it
the
was
best.
cool. Don't get me wrong, it was definitely cool. But like for me, it's like when you saw like you go here and because up here we got lots of VI people up here, but when it comes to like VI stuff, we didn't We didn't really have that. I mean, if they did, it was like kind of like if you didn't know what was going on, you wouldn't know what was going on after a while. You know what I mean? And like Atlanta, and so like you get them. You're like probably artists and so playing, and the same thing in Miami. And I was yeah, we probably have somebody playing music on the car or something like that, and people grilling. So it was cool. The first couple of years when I first moved down here, I remember Coffee used to come. Coffee used to come to our picnic. He'd been here several times, matter of fact, to our picnic, doing our picnic. And it was cool, but after a while, it was like it started to die down. And we had a the weekend was our carnival weekend. We used to have like a big parade. I think one time the St. Croix troops and all had come down for our parade, so it was dope. But things start to like slowly die down, die down, die down. At this, it ain't compared to the others that we used to go to.
Man, I used to go Miami Carnival all the time. But the only thing I didn't like about Miami Carnival, man, Miami Carnival is expensive.
Oh yeah.
But when I tell you, if a jam start off $30 when the night start, before the night out by 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, you gotta pay $100 again.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Like what kind of shit? Like most places you go. Most places you go, they start high and come down low as the night go on to try and get more people to come in.
Yeah, that's true.
But because the demand of getting in is so high, these people just start to get greedy.
Yeah, man.
Look at the line, wrap around the corner. They will start charging 50.
Yeah,
they will start charging 60.
My price gouging, man.
Right. And before the night done, is 100 people paying to get in them, son. Because they got a long line and then somebody gonna go like around the line. Big man, I'll pay $100 each of my partner them to skip the lane. Man, pay 100 to gain, to skip the lane and then, my son. So I just stopped going Miami Carnival. Stop altogether. Like I just couldn't do it no more. Atlanta Carnival was the shit.
We play in a couple tournaments. They were hot.
Yeah,
we were hot like heck. Shiniko used to bring his team. I used to bring our team from Maryland. And we used to have there for a lot of little teams. They had a team from Orlando too. I can't remember. I
definitely played with Shiniko 1 year in Miami. I want to say Andy, if you're still watching, wasn't you on that team or you were there with Jomo or something? Heck,
we are playing against RU.
You sure?
I think so. I think we play against RU. And now we're talking about it. Mumbai never see you playing in any of them tournaments or leagues or nothing.
No, not me, brother. I just played 2 in Orlando. That's it, listen.
And I was surprised to see you in Orlando. Like I roll up to Orlando, my son, and I see this tall person in the back of shotgun, all of them. And I'm like, that's Mumbai, man. And that was the first time I seen you since I left St. Croix.
That's facts, yeah.
And actually, the last time I seen you since until the other day when I went home, when I came by you. That was the first time I see you since I left St. Croix. Yeah, it was no, I lie. Because you came on one of the national team trips, your only national team trip to Barbados. So that was the last time I saw you.
Yeah, that's true. You're right. Yeah, 2000, Barbados.
Yeah, see, man, Andy, I remember, man, I either play with I or play against I. I just remember seeing you and Jimmy down there. I don't remember seeing you, Chris, but my memory ain't the best. So you could have been there for sure. I win 2 championships in Miami. I win one with Tyrone, Sammy, Olo, Dave. Them man live down there in that area. I win a championship and I win a championship down there with them, man. I didn't have no intentions of going Miami Carnival to play ball, but I ended up on the court. I must get some shoes. Are you playing with women?
Man, that's funny.
We win a championship down there. And then we take a team from Jacksonville down there and win a championship.
Yeah, man. I think I think the only time I don't think I ever play against you with any of them other teams there. Because after a while we have stopped coming. We have stopped bringing our team down. I don't know why, but we have stopped bringing our team down, and we went to Carolina. I think one time you were supposed to come and meet us in Carolina, but Shiniko said you couldn't make it.
Right.
Yeah, she
Yeah, I
do
was
that.
supposed to come. I was supposed to come and play in a tournament there. Who was doing the tournament? Wasn't it Caesar?
Chicken, I think, or chicken.
Chicken. Okay, yeah.
I think Dwayne them. I think from talking to Dwayne, I think that man will had parts to do with it too.
I even had a little run up, not a little run, but I never played ball up there. Buju did take me to play ball, but I even stayed by Chicken. Not Chicken wasn't there yet. Chicken was still in high school. But I even had a little run in Raleigh. One Christmas break, instead of coming home,
Mhm.
I went up there by their man and stay Stout, Buju, Lenry, Dice, and I want to say I see Dwayne one time, but I ain't sure. But it was like a group of VIP people. It was fun, man. The only person used to go out with me was Buju. Me and Buju went out every night. Man, I went up there because of Lenry. Lenry show I grew up with.
Yeah.
Man, I could count on one hand how much time I see Lenry, son. I could count on one hand how much time I see Lenry. And he never came out with women, son. Never, not one night. Me and Buju used to go every night, my son. Buju take me to the mall. Me and Buju lame, everything. Buju even got like a story for me. It was I had met a girl in the club, my son, and me, I want to stop talking to this thing, my son. Hey, pretty heck, my son. Buju teasing me the whole time, my son. Every time I get around these man, Buju, my son, what? I'm gonna marry that girl, my son. The girl come and check me to the apartment before I left and everything. Pretty heck, my son. And, hey.
A real postman, man.
No.
She must have no, real quick. I said, no.
I would tell him Mumba. I was supposed to come Edward Waters. And,
Hey, you should have come. You would have definitely met the team. Trust me.
I applied and something went wrong with my paperwork. And I remember, like I was telling Mumba, I used to play ball a lot with Cheese. And I said next time I see Cheese, I'm gonna ask you for your information. But Monroe had already accepted me and everything, so I left it alone.
Man, you could have filled out a Pueblo application and sent it to Edward Waters College and come there.
The thing is, right? I filled out the application, and the man admission sent me back to say, okay, we want you to write the essay, right? We want you to write the essay stating whatever. I do the essay, all of that, and I mail it out. And I noticed me hearing back from that man, and I was like, so I called him and said, well, Mr. Henry, we didn't get your essay. I was like, but I mail it, I write address or whatever. So I will just do it again. And then at the same time, I want to ask Chief for your information, but Monroe had already called me. So I was like, well, everything going smooth in Monroe, so I can just roll with it, man. I can just roll with it.
What's funny, I almost, if Frenchie wasn't here, me and Mumba would have been Bethune Cookman. Because I get accepted by Bethune Cookman too. And I was thinking about going there because of like, it was in Daytona. And like, when you see anything to do with Daytona is the beaches and all kind of thing, and the girls in bathing suits and all kind of So I definitely was going Daytona, but it was a way when I get all my acceptance letter, and Edward Waters was one of them that accept me, and that's the one Frenchie went to. And then I came home like Wednesday. I came back from Venezuela on a Wednesday, and I remember Frenchie called home that night and tell me, man, you got to come here, my son. I'm talking about the woman there, yeah. Son, everybody love me up here, my son. And I was like, all right. And Saturday I was on a plane and up in Jacksonville. And what was so crazy, like the first night I get in, I ain't had no power in the dorms or nothing, brother. Pitch dark in the dorm. So the first thing we do is went strip club. So that was my first night at Jacksonville, my son. Because they had nothing to do in the dorms and they had no power, nothing. The man said, man, let me go strip club. I had a strip club right around the corner. We just went strip club. And that's my first night, my first experience. And I ain't a strip club, man. I think when the women in strip clubs are filthy, but I ain't even want.
Man, don't say that.
I ain't want to touch them with a pole.
God,
you know what I'm saying? I that's just the mentality I had, my son. It's just like these women filthy, brother. You know what I'm saying?
God.
Like something ain't clean about them. So, But
This
you know, I got
Don't
mature.
say-
I was 21. I was 21 years old. That's just the mindset I had. You know what I'm saying? As a 21-year-old, I kind of grew out of that there. But the more and more I went strip club, but that's just the mentality I had. Mr. Like a girl coming to offer me a lap dance. No, sir. Why are you touching me? You crazy? So the bouncer came to me and tell me, you either gotta get a dance or go to the where the dancing area and tip, or you gotta buy liquor. I said, well, show me where the bar there. And I went and buy beer all night. I just been drinking beer until it was time to go, my son. But no, sir, lap dance.
He said, you ain't touching me.
You touching me? No, sir.
Oh God, it's too crazy. So,
And then back then we really got strip club. I mean, I remember like strippers used to come St. Croix and like they do like a weekend thing. We had a whole bar, but we got a strip club. like there would be like a group of young people come down and then they got a little strip session. I remember Tong had a place called, I don't know if I ever, well, are you too young, man? But and see, even when I went when I wasn't old enough to go. I think I was 15 or 16. And I used to always hang out with Cheese. Always. Wherever Cheese go, I go. And I had a ID for Cheese. And so where I used to use Cheese ID to get in clubs. You check? And then man went to a place called, I want to say it was Scooters. They had it's like you go Tongue, and you remember what Java Raps was?
Yeah.
They had a little area, you like walk down some stairs. I can't remember exactly, but you walk down some stairs and they had a little strip club in there. So like 15 years old, and they're in a strip club with my brother them. And I just never get a concept of that, son. And from then I just never get into strip club. Never. Up to this day, I ain't a strip club person. I would go because I ain't a party pooper. You check? Somebody was scooter. Yeah,
scooter.
And I was 15 in that place there because I had braids at the time. Cheese ID had braids. And look at it, look at me, boom, gone clear, gone in. Even though Cheese is 2 steps ahead of me using the same ID, but he had like a different one.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man. Yeah, it would have been dope. It would have been dope if I had come to Edward Waters. I don't know.
Man,
if he's in there.
Dude, you'd have had a blast.
Well, I know for a fact. And my thing was too is like, yo, I know Pang there. I know Pang there. I know a couple people in Florida. I know a lot of people in Florida. And I say, yo, I know this man playing for the team. I know how to try to get on the team, and I just didn't work out. So like I said, I went New York instead, man.
I would have said, look, no, you wouldn't have known that because I could tell you one person who write the essay, and they had nothing to do because of basketball, because I didn't went there for no basketball tip. I tried for the team like everybody else, like other people did. But I never write no essay unless Mr. Tyler write an essay for me, because he's the one that helped me do all my application. Them like I sit on his office and we did like about 10 application in one day, and just he mailed all of them off. And by the time I came back from Venezuela, all them school write me back. Some was declined, you know. All the schools that I played against in our conference, all of them accept me. So I had an option of going Barba Scotia, Morris College, Allen University, Benedict University. Who else we played in our conference? It was a few other teams, but all them school in our conference that we played, all of them had to accept me. I could have gone Morris College, Doobie being there. I used to play against Doobie in college. I played against him 1 or 2 years. Rick went to Benedict. I played against Rick a few years. Akin went to Voorhees. I played against Akin a few years.
Actually, Robert were trying to get me to come Voorhees too.
Robert was at Voorhees. I don't remember him playing, but he did play. I want to say he did play. But
I think he played a year.
Yeah, I think he did play. But yeah, man, if anytime you are come, you don't make the team. You are definitely good enough to make the team. Trust me. We had players on our team did not belong on the team. They tried out and they make it. I want to say they make it because everybody else that tried out didn't have the grades and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, we had players on our team that definitely didn't belong there. You won't have start off with a scholarship like me. I didn't start off when I first went there. Me had a scholarship. When I met the team, I had a scholar. I've been on a scholarship ever since.
Mm. Yeah, man. And I know I was definitely, because even before that coming our home, I was in St. Croix, and I was playing in every league you could think about. I was playing in two leagues at one time, going from East, going to Friesenberg, playing in that league, and then they got another league the next day. I was still practicing on my own because I say anytime somebody called me, I wanted to be ready. Yo. I wanted to be ready in every shape and form. And like I say, as time went, every time I went to some school, something happened. My grandmother passed away, and then I I should have stick to my guns and went to that school in Michigan, Alma, because they were ready to take me, but because my partner had called me to come to Maryland, and I know Jules and Corey were coming, I was like, that's where I go.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't Michigan, yeah, but you know, I should have went to you just things that happen and be like, damn, I should have do this thing. That was my I should have do this moment because the coach I like me, the coach was like, yo, it seems like you to play both end of the floor, you to see the floor, you can shoot, you can handle the ball, of course, and the campus was beautiful. The man gym was beautiful. Um, I fly in from LaGuardia to something I think it's Detroit or something like that. And the man picked me up. I stayed on campus for 2 days. I walk out, and the man loving me, the man. But when Pana called me to come to Maryland, I was like, my family were here too, so that was a plus. I was like, you know what? I'll come to Maryland. And when I come that farm, didn't walk out. I was so annoyed, my boy. I was like,
What school they have in
man.
Maryland? What schools they have in Maryland besides Maryland University?
They got the thing is they got a lot. The school that I was training for was called Columbia Union College. It was a Division 2, NCAA Division 2. They used to play against like Bowie State and a whole bunch of other schools. And they get Baltimore Community College. Of course, they get University of Maryland. They get Bowie State. They have well that's in DC, but they get Howard. Um,
Yeah. Howard.
they get Towson.
Coppin State.
Towson University, Coppin. They got Coppin. They got a lot of colleges out here. A lot. It's crazy. It's crazy. And all of them like ain't too far distance. I used to, like I said, I used to play El Porana University of Maryland. Competition was stiff, but it was always safe because I made a lot of friends and I had a lot of different interaction with people. And then I think, like I said, after I had the trout at that school in Pennsylvania, and um, I just decided, like, man, that feeling I get from my son when he like kind of like what kind of shy away from me. I said, man, I was just throwing on my cards, man. I done. I done. I gonna just play rec ball and I gonna be a father to this man and do what I gotta do, man.
I'm gonna do the same thing too, brother. That's a tough one right there, my son.
Yeah,
You
man.
you ain't had no run-ins with the KDs and stuff like that. The
So
Michael Beasley.
they play out in Barry Farms. They used to play out in Barry Farms. I used to, huh?
No, I was just gonna say that is that PG County?
Yeah, that's Barry Farms is down in it's weird because it's like on the borderline DC Maryland, but that's
Mm.
PG County area. So a lot of them man, I never see Katie. I've seen Beasley before. I've seen Katie, but I see Katie in the club. Um I used to see Gilbert Arenas. Oh my gosh. This man used to love this one club. I used to see Gilbert Arenas all the time. But outside basketball, I played against a lot of people who played overseas. Growing up, I remember I played against Omar Cook growing up.
Marco.
Bad like heck. Bad like heck. I played against some dudes who actually knew about Carlos, who actually played against and raved about Carlos. But KD, I saw that man used to play in Barry Farms, and it was like you go there. I watch the games there, but to really get on a team is like if you ain't known in certain areas, that man just don't pick you up like that.
Right.
Yeah, that man don't just pick you up like that. Like so, I've been more of a spectator in Barry Farms, but other places, yeah, I definitely played around. Definitely think.
Yeah, man. They got lots of good. They really got some ballers, listen.
Oh yeah, man.
They really got some ballers.
Rudy Gay from here. Steve Francis went to UM. I've actually seen Steve Francis a couple of times just coming around the school. Um, what part of name is Delonte West?
Delonte West, yeah.
Quinn
Cook.
What a partner from what other partner name is Mark Fultz? Did Fultz play for that prep
Fultz.
school
Yeah, Fultz, yeah.
Yeah, he played for that prep school in Maryland. I got a lot of ballers from Maryland, man. It's so crazy, right? Like when I went, when I like I tell her, I went to the Job Corps. Like they get ballers in the states, man. But I always say, in a certain sense, they wasn't ready for it. Like we had something extra that they did not have. Man. They didn't have that extra tenacity that we had in a certain aspect. And I don't know if it's because we could have played ball anytime. Like our stamina and our build was different. I don't know if that's the reason, but
Yeah.
I always felt like even though I play against some good competition in the States, it's like we would have been mashing, we would have been killing them. We have talent,
That's true.
talent, 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 talent. The structure was kind of different because that man had different, coaches and different things for this and that. But raw talent, we had that raw talent, yo.
And we
Raw
had a
talent.
lot more raw talent back then. You know what I mean? Like it was a melting pot of players, Miss. And like you said, all yeah, like just people. They had a lot of names that
Hmm.
people would remember and just used to tear up. Everybody had their little own period. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
it was just different back then.
Well,
So
definitely.
I don't know if you talk about this before I came on. I think I heard Mumba say something about. I probably caught the tail end of it, but like, did you talk about like how you got into starting off your podcast and why? Like, why did you start off with a podcast? Start doing a podcast?
Oh yeah, I briefly touched on it, but I could definitely touch on it because there's certain areas that I didn't get to too. Um, I start off first because I have my own moments of depression, like I mentioned, and I made the decision to go see a counselor, talk about a lot of stuff. I cried. I had moments that like we talked about stuff that on a normal day you wouldn't talk about, but you stepped into it, you went into it, and it made me understand like if just me, imagine how much guys, you know what I mean, that probably dealing with certain stuff. So in the concept of coming to a podcast, they were like I kind of I first focused it around advocating for men because when you listen to these guys or men have their platform, they just start off talking about men, but somewhere along the line they transition to women and they never look back. You know what I mean? It always be like, well, woman, don't accept this or don't mess with this kind of dude and don't allow a dude, which is all true, which is all true. But in a certain sense, is like we have a standard too. You know what I mean? We have a standard that we look for. We don't want to just accept anybody. And when I first started, we were advocating for men, advocating in transparency. And I think, like I said, when I first saw y'all, I think the first episode was Yupan, and I watched because I thought it was a difficult task at first. I thought I had to get a mic and I had to do all of this and all of this before I start. And when I see y'all, plug up and just talking, I was like, yo, that's dope. Ain't that hard, just I just have to do it.
Yeah.
And then I think my first episode of me talking about, my own self and different things I went through, different deaths that I dealt with that I've been carrying for years that I never expressed, and different things that happened to certain family members that I felt I could have played a part in, but I did. And I talk about it, and then I start to base it around that, around relationships. And then one day something I was going across my timeline, and I'm like, yo, you got a lot of people doing stuff, and I'm like, you got Calypso Clothing, you get Legends Shoe for O, you get DJ Mojo's a DJ, you get Jafire Sounds, you got a whole bunch of people from the VI just doing things. And I was like, something similar what I'm doing, but I was just like, okay, I gonna pick a lot of these people here and have them come on same way and advertise their stuff, but at the same time tell us how they get here, what plan they take. And it was like, it was dope because every conversation I have was like real conversation, and you hear some of the stories, and just like I hear you said, Pang, like a lot of things I didn't know, a lot of things I didn't know, and some of these people you just see them walk across St. Croix every now and again, but you don't know what they've been through to get what they there, and it just became a platform of a whole broad base of stuff. Like I would have like a set of people, and then I will have a free conversation time, just talking about base topics. Like I remember I talked about one time I first ever heard the word coon. Like I didn't know what a coon was. I was out in Illinois with one of my partners and was in a bar, and these man come in was like, what are these coons doing here? And I heard it, but I didn't know what the hell that is. So my partner, he get vexed with the other partner who bring us there. And you don't know me, I was hype. I was like, what these man talking about? Like, what these man, like if these man want to say something, tell a man talk loud, we'll answer back, whatever. And my partner like, yo, this part of Illinois is a whole bunch of cornfields and you end up missing if you don't just calm down. And, being from the Virgin Islands is a lot of things when I come to the States I couldn't relate to.
Right.
Like the N word and somebody saying this, and I'm like, okay, like that's whatever. Just don't come in my face. You can say what you want, just don't come in my face. You know what I mean, if you want to say from over there. But to States people, American people, like you say, they're ready to take off all their clothes and fight. I don't think we was in that form coming from the Virgin Islands. Like it was like, oh, okay, like whatever. So as I get older and deal with certain stuff, I was like, yo, these are different things we could talk about, because coming from the Virgin Islands to the States, a lot of things with their experience and their views, we don't have the same view because of how we grew up.
True.
It was every day we just get out of our house, like we gone. You know what I mean? People from the States, they lived and saw a different life. So it's always interesting, like as you get older now and you're more paying attention to politics and you're more paying attention to the racism and the different killing. Back in the VI, like we don't know about police brutality. You know what I mean? We don't know about, having to, if we get pulled up from the police, you might know the police. Like that's my aunt friend. Like, hey, are you such and such nephew? Man, just make sure the next man don't stop you and you gone. You know what I mean?
That's true.
But in the States, you ain't trying to hear that. The man ain't trying to hear that. The man don't care who you be.
Right.
The man don't care who you be. Like, sir, like, hey, whatever, I look this ticket like a ticket. Like, huh? Like, okay, like, and so it's a lot of things I felt that could be talked about and would be talked about on Steve Boogie Talks. Showcasing people, watching, and it's cool to see the interactions of people. You know what I mean? I to see Dwayne and these other people I have, and I see them interacting on Facebook, and it'll be cool to see them, man. It'll be dope, man. It'll be like I say, it'll turn into one big collaboration of ideas and people, and that's basically what it's about. Like I feel like as long as I can, I'm gonna be pushing, different people, different topics, different subjects, some real life stuff, and as long as I could do it, I can do it.
Love that, bro. Love that.
Man, one of the things you mention when you say like when coming from home, it's just stuff that we weren't introduced to, like probably the way it is now. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Um, one of the things them like that I experienced first, the first night actually, even before I went to the strip club, um, I was hungry. You know, I travel along with okay here. You know what I mean? And hungry from the travel. So there's a Popeyes on campus, not on campus, but like EWC. If none, I never been EWC. EWC is in the hood. You know what I'm saying? So what?
Monroe too.
One of the things in the hood is Popeyes. You know what I'm saying? So they got Popeyes right next to the dorms. So gone to the Popeyes. We didn't want to. We walk up to the no, I didn't want the Bahamians dude car because we were hanging with some Bahamians, and we get to the window, and it's a gay dude at the window. You know, we don't back then when I was home, they probably get like two, three known
Mhm.
four
Known.
known gay dudes. You know what I'm saying? You know
Yeah.
them by name. You know that's it.
Yeah.
In big home. So I tell them me eating, yeah. No sir. You know what I mean? So I tell them I'll just wait till the morning when the cafeteria open up. So I promise I never, but you know, I'm
Mhm.
21 years old, so nobody don't kill me. You know what I'm saying? I'm young, all these things I learn, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that same year, on a different visit, I went down to I think it was like around Thanksgiving time. I went down by Ghost. So Ghost are living in Orlando. I went down and chill by Ghost for Thanksgiving. So me, he, and Frenchie and a few other partners we were going out. So Ghost kind of set we up. You check? So Ghost said, man, I'm gonna take her to this club. Every night this club jumping. All right, cool. You know, we coming from home. We love to lane. So man, me all three we talking, Mr. And Ghost just went. We come out the car, we walking up to the club, Mr. And Ghost just went silent. And he deliberately stayed in the back. And all of a sudden it's just me and Frenchie. The other Orlando partner, them all them man just little like all them man just disappeared. I don't know where them man went. And me and Frenchie were like, oh shit, the club right there, let me keep going. But then as me and Frenchie walking up, my son, I say, oh man, Frenchie, something in it.
Oh God, I know it. I think I have a feeling what
I
you're going.
said, Frenchie, something is not right, yeah. And I think I know why these man go. Man, Frenchie, if you notice, ain't no woman going in this club.
Ain't no woman going to this club.
Yep.
My son,
Yeah.
I said, look, even them two dudes holding hand going in the club. No, Simon sauce of me and Frenchie boss. Because, like, you don't even want to be seen. You know what I'm saying? You don't even want to get spotted anywhere near here. So, because it don't even have to be true. If somebody even make a joke or something factual, like related to that would stick with you for your rest of your life.
Yeah,
It
man.
would be so hard. Like, how can I confirm that? You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no way I could like prove to you that what you saying ain't true because you spot me this place. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
There's nothing I could tell you or prove to you that I ain't this way. You check? Man, me and Frenchie I tell her take half running, my son. Next thing you know, my son, we buck up and Ghost and the partner them, my son. These man is rolling, my son.
God set
Rolling.
you up for real, brother.
And
God
then
set you up.
we jump in the club and went to the actual club that we
The
going to.
actual
And I
club.
said,
Yeah, yeah,
hey,
yeah.
I said, he's Morris. Set me
Yeah,
up.
man, I
And
remember.
then kind of thing we used to. You know what I'm saying? A
Mm-mm.
whole
I
club?
remember
No, sir.
even in Fort Lauderdale, the first time I was downtown, and I think I was crossing the street, but I had this clear as day, this car pull up, man, and I waiting for the light to change, and then the driver come out and the passenger come out so they could switch. So I think the driver was going into wherever he going, and I see these two men, and I see the man stop and kiss each other, and I bawl out. The man say, "Hey, But the thing is, everybody just kept moving like, and this one I just leave St. Croix too. I went to Florida, and I like nobody in seeing this shot, and everybody just moving on. They said I was
Right.
the only one stuck. Like like you said, like you said, if it had four anti-man home, if it was, I guess I don't know if I could say that, but if it had four of them home,
Yeah, I don't think you could use that word there.
I don't even know
my
what you could
apologies.
use.
My apologies. I don't even know, but if it had four gay people or whatever it is,
Homosexual.
homosexuals, you know them. Like okay, that's such and such, whatever. But you don't see it in an abundance that you have to worry about seeing somebody kissing.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it was different for me, and I didn't even tell my American friends like, you know, they ask me about the Virgin Islands, and then I tell them, and I'd be like, a lot of y'all could not go school with us, like if you really think about it, and I was talking to my one home girl at work, I said, how we to talk to each other, or how we to you're back home right now, they will call it bullying, but
Mhm.
we didn't take it as bullying. We just joking.
Yeah, that's
You know,
true.
we just joking, man, to tell man about himself and whatever, and we the dipping each other. But this era now, like, yo, y'all would go home and I think y'all would cry. Y'all would ask us what's wrong with us. And it was just, we were cool, man. We had tough skin. We had a tough skin that y'all, for whatever reason, didn't really have.
And
We didn't have like the jocks and the cheerleaders. We had different crews that used to be in their different, sections, but we
mhm.
didn't single it out like you can't be in this people because you don't wear this kind of clothing, or you with the popular people. It's like, yo, you could have the coolest, the most quietest dude, or the most, I guess, your nerdiest dude with a mount of hang around the most certain bad man because them man grew up in the same place.
Right.
In the
True.
states, you didn't have that. They had whatever they had, and it's like I tell them like, yo, we just had a different way of life. We lived. It was. I guess you could say we're easy going. Our parents, the neighbors. Them we know the neighbors. The neighbors used to check us as kids, um, and it was just about living. Like y'all in the states was a different concept of things that you know as I go on with see Boogie Talks, I try to. I think for me it is like more explaining because a lot of my coworkers and my old coworkers did a tune in now too. You know what I mean? And they watch the show, and I think as time go along, my one coworker texts me and say, "Yo, I have no idea what you guys are saying. I can't understand anything." I can't remember who I was talking to, but they were like, "I'm picking up bits and pieces, but what you're doing is great. Keep it up." I was like, and I just laughed to myself. So transitioning from here, you get to view life differently. You get to what Pana said. Tell me the other day, adulting. We're now adulting. I mean, we have to worry about the bills and the credit scores and all of this. And
Yeah.
I didn't know about that back home. I didn't know that
Do
credit score. Like,
do you consider Maryland home? Like I consider Jacksonville home.
yeah, and I would say that because if I go St. Corey now, if I sit St. Corey for more than a week, I'm like, yo, I'm ready to go home.
Right. Facts.
I ready to
It's
go
just
home.
different, man. Like I would need to like really like force myself to move back home. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like there is nowhere to go in St. Croix. Like nowhere to go. Like
The
you know,
funny thing is that when you set up, people are telling me like it's just because you ain't been home and you don't know the right people. Because I ask people, apparently they have a whole bunch of other places that I guess people will go. But for me, I feel the same way. Like, okay,
what
what
do
we
I
dealing
do?
with?
Right, yeah.
What we dealing with? Like, it hot, and I guess I mean, people will be like, "What do you mean it hot? You grew up there?" Like, well, coming to the states and coming to this, you get more adapted to it. And when you go home from the time you step off the plane, it's like, oh my gosh, but I trust me, I love where I'm from. I love my culture. I love my people. But like you just said, if you ask me where my home, I was in Maryland.
Right.
My
Right.
my my heart, my heart is a Virgin Island always for the rest of my life.
Right.
But you ask me if you drop me someplace and I tell you take me home, I actually didn't take me to Maryland.
True,
Like-
that's true.
When you
Yeah.
go home, you do your normal. You have to go to the beach.
Yeah.
You got eat a mango, Johnny cake, chicken and Johnny cake. If you's a meat eater, like me, I ain't giving up chicken for nobody. You got go tongue, buy some VA shots or things like that. You know what I mean? Like go cruise and rum, get some rum. Like just certain things you just gotta do. But then after that, like where is it to go? And then when you roti ain't my thing. I ain't never really like roti.
Roti. Benjamin, know you talking about.
That's my father.
Well, that's your father. Hey,
That's
big
your
up to
father?
Pops. Big up
Oh,
to Pops.
big up,
Pops
Pops.
know you talking about.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
I mean,
You
don't get me
know-
wrong. I like roti. You know,
No,
but ain't
no,
a
Pine no
must.
switch up. Pine no switch up. We're not gonna do that now.
It's
We're
just
gonna
not
do
my
that now.
thing. It's not my thing. I like roti, but it's just not my thing. I don't have to get roti.
Pine
No,
switch up
I
quick.
don't kill a pate. So Lorraine had
Yeah.
Lorraine had
Pate
Claret, the pate lady, and Lorraine, but she don't sell pate no more. I was so disappointed when I went home the other day. But she gained up there in age, so it became too much for her. You know what I mean? So, but I have to eat a pate.
Oh yeah.
One fast food restaurant I have to eat when I go home is KFC. I ain't leaving until I
Their
have some
KFC different. Their KFC is
Because-
different than the States.
We got a real Cornell's recipe.
Yeah. We have something, and I just find out the other day they don't even have red cream soda no more.
Home?
Yeah.
Funny story. Me and Spud went to where Spud father lived, because Spud father used to live here in Jacksonville. Spud father lived had a KFC across the street. So we got KFC. And I asked the girl for red cream. And she asked what I want with my meal, and I what drink I want with my meal, and I said red cream soda. She was like, a what? I said red cream soda. Red cream? Nah, we don't have no red cream. She said, we don't have no red cream, player. I said,
Get a red cream, player. That's funny.
what do you mean? Like, I ain't got red cream? I didn't know red cream is like a island thing. Man, they had no red cream, son.
Definitely island. Funny thing, and just as I see my father pop up, my father used to play for Mandem when he was younger, but
Okay.
I think as from what I was told, and I hear Zoro's story too, because his uniform, from what I see, and I'll even get you the picture. His uniform was yellow and black. His uniform was yellow
Yellow and
and
black.
black, and I was gonna have to send it to Zoro too. My father used to play for Mandem, and my uncle used to play for Mandem. And throughout the times of growing up playing home, a lot of people would be like, "Yo, use Benny's son." And I didn't know what that meant. They used to tell me at a young age. He played. I think he played with Alaba. He played for Alaba, and they said for his age he was decent. You know what I mean? So funny when I see him come up there. Remember, I got to send you that picture, and I go send it to I said I got to send it to Zoro.
Yeah, man.
Because the only Mandem colors I see were black and red, right?
Yeah, black and
I
red,
always see red. I never remember black. Red
No,
was
yeah, black,
always
black and red.
okay. So
Yeah.
I always saw red growing up. I don't
More
remember
red
black.
red
Yeah.
was the dominant color, but black too.
Yeah. His own was dominant yellow and black writing. I think that's what it was. Of course, that was like years ago.
Yeah.
Well,
Talking
I will let say,
talking about home. I was gonna say it's the same way. Like Orlando is my home, But the thing with St. Croix, man, the thing that when you go back home, it's not how it used to be, man. I'm talking about St. Croix. I'm talking about the boy. I'm talking about St. Croix. Like, it's not the way how it used to be, man.
I think that's what it is too.
Yeah, what made you fall in love with home is not how it used to be, man. It's totally different, man. Times have changed. People change. It's just different. It's not the same vibes, man.
it's
just
not
totally
necessary that I won't say 100% home has changed. We have changed.
different. No. For me, I'm speaking for myself. Home change. When I used to go home, I could do a lot of things. I could go down. I see man in the corner, man, people chilling. You know, now it's like people is not the same. People change. Now friends who grew up in elementary is enemies, and it's just changed. The vibes is different. The energy is
True.
different,
That's
man.
true. That part there
Yeah,
is
yeah,
true.
yeah.
That
It's
part
Yeah,
there.
different.
that's
You know what
definitely
I'm
true.
saying?
Because
Yeah, it's
in one
different.
of in earlier, you had to ask me when I was younger how it was feeling going back home, and I was like, I was excited when I was young. I was excited, yo, like to go back home from wherever. I was like, yo, I wanted to go home. I wanted to showcase and show what I learned in the States. I wanted to play ball this way, but no, it's like after a week, and depending on who home too, like you, depending on who I could link with and do whatever, it's like, yeah, I think I jump back on a plane, like,
Yeah,
come
man.
back.
Yeah, the vibe's different, man. It's different, man. You
No,
know.
if what I would like to do the next, not the next time I go home, but plan a trip to go home with your childhood partner. Them if they ain't home already,
Hmm.
I'll plan a trip to go home. Like Mumba would go home with Young, like the partner them that he grew up with. Chris, you would go home with a partner, like I think that would make it a better trip. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
See, somebody right. No, you gotta watch your back, and you ain't do shit, and that's what I'm talking about. That's what I was gonna get at. Like when I go home and if I say I go check some of my boys and stuff like that, be like, man, hey, you can't go down there by yourself, They don't hey, you might get robbed, brother. It's like it ain't like that's not how it used to be, the man. It's
That's
just
true.
different.
That part is
I tell
true.
you, the
That part,
energy, the energy is different, man. When you used to go home, like in the 90s, in the early 2000, man, the energy was nice, man. It was live. No, it's like it's dead. It's just like a negative. It's just a negative atmosphere, man. It's just different.
When I
yeah.
go home, my sister still live in Lorraine. That's why I
Oh
grew up in
yeah.
Lorraine. Yeah, and but she done been live a few places, and she finally went back Lorraine.
Okay.
I don't even go in the back of Lorraine, like in the back, because I don't know nobody back. There's only like a few people I know back there, but I like just walking back there don't even feel right. You know what I'm saying? Like, who the hell is this dude walking back there? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
And they know you use homegrown Lorraine. That's
right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
that's the thing, man.
so I feel you on that.
and I mean, even for me, when I was young, I living in town. Like I said, when I first moved back home, I know I used to be afraid to walk through Kennedy and them place there. But as I became familiar and everybody knew who I was, it was like, man, that's nothing. Night, day, whatever time. What's going on, Chris? Yeah, what's going on? You good? You good? No, I ain't going to them places. I mean, I wouldn't have no means to, you know what I mean? But but what you said, Pang, is definitely true, man. If you're supposed to go down there with like your group of partner, them, man, link up and doing different things. I think the feel will definitely be different. I get a couple of partners and cousins down there. I could probably have a good time with, but like I said, after that week, it's like, okay,
I saw maybe about a year or two ago, Paradise people, they had a Paradise reunion.
oh
I
yeah,
saw it on Facebook. They had a Paradise reunion. Like, I guess they planned it. They had an event on the beach. They had an event in Paradise. They planned like a reunion. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that was the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah.
I would love to have an LV reunion. Love it. I think that would be the best thing in the world, Mr. Because all the people that you grew up with in Lorraine and just everybody just come home. We have an event on the beach. We just hang out, park, like drink, party, just vibes, talk about our kids, like stories from when we were growing up in Lorraine. I would think that would be the coolest thing. And I think maybe like a year later, I think I saw Shabbat do that. They had a Shabbat reunion. I
the
just
man
think,
say we
yeah.
all are Americanized. Bro.
That's funny.
I could say I definitely Americanized because like I said, I really and truly miss. And when I go home, like you is 100% Chris.
What's
Like,
Americanized? Since we all live in America, what do you consider being Americanized?
I
Miss
don't
Bryson,
know.
that's a good. I'm glad you brought that up.
man, Mumba, I could
No, for real. That's a good because people do say you turn
Yeah, yeah,
Americanized,
yeah,
you
yeah.
are Yankee
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
No,
yeah,
I
yeah,
know.
I
yeah,
want to
yeah.
know. I
I
want to
know.
hear your definition
I know
of
Yankee.
Americanized.
Yeah, I
I
know
know
Yankee for
Yankee.
sure.
I got watch out. My best friend them here in Jacksonville from America. Besides Frenchie, they're from America. And if I bring them, well, one of them at least. If I bring them Rungayo, I guarantee I take them man from home. Especially one of them. Ayo would think he from home. He do talk just like we. Trust.
What do you consider Americanized? That's
I
what I'm
just
asking.
I just
Um,
feel like the man just I could I don't know. I don't know what you could say.
I gonna go. What I think Americanizes is that the principles and values you learn as a kid growing up in the islands because it's totally different. Being American and being from the Virgin Islands is all about principles and values. You know what I'm saying? And you lose that when you come to America, meaning that what was not they teach us growing up what was important, what was not important. And when you come to America, certain things is important. But so what I'm saying is like you change your concept of life or your view of life being Americanized because it's totally two different lifestyle. Being Americanized
Sure.
and being from the Virgin Islands is just your values. Like my values hasn't changed. Like
Right.
I'm straight VI. That's just me. I'm always be VI, but I live in America. So like
Yeah.
America hasn't changed me. You know what I'm saying? I'm still the same person. Like the new stuff that's going on in America and all that stuff, like that doesn't phase me. I don't try to fit into the American way. You know what I'm saying? That's not my style. I'm island to the bone. You know what I'm saying? But
So
I live in America.
You just still listen to your calypso
I don't listen to Calypso. I never used to really listen to Calypso going home. I was listening to Bob Marley and Tupac. Like I still listen to Bob Marley and Tupac. You know what I'm saying? I don't dress like American or anything like that. You know? So
You
that's what I'm
just
saying. Like
same. I saw when I saw you.
that's what I'm saying.
You really look no different, mama. Like it still look like you did complex.
Yeah, like Andy said is a mindset, and that's what it is. It is a mindset, you know. So
It's still racing is still different because like on a day like this, like yesterday, like, it was kind of dead. Like we just jumped in the car and just drove. You know what I'm saying? And went out for breakfast and things like that. You know what I mean? Like I say you can't do that in St. Croix, but I ain't used to that. You know what I'm saying? In St. Croix. Like breakfast to me, go to the breakfast and I go back home and make my own breakfast. You know what I'm saying? And it's just it's just different up here, man. I never been in a restaurant in St. Croix. Never went to like a hotel and eat at a restaurant. Like, I just see people do that. No, because I feel like that's like American culture thing.
and on my end, you breaking up. I'm not sure on somebody and everybody else in.
Oh, my bad. I just think it just got different things you could do, man.
I can hear it now. Before he was clear.
Okay.
I just think it's just got so much you could do. Like, moment if you want, on a Saturday morning, I could just drive come down there. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing, because you're in that far.
Sound like a
Where the hell
robot.
you gonna drive?
Yeah.
All right, let's get up.
No, yeah, you're breaking up for real. I understand where Miss Bryson coming from. I got what you're saying, Miss Bryson. I got what you're saying.
It's in America.
I don't know what ideology means, so I go
Oh,
ahead.
you clear now. You clear now. You clear.
Yeah, you cleared up, man.
Yeah.
No, she said you has nothing to do with culture. Is that in America your ideologies have changed? You know, but that's a whole nother. I mean, we could. I understand, but
Yeah, I think I get. I mean, the hustle. Depending on who you be, the hustle could be different. You have become accustomed to a different lifestyle. You're more cautious of your
Facts.
surroundings, and you aren't comfortable anymore. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because I guess the way we now go home and probably see home, I guess people who live home and be like they understand it, but then their comfortability compared to ours is different.
Right. like it's normal for them to wake up and go do whatever they're doing in St. Croix. For me, when I wake up, like when I home and I wake up, man, I think about places I don't want to go. You know what I'm saying? And more than what places that I do want to go.
Yeah.
That's a perfect example. Was it like that when you was growing up?
No.
So why? That's what I'm saying. So like, why is it like that now?
I don't know.
That's
Remember-
because
Remember, I told you after the show last week. Remember me and you were talking after the show, and I told you I play ball on every court in at home. Like you pick a court, name a court, and I play on it. So I didn't
Me
have
too.
problem going in any neighborhood.
Going
you know
to
what I'm
any
saying?
neighborhood, yeah.
I play ball all over. I never.
I even play La Valley. Y'all ever play La Valley?
no, but I hear about Lavali though.
Mario Lavali got a court.
You're playing.
I never play ball in Lavali. Well,
you gotta go like up. It's like a top of like a hill or something like that. I played up there before. They had a little tournament that I get invited to play it.
well,
See, but that's the same thing. That's the same thing I'm saying is like the energy is different. Like you just said, like I was saying, like you could have gone and play anywhere, even though man had beef with your neighborhood and stuff. If they know, like, man, Pang is a ball player, man, leave Pang alone.
but
Yeah, that's true.
why would say why
But
would
no,
say
let me finish up this real quick, Pang, and I'll get to you. But what I'm saying no is not like that. No, times has changed. The principles and values, you know what I'm saying? The unwritten rules, like, bro, that's a good kid. Leave him alone. Ain't like that no more. It changed. That's what I'm
So-
saying. Like it's changed.
let me ask you. So me and you, I don't think we could go in any neighborhood and play ball. Me and
Who?
you and Chris, the three of we right now.
Right
I don't
now?
think, but you don't think Tegan could go in any neighborhood and play ball? You don't think Coffee could go in any because they know them home. You know what I'm saying?
I
We
mean,
are-
I would
we are
hope
winning.
so. I would hope. But no. I'm saying what I'm saying is like, okay, I'm gonna use myself for example. When I was when I was playing and had War, Shabbat, Vossi West and stuff like that. I was playing ball in Shabbat when they had big and East Coast Shabbat War with West. I could have go in Shabbat and play. I thought, but when I was going to school, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I could have go and played. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And man, that's my boys and they get wild and stuff like that. Boy, playing basketball and you know, I was safe enough to play.
Yeah,
It's not like that. No, it's different. The value
Definitely,
the value of life and when I say principles, I mean the principles, the unwritten rule. If I know this kid is a good kid and he from a rival area, I'm not gonna do anything to him because it's the principles, the unwritten rules. He's innocent, but no, all that stuff is out the window. All that stuff
there's
is
no
out the window.
innocent. Yeah, there's no innocent.
It's the same thing when women is getting killed and kids is getting killed and stuff like that. It's the same thing as like all that stuff is out the window now. It's like no value of life, no principle,
Yeah.
no morals.
Yeah, I definitely get where you're coming from.
That's what I mean. You know what I'm saying?
So what's next for you, Chris? What do you have in store for your podcast, or you have any other ideas that you're about to branch out in?
I mean, I get different ideas. I want to definitely get different equipment. I heard Mumar talking about Patreon a little earlier today.
Yeah.
I've heard a couple of people talk about that. I have actually a coworker that she and her cousin does a podcast, and she gave me some information on different things because she's supported by some brand, and she'll be on Spotify, and you know she'll give me different ideas. So different things. I definitely want to move forward with it. It'll get this thing I'd watch a whole bunch of different podcasts to get ideas from too. To be
Nice.
more structured. Different ideas and different things to talk about. I'd watch their form or how they speak, and you know I watch a whole bunch of different things to gather information from. Like I tell Mumba earlier, my shout outs I definitely picked out for him, but it's definitely important too to recognize and put spotlight on different things, you know, because one day I could be talking about something like y'all had that Pana on last week, the other day,
That
and I gonna be in Orlando in a couple of weeks, so I definitely wanna check out that spot.
Make me when you come.
Okay, okay, yeah, I'll definitely do that. When I see that, that's the first thing I say. Yo, okay, cool. I gonna definitely head out there. Definitely, and shout outs is definitely an important thing. Sometimes it get long winded. I hear a couple times I hear Pang say, "Wow, me know how you remember all of that." It get long winded, but it's a plus, man. And I want to touch more topics. Like I say, I don't want to forget about, like I said, us guys. You know what I mean? Nothing
Yeah,
against the females. I was raised by four amazing females, but I still think we have our importance in this world. I still think a lot of things that we that deal with I don't get speak about. But I still want to stay on the basis of reaching out and letting you know it's okay to seek for help. It's okay to be vulnerable. Me saying to cry down the place all the time, but at the same time, like if you got put on your head and bust a cry and lay it out, you ain't less of a man if you do that.
facts.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I got a whole bunch of ideas. I would say. Um, I know one thing I thought about was I actually thought I was when you had hit me up about this, I was actually going to tell you how about we do it live because I was going to be in Orlando, but
Oh, I got you.
But I remember you also said March is Women's Month, so you're doing something for that. So I was like, okay, well, this day will definitely work. You know what I mean? So just a whole bunch of different ideas. I definitely touching on. My girl and now I could definitely shout she out because she actually also pushed me to make sure I stay on top of doing this. You know what I mean? She
Yeah,
was like, yo, you say you're gonna do it. Make sure you do it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
like I
that's
say, I follow Arman. Watching Arman, it was definitely a push as well. It was definitely a push. Definitely a push. Like we just said, I love where I'm from. I love the people where we from. I love everything about our culture. And ain't that I ain't gonna pull you on because you're not from the VI, but these is my people. And I ain't got a problem saying that. So if you're doing something, I want it to be known to everybody. State I'm from VA. That look, this person where from, they get this going on, and bam, this is how you could reach and this is how you could see and stuff like that.
true that. It's true.
well, we
Yeah,
definitely like the sound of that because like Mumbai was saying, we support local, you know what I'm saying? And even though we up here, VA is still local for us, you know what I mean? So
true that.
Mhm.
we always support local. And I was gonna ask you who is that brand that you wearing?
Oh, Studio. It's called Studio Bump. I think the Pana. I can't remember. I think they're from home too. They're from home. The Pana. He the D with producing. I think he produced music. I think he did a couple stuff with Rock City before. I can't remember his name right now. I have his face and everything in my mind, but I can't remember his name. But they from
His
home.
name starts with a D, Dillinger or something like that.
Dillinger? Is it
Yeah,
Dillinger?
Dwayne just write that Dillinger. Yeah,
Dillinger, yeah. Yeah, I think him and his girl, I think they live Florida. I think so. I can't remember, but it's a partner from home though. And they doing big things. They do things as well too. I say I was gonna reach out to him too, but I don't know about now. But I know some people who know them, and I know their child had problems they were dealing with, health issues. So I kind of
mm.
like fall back until I found out more detail and stuff like that.
T Mother want to know where you live right now.
Yeah, already. No, we.
I just saw a question pop up. He already
Oh
answered that?
Yeah, he has that
yeah,
already.
Oh, okay. Probably went our way.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Maryland. Yeah, Maryland. Maryland is I love Maryland. I was supposed to. Funny thing, I was supposed to come back. I was supposed to move back to Florida at one point before I came to Maryland. I had so many different options to go to Michigan, stay in New York or come here or go Florida. I was supposed to go to Barry.
Barry University
Barry
in Fort
University,
Lauderdale.
yeah.
I think it's in Fort Lauderdale or
Yeah,
Boca
down
Raton,
yeah, down that
somewhere around
area.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around that area. But like I say, Maryland just being more pleasing because of, other people who I know are supposed to go to that school and my family being here. I was like, I just come Maryland and done.
Yeah,
Hmm.
man. I mean,
So
go ahead, Pan.
no, I was gonna ask her like, how is it living in Maryland? What is Maryland like? You like a normal Saturday for you in Maryland?
Before the pandemic, it was. I ain't gonna lie, we was we was on the scene. I ain't even gonna lie. Like the Caribbean scene is dope, man. It's a big melting pot, Trini, Lucians, of course I've met since I moved Maryland. I've gained a lot of Saint-Tomian friends. I'll say that. I've gained a lot of Saint-Tomian friends. I ain't gonna lie, my outlook. Not that I had any bad outlook, but I guess like the more I became, cool with them, it was like their accent didn't bother me no more. Yes, it wasn't too different anymore. The only thing I could definitely say that I'm missing in Maryland is that strong VI togetherness thing. Like everybody have crews, and it happen. You know what I mean? Everybody have their people who to be with, but you don't hear like I remember the first time I ever hear this and that shit I was so confused. It was like I don't want to go to this place because I have too much VIP people there. I was like, huh? That's I heard that when I hear in Maryland from this dude. And I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, that thing might have too much VIP people there, man. Me trying to go. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I go in. I go in. I want to hear our music. I want to be around my people. I want to talk. I want to laugh. I want to have a good time. It was odd hearing that for the first time. It was odd. So I don't. So like we don't. How to say, man? Like we don't have like how I will go. How Florida I always have something, and it's a VI thing, and what am I gonna be? We don't really have that up here. I think that's the only thing I said I kind of missing. We just got a little cliques, a little group of people like you to do stuff with. We got the one thing that's been consistent is basketball has been consistent. I moved here in 2004 and to 2020 before the pandemic. I've been playing with these guys since. We have a brotherhood when it comes to that. I could definitely say so. Basketball been has kept that unit of people together. I'll definitely say that.
I agree. And I saw somebody say it's the same way in Charlotte. It's the same way in Jacksonville. Like we don't have like a VI presence in as far as events. Um that's the name, not
Daddy
Dillinger.
Banger, yeah,
Deli
Daddy
Banger,
Banger,
that's the name
yeah,
there. Deli
yeah, that's
Banger.
the name, Daddy Banger, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But like, and I've even heard what you said. Like people be like, nah, I ain't going there because there's too much VI people can be there. But I think the reason why people say that is like I cannot stand when we leave home and come up here to beef with each other. Man, whatever beef you have home, and some of these beef develop here in the United States. But when you
Mhm.
got beef home, my son, excuse me, leave that crap home, man. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like we come up here, we's one up here, man. You know what I'm saying? We already got fight a whole demographic of a different culture, and we're supposed to be brandishing our culture to the fullest together when we up
Mhm.
here. You know what I mean? So I definitely feel you on the VI presence. It's not what it should be up here. As much VI people like I live in Jacksonville. If I can remember, like when Avalanche were hot, or I don't know if he hot now still or whatever. I don't keep up,
Mhm.
but I was hearing his name a lot. Somebody bring him to Jacksonville.
Mhm.
You would think the place would be ram of VI people. No, people would rather drive down in Jacksonville, would rather drive go Orlando to go a jam, and then when they got jam here in Jacksonville, they don't support the VI jam them. Or if a VI man promote a jam here, nobody from the VI to come. And they'll be like, man, this is crazy, man. Like as much
Yeah,
VI
we,
people look at here.
Is that
And up here,
mentality.
yeah, like up here, we have the man between they call it the DMV, DC, Maryland, and Virginia. In the DMV, it's so much. And I mean, the only difference I could say is that with the Avalanche thing, I remember when Avalanche had come here for the first time that I remember back in early mid 2000s. It was packed. The VI, we definitely come out when Pampa came up here. It was definitely they definitely show out. And from my understanding, VI people are always run through Maryland. From my understanding, well, talking to my aunt and everybody, it's just like we mentioned it now. Like I guess as we came into our generation being adults, it came to be different. It definitely came to be different. And I was like, you know, I love being around my people. Like I said, man, I vibes with them. I know where they're coming from. You could talk about this. You could sit down and hey, remember when we used to this that? Hey, remember when this that? Hey, this and this. Remember we used to swim to the key and them type of conversation you hold and cherish. So I mean, ain't too late for a change. You know what I mean? It definitely ain't too late for a change.
That's true.
Ain't too late to try something. And even with my podcast, I definitely gonna be I have an idea in mind. I just have to sit down and see how I could get um executed. You know what I mean? To try to pull something together, um and try to get I guess when things ease up in the pandemic, as things start to ease up, and we could get together, and that's another kind of holding back certain stuff. You can't have groups and all the different things, all the different regulations out now. But I have a plan in mind. I have to write out, and I think I could get execute with some help from certain people I know. Yeah,
Yeah, you know what it is too, man. Is the man? Is the VI mentality, man. People might think I shitted on the VI, but it's not that, man. I just keep it I keep it honest just because the places I've been to and what I've experienced throughout my lifetime. And it's our mentality. We just have a bad mentality, man. We just don't support one another like we should. A lot of the different cultures, a lot of different countries, the ones I've come across and experienced, like they definitely support one another, man.
hmm
And like the statement you make, like, man, too much VI people gonna be there, that's heartbreaking to hear that type of statement.
yeah, man. Well, I tell you, I hear
It's
that, and I was like,
heartbreaking.
huh?
We
I was
got
like,
we got
what?
definitely support each other, man. We
The
got
man,
definitely support each other.
when I went Job Corps and I saw that there was VI people there, it was a comfort. You know what I mean? It was
Yeah,
a comfort that I at least have this group that will understand me, understand where I'm coming from. You get this group that we could chill and we could vibes. And even though it was more man from St. Thomas, but still we still had that same connection. You know what I mean? We talked about different states. Couple people, like one or two dudes I even bump up into, remember me from playing a certain tournaments. Remember me from playing a certain tournaments, and hey, I love where I'm from them, man. And the people
Facts.
I love even more. This dope, yo. Like, it when you could sit down and like I said, you could relate and it's a dope feeling, man. I can't talk I can only talk to my American partner about so much.
When
I can't.
when I was in college, one of the best feelings in the world, listen, like you go and play a team in Tennessee, and they got somebody from the VA that went to school with. You may not talk one word with that person, but when we see each other and we know that we know each other, like we sit down and talk like we used to talk all the time, and then because
Yeah.
like you leave home and you in a whole new world. No, you when you see a VA person, listen, it's like the goal. You just hit a gold mine, listen, like it's the best
Yeah.
feeling in the world. I remember
Yeah.
I used to love going play Barba Scotia. buck up and Rashida. Jamina went Baba Scotia one time at one point too. I used to see Doobie all the time. Like different places, different schools. You just buck up on somebody in from homeless, and it is just the best feeling in the world. Or like being at Orlando, being so close. Like I used to go Orlando just for the weekend, just to go Lyman Saturday night. And when we go to Caribbean Beach Club and they got just a wall of VIP people in them, and it's just the best feeling in the world. Go and hang out
I,
with
I
Ghost.
remember. I remember that. I remember that spot. I remember that spot.
Let me,
You
let
put
me,
it. Oh,
let me, sorry to interrupt, brothers, but let me get Carrie a question because she asked this question a while and I missed it. I was supposed to ask it. With your show mainly focusing on men and the things men deal with in life, are there men that you have looked up to as a child and even now as an adult? That's a good question.
Um, as a child, um, I will be honest and say more so like in the it was in the basketball scene because that became life, man. Like, I'd hear my son say ball is life, but when we were younger, ball was life.
It was life for
It
real.
was life. And, being I wanted to hone my craft and I paid attention at being a student at a game, like I honestly say, man, like Ayu, um, Zoro, the same partner who used to talk about Nigel Trim. A lot of these people, when it came to ball specifically, I gonna say there's a lot of people I admired, I look up to. Like Pan said, like I didn't have a problem coming and be like, yo, how you to execute this or what should I do or like even Tegan, showing me that yo, if you're gonna do your crossover, you can fake your crossover, I lift it into a jump shot. Those are definitely moments. I definitely still think about and be like, yo, those are
Yeah.
dope moments. As I get older now, I can honestly say I get a couple older partners in Maryland that I could definitely say that kind of saw me and saw like they tell me all the time like Chris is a good dude. You got certain things that you may have to mold yourself into becoming more of a man or whatever. And couple partners I could definitely say I look up to and their words of wisdom or even telling me when I've been wrong or do a situation wrong, kept it real with me and we were able to have like real sit down for like 2, 3, 4 hours. I've been able to tell me about them myself and even into now, you know, my cousin Komasi, he himself, he probably don't even know it, but he has been a definite role model to me, especially coming to moving into Maryland into the work environment. He has actually, I could say, helped me mold myself into the work environment in terms of being professional, showing up on time, the way you dress, your appearance, the way you speak to people, the way you deal with different stuff. So yeah, there's been several different eras of my life I could pinpoint and say, well, yeah, this specific guy. If that's answering a question.
Yeah, that's a
yeah,
good question.
I think it did. But that was a good question, Carrie Ann. What
Yeah,
kind of work do
definitely.
you do?
I don't work for University of Maryland medical system. Um, it's like right now I working with our legal department. We had to deal with like legal cases that come into like subpoenas and different stuff that come into the hospital and to the doctors and looking over the format of it and generating stuff like that. Right now I'm transitioning to be a supervisor role. And also I have a background in computers, so they're also showing me a shift of dealing with clients that has multiple files. Like it'll have one, let's just say Stephen Hodge, but then somewhere along the line you came in once and you only came in with this information, and you came in a second time, you came in and you only gave this amount of information, and the third time you came, you probably were so out of it, you only give your name. So you get three things in there, but then for the insurance purposes, it kind of falls back on the hospital. You know what I mean? So part of my job is to gather all this information and just create one file. And it's hundreds and thousands of stuff like that. You know, there are cases like that we'd have to you know, we'd have to deal with. Somebody asked another question.
Yeah. Can you remember
Yes,
the
and
turning point from
yeah,
boy to, who asked that question?
Andre Titus.
Okay, good
Can you
question.
remember your turning point from boy to man? Um, Turning point is when
That's a pretty good question, brother. Wow.
I was in a situation where it was a hard moment for me. Um, it was a hard moment for me, and for whatever reason, it was just a different follow with so many people at the same time, friends, family, kids, mothers, and it was a point that I had to put all my cards on the table and had tough conversations that I didn't want to have. I had to be real in so many situations with my kids and mother, with family, with friends, and even call people out on certain things. And not really call them out, but like I said, tough conversation with me and then vice versa. And I understood when I was able to listen and understand my parts and take advantage, not take advantage, but take responsibility for my parts. And, you know, certain times you either do things and it'll hurt people's feelings and you never know. You know what I mean? Certain times you do certain things and people be offended and you don't pay attention to it because you being offended. You know what I mean? So when I was able to deal with the tough conversations and align myself to, you know, take responsibility and move my life, shift my life to start understanding that, you know, it's me and now I have my kids to build this life for. I think that's when I felt the transition. Um, Being able to have these, like I said, these conversations with these grown men about their life experiences and how I know I want my life to be. You
Yeah.
know, I felt the change. I felt like my view of just moving by life day by day, you know, just making this money, putting it aside, dying life. That's not how I want my life to be, you know, because it can just go by. I want to do things. I want to build. I want to be a part. I have my kids be a part of certain things. And I guess that's when I felt like, you know what, when I didn't see things as it was, I saw it at a different angle. I moved towards that angle. I kindly step away from what was to what can be. You know, I think that's when I can say I felt transition like, okay, I can,
Mm,
I guess they say as you get, you know, men do, I mean, kids do childish thing, and when you get to older, you put childish things aside.
true that.
One of the main thing I could definitely say is communication, because
Facts.
communication, communication, I get to understand like could take you so far, man, could help you so much. You know, I was
Mhm.
so accustomed to be like, me feel like talking about this right now, man. Like, I never get back to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Never get back to it. Like, I don't want, like, whatever, man. Like, you feel this way about it? Like, okay, well, we'll deal with that later. I mean, you know, like, that wasn't cool. You know what I mean? And when you're able to communicate and you see, like, you know what? This actually don't work. This thing make this transition is easier. Like, all you need me to do is be upfront with you and really just tell you and just this, and we could get along fine and things will run smooth. Yeah, I could do this all day, man.
Facts. What skills are you using to support this change? That's the next question. Good question.
Um, the Bible.
Mm,
I could definitely say the Bible. Different things and different things that I read. I have my morning routines. Um, different different things that I listen to. Different things that I pay attention to. Especially my surroundings. Especially my surroundings. And you know, learning stuff and putting it to actual use. You know what I mean? You could learn something and you could gain some knowledge, But when you're able to put it to use and you see the effects of it, I think that's a dope thing. You know what I mean? I think that's it for that. You live and you learn. That's definitely right.
Facts.
Some people that live and don't learn. That.
I need some of them skills because like I definitely like I'm not a talker. Like as much as I'd be talking, I hear. I would say I would say I ain't when it comes to like serious conversations, I ain't want no part of it. I just you know what I mean? Like I don't get annoyed real quick and I just want to go the other way. You know what I'm saying? And I know
I, I know watch out. I know the feeling. Dude. I know the feeling. Like, me want to talk about it right now, then. And then I was just telling Andy the other day, Ruben, that I think I was wrong in a lot of my situation because, like, imagine somebody pouring themselves out to you, and it's like, or imagine you pouring yourself out to somebody, and there's no response. Like,
Yeah.
so you get nothing to say after what I just said. Like, yeah, but me feel like talking about it right now. Like, huh?
That
You
hurt.
know, and I was like, I was just like what you were saying, Pang. Like I could listen to you talk about all day, and it's like, if I feel like dealing with it now, I don't want to deal with it now. I actually don't want to deal with it at all. But I will tell you, let's talk about it tomorrow, and tomorrow becomes never. You know what I mean? So I was like, I I don't want to
one
do that no more.
one thing that I think plagues me is, and I don't know what it is, and I may need to sit down and talk to somebody about it. I don't know, but it's hard for me to tap into like my like emotions. I could say something but have no emotions with it. You know what I'm saying? So like if I talk into somebody and I say something, it don't never really feel like I mean it because I have no emotions with it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And I hate putting myself in those positions. So like when it's time for like a serious conversation, I would say maybe about 2 words and I just ready to walk out the room. I don't feel
That's
like
a people.
yeah, I don't feel like
That's a people.
anxiety coming on, my son.
Yeah,
And
yeah, 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 yeah.
I'd be like, man, I do not want to talk about this. And I know this is gonna be real ugly and real bad, but I got I got. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
there's no turning back. I got because I don't know, it's just something, man, and I know it's wrong. Don't get me wrong. I could sit here and tell you that I know it's wrong,
That's
but
good that you're honest though.
it's the
Hmm, hmm.
feeling that'll come over me. And then, I could maybe come back to it later though. I could maybe like, man, I can just be honest with you, like, hey, but I don't want to talk to my brother. I don't like I remember like it used to be like times when he lecturing me. And I promise you, I think about laying up a ball someplace, my son. Like I ain't listening to a word this man saying, brother. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
Mm,
but I know it's wrong, and
mm.
you don't have to conform to what somebody's saying, but you at least give them the respect to
Yeah.
understand what they're saying,
Uh-huh.
give your opinion, and move on. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I would
Miss Bryson. Oh, go ahead, Pang. My bad. I cut you off.
no, that's okay. And
How?
that's exactly what it is. Like even though like say like my brother talking to me, this dude don't know, man. I have watched you do the same thing to other people. Like what I do to you, I have watched you done to other people. You know what I'm saying? But he's a little more older than me, so he kind of grew out of that. Now he trying to like teach me a different way, and
Mm,
I ain't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? I have
yeah.
my own opinions. I have my own views. I have my own. You kind of just trying to like feed me with. Nuh-uh.
Miss Bryson, she wrote something that I dealt with. That well, me and Christopher, we are talking about it all, yeah. And this is what you're talking about right now, Pam, is that she said you grew up hardcore. It's obvious you should start speaking more, confront that feeling. And she man, that's one I that was me right there. you know, and we talked about it earlier.
I know one thing where and I strictly talking about right now. I'm really talking about relationships. Like I be telling my partner them like I don't think I could ever be in a relationship because I don't know how to deal with relationship conversations. You know what I'm saying? And like another thing too, I remember I used to talk to this girl, and I remember we just chilling, we just talking, and I tell I tell a girl, man, crying does annoy me. Like when
God,
people
Wow.
what and I no listen, real talk. And I said, man, crying does annoy me. You know what I'm saying? And she said, man, you're sad. Like that's sad. And I didn't know what that means. You know what I'm saying? And when I tell her literally crying to annoy me, like we could be in a dead argument or dead conversation or something and you just start crying. Man, why are you crying? Like what? Because I don't know because that don't happen to me. I don't know what makes that happen in other people. You know what I'm saying? So I don't understand it. So like as far as like growing, like I'm trying to grow and learn more. Chris was talking about like he had to deal with learning how to like confront things and face things like and men sometimes it's okay for men to cry. I remember like in a like conversations with my I remember I had like an overwhelming moment. Like I had a moment where just everything just came over me. Like it was from an argument or a conversation I was having, and I just had an overwhelming and I just could not stop crying. Like no matter how much I pissed that I'm crying and I trying to stop crying, but like it's like you could literally feel like your emotions just like coming from down here and just coming out at you. Like I've been saying, it was so embarrassing, like but I was respected more that that happened. You know what I'm saying? And more honesty came out in that moment. And it don't happen a lot, but I've experienced it to know when people talk about it, like what it means, like what it feels like, or whatever the case may be. And I was a lot younger, but before that happened, I don't think I've ever cried, like period. Like period. I don't think I've ever cried, like from childhood days when get beat from my father. My father ain't been around for for years. You know what I'm saying? But until that moment, I don't think I've ever shed a tear for nothing.
I was gonna say the same thing this person just said. Sorry to interrupt, but
the music hurt the love.
I was gonna say the same thing.
But what hurt? You know what I'm saying? And that's what I need to figure out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What hurt? What hurt that I've dealt with? People ask me about my father and so like not being around. You know, and I have zero feelings towards my father. No, I could talk to him, but I have zero feelings towards my father. Like we talk, we talk. We don't talk, we don't talk. It don't make me none because I've gone so long without having any interaction with him. You know what I'm saying? When he left, he never turned back. So like I have zero emotions towards my father. But I would love to have a relationship with him. But it just if a man like since I met my father in 2001 when I was in college, I think I've had like 5 interaction with him, 5 or 6 interaction with him. All 6 of those interaction, I gonna do better. Like him, he gonna do better. It just never happened. So it's only about so much time you could tell me that. You know what I'm saying? Like that don't out my mind. I got my own kids. You know what I'm saying? And like people, like I would never get this. I ain't with my kid's mother, but if she moved to Africa, I move into Africa. If that's what my kids going, it's just plain and simple. You know what I'm saying? I cannot see people who just walk away from their kids and just don't turn back. That's impossible. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to move to Africa, but I just trying to like I don't know how that'll happen. It's just something in me. Like I want to be wherever my kids are. I want to be a part of whatever they're doing, ever involved in. I want to be a part of that. So I don't know how people will do that. And
It's so
everything that
funny.
my father did, I use that as an example to not be, even though I still got to work on the relationship part. That's my biggest dog valve, but I still growing, you know what I'm saying? I and getting working on myself for that. I don't talk to nobody, but I try to do things different.
But this is actually like a stepping stone in a sense,
Yeah.
because you actually just pour out a lot, which is dope. And I always find it to be dope because hearing other stories and hearing other situations, is always good to hear how somebody else deal with something or where somebody else at. And the dopest part is that they're actually talking about something. Ain't gotta be in depth of everything or anything, more than the fact that you're just talking. And you mentioned the kids. Like for me, I have two kids' mother, and both of them raised with their mother and father. I wasn't. So a lot of stuff, a lot of views, and a lot of things that they saw and they, I guess, was different from my views. You know what I mean? And it was a learning process with that too, because it was like certain things that I thought I was doing, and I thought I was doing it well. In their eyes, I could have been doing more, but I was confused on how. You know what I mean? Like you could be doing more of this, or you should be doing more of this, and I was like, I felt like I was doing enough because my child, in my mind, my child was taken care of. You know what I mean? But then when I sat down with them, and like I said, I had these real conversations. It was more like, well, I understood being in a household when you have this and you see this and you don't see out, I guess, from a woman's point of view, and you don't see out seeing it playing out for your child, it could be a different broad view. You know what I mean? So even in the amount of that, having to understand that, and like I said, having these real conversations, it became a dope thing because it's a real conversation. I could get where you coming from, and you could sit on and listen to me reciprocate it back. And goes back to what I was saying, Pang. I mean, you just spoke a lot for like the last 10 minutes, and like I say, it don't have to be about nothing specific. You just spoke, and I think that's one of the stepping things. That's one of the stops.
Yeah, that's true, man. That's true. I much respect to you, Pang, man, for opening up, bro. Honestly, and a lot of people in the comments saying a lot of good stuff, man. And maybe when you go by, you could read a lot of the comments that a lot of people making and stuff. I mostly see Carrier name. I'm Bryson name. Some of the names I can't see because it's not popping up. It's just a Facebook user. But like Chris said, man, it's a stepping stone. We on this subject. I'll tell you something that happened to me I want to say like a month ago or something. And I had this conversation with my son, and we were talking, and I was trying to motivate him to work harder and what I'm saying, work harder, accountability and stuff like that. And I asked him, I was like, you know what, Hassan, that's my son here, Hassan. I was like, Hassan, you know what? Tell me the truth. What's the problem? Be honest with me. Be honest with me. And he tell me, you know what, Daddy, you too hard. You just too hard on me. You put too much pressure on me. And I what in the conversation, I always said, Sonny, just be free, be happy. I'm not being hard on you. Like I would tell him that while I was giving examples and stuff like that. But when he tell me, Daddy, you just put too much pressure on me, you too hard on me, like it hit me, but I didn't realize it at that moment. We was coming from a basketball game. I dropped him home and I went to get him something. I went to get the kids something to eat, and I started thinking. And I started thinking, like I said, I started thinking, I was like, it was messing with me. I was like, man, I don't think I'm hard on him, but I started thinking, and then it hit me. And I realized he was right. I was hard on him. And I was driving, and I just started crying. Like honestly, I remember I was getting peace. I just started crying. I was like, damn, you know what? He right. I'm effing hard on this man. Like I need to chill out. Like I'm hard on him. But I just couldn't see it from his perspective as a kid. You know what I'm saying? I'm going at him as an adult and what I've been through and how I see how it to be. But I had to piggyback and be like, man, you gotta go back to when you was a kid, when you was in his position. How would you feel? And that's when it really hit me. I was like, man, you know what? I would be upset at myself too if I was him growing up, you know. And then I came home, and I was like, you know what? I got to apologize to him, and I got to have this open conversation with him. And I have to just be honest, and I have to just show my emotions in front of him. And we had a talk, and I apologized to him, and I just started crying. Like honestly, I cried for my son. First time I ever cried for my son, and I cried like a baby, brother. Like how you was just like that one day. You was just like everything, dude. I was crying where I couldn't even say talk.
The funny thing is, not funny, but the thing is, after that day there, I've had more times like that, and one of them was with a real life situation with my son, similar to what you had. Like, yeah, because
let me finish up, and then we could get to you. You know, so and then I cried in front of him, man, and we had the conversation. Like I apologized, I told him I'm sorry, and it was the same thing. Like you said, you didn't grow up with your father. I didn't grow up with a father either. You know what I'm saying? So when you don't grow up with a father, it's like you gotta grow up fast. So you don't have that luxury of having a father teaching. And I told him that. I said, you know what, Sadi, I'm wrong. I didn't grow up with a father. I just made a lot of mistakes. I apologize. And then and I told him I'm sorry. And bro, is when after I finish, he stand up. I'm getting a little emotional while I talk about it too, so I might cry in front of everybody. But not for real facts, because it cut me deep. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I was sitting down, and he stand up, and he put his hand out to me, and he pulled me up, and he hugged me.
Right, say
Bro,
I got
hit me hard.
I got identical story to man. Like wasn't about basketball, or just trying to like talk to my son because he was having like a rough time with his mother. You know what I'm saying? He and his mother to just be like even tonight, like they just so like I just had to like one day just pull it aside and same thing Mombasa and like look like y'all you guys talk like real rough to me like and I'm like, what you mean? Like to me, like I'd be telling you, man, if you go home and you got in the airport, you swear everybody arguing, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah.
But the main thing he just said, well, like I didn't grow up in your culture, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not aggressive like you guys, you know what I'm saying? And I had to I really had to step back, and we in a room by ourselves because I like to talk to him when it's me and he alone, because I think he gave me more of him than if like his sister or his mother they're wrong. I don't think he'd be himself when because they're women, you know what I'm saying? And he don't want to come out soft to them. You check? He always want to be big bro to his little sister, and he want to be like a tough son to his mother, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then me and he to talk like real. So like the man just like break down crying, and like the man he just talked to me too rough, you know what I'm saying? Like you guys like always like yelling, and it's true. Like I always yelling because I aggressive with talking to you, and I just like Mumbai. No, I don't live here with them. And so driving home, you hear me? Driving home, my son, I just cried, my son. And like when I get back here the next day, we were talking, and he started crying. It made me cry. So you know what I'm saying? But he was a strong one for me, just like Mumbai. You know what I'm saying? Like he just like come and just like hug me, like don't worry about it, daddy. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I'd like that we could have these moments and talk or whatever the case may be. And from that day, like I don't get mad, but I don't scream at him no more. And I'm now it's just trying to get his mother to do the same, and then we are gonna be on the same page. Yeah. But like that same identical moment, the man just like you to talk too rough to me, B. Yeah. And it's because that's how people used to talk to me growing up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think, look how I turn out. You know what I'm saying? But he coming up in a different generation. He ain't growing up in St. Croix either. Like he got a different environment. You know what I'm saying? Like he growing up in, and I instead of trying to conform him to the way how I grew up, I adjust into the life and his living. You know what I'm saying? And not put too much on he, because like sometimes when I talk into he, I just see this dude like grabbing his head like it's too much. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I know that feeling, and I tell her when I get in a conversation and I feel like it's too much, it feels like somebody scrambling eggs in my brain,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I gotta go. You know what I'm saying? Like no more, no, I can't take anymore. I don't care what you're saying. I have to move from here and go because I'm gonna scream and the top of my head gonna just literally blow off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I saw that in him. So like I don't we the talk. Like all our conversation is like we talk it, and sometimes he like get a little frustrated and so on. And it's kind of like like why tell me what's going on. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I could definitely say the same. You know, my son, he actually he had a conversation with his mom. You know what I mean? And it wasn't a bad conversation. And I'm like the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? That is hard on me, but he not as hard on me as he is my younger his what he mean like his younger brother and sister.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
and we had that conversation, and I'd be hard on, and he tell me, he said, um my youngest son is Jameson, and he said, he was like, you always keep coming at me because I'm not doing this or this or this with him, or you always like you yell at me, or when you talk to him, you talk to him soft. And even and then he started to go back when I was young, when he were young, you were always tough on me, but you're not as tough on him as you was on me. So, I had the conversation, and I just like y'all say, I get where he was coming from, because like I said earlier, like our tone, like Americans wouldn't understand our tone. They would think we having a fight. But we ain't having a fight. We just talking.
Yeah.
And if you do something, when it'll be, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? It'll be like a little aggression. But to me, ain't aggression is, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You know what I mean? But we're no, and I had to make him understand, like, you're years apart from your little brother. You're 14. He's 8. So, and I was realized that my transition into being a father, I actually learned from dealing with you, and now transition it into, how I dealing with him now. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
said it's sad, because I said, yeah, it may seem sad, but um just like how my father tell me, earlier in Steve Boogie Talks, I actually had my father on with me and my brother. We had a long conversation,
Yeah.
and it was weird when he told me he really didn't have his father. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I explained to my son, like, I didn't have my father. I didn't have these tools. I just know how a man is supposed to be. You check? And this is how I was raised. And he said the same thing, like, your son, our son, like, I'm not from the island. I didn't
Right.
grow up like how you grew up. I have my different way of seeing things. We have different things. Like, if I wanna cut my hair a certain way, you tell me no, or you ask me why I do that. You know what I mean? And you know, probably was simple like when you were younger, but I want to do my hair like this because I think it's cool. And mom said it's okay, but you always seem to have a problem. And like you said, Mumba, I had to sit on and I listen, I listen, I listen. And it kind of sucked, It kind of felt like it had to be. It was like an honest moment. Like, I don't want you to feel like I'm ever attacking you.
Right.
Probably I was wrong for putting my views on how you should be on you, because at the same time you have to grow up to be the person you want to be.
Very true.
Um, and
That's
I tell him that's kind of why I didn't push basketball on you, because I wanted you to like basketball for you. I didn't want you to do it because of me. I wanted you to love the game. You love it, and then I'll come in. So if I offended you, and I tell you straight, if I offended you and make you feel like, like you wasn't good or you have to be better than what you were doing, it was never my intention. And I don't want to put you in a position where you can't talk to me or feel like anytime I talk to dad, it's gonna be a fuss or he gonna be sound like he upset. Like, no. And just like both are, you have to have a real conversation. And so it's definitely dope, it's definitely dope, having this conversation now, and just
facts.
making our kids realize that, our way of growing up, of course, it's hard to sometimes not think about it and put it to play. You know what I mean?
Very true.
Like,
It's true.
it's kind of hard because this is how we grew up. So you're my son, so I gonna go based on what I know. You know what I
Right,
mean?
Yeah.
right.
I know. Go ahead.
What I try to tell him now though, I gonna talk to you different, but ain't gonna change the things that I'm saying
Yes.
Yeah.
because there's nothing new under the sun. You might think what you're doing now that I ain't been through. And I can tell you there's nothing new under the sun. Like it's just in a different time. It might just be in a different perspective, a different environment, but ain't nothing new going on. You know what I'm saying? I gonna just change the tone, but you gonna earn my respect just as much as I gonna earn yours. You know what I'm saying? You want me to respect you, you got on it. I want you to respect me, I got on it. So I gonna change the way how I talk to you, so I go on your respect, but you gonna always be real with me, and you still going, you know, take heed to some of the stuff that I'm saying because I
Of
ain't gonna
course.
just feed you no bull. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. Man, this is
but
dope, man. This is dope.
It's dope
we
the fact that all three of us pretty much had the same experience with our kids, you know, and
Yeah.
able to talk about it. That's amazing. That's dope. That is dope.
But it's definitely a learning because at the same time I have a data where my conversations them to be a little bit, can't let you hear me saying these things, but my conversations will be a little different with her, you know, because
Yeah.
I don't take her to school every morning, so we don't talk every morning. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't know what they they're feeding. I don't know what's in the food. I don't know. Remember, you have a young daughter, so you ain't dealing with this yet.
Yeah.
I
11.
had to I had to call my mother one day, right? And I said two things I asked my mother, and this might be a little off, you know what I'm saying? And if I'm making her feel uncomfortable, trust me, I was uncomfortable. I still am. Um, I asked my mother. I said, I call them by the names. When Gabriel and Raquel, like when did they start getting the and my daughter is 10,
My
and
daughter is 11.
this happened
Mine
two
is
years
12.
ago. But this
Okay.
happened 2 years ago. I said I said when Gabriel and Raquel like first had their like they
The period.
women,
The
yeah,
period. The
the
menstrual
period.
cycle. Come on, Pat.
Right, right. And my mother said like probably when they were like 12, 13. I said, Mommy, Cheyenne had a period yesterday and she was only 8 at the time. And I said, I can't, I don't know nothing about this. Like, you know, like whatever the case may be. And my mother said, Boy, shut up. Um, these are new times, you know, like is she are comfortable with it because she done raise girls, you know what I'm saying? Like this is me, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never raised no girl before. This is my first daughter, gonna be my only daughter. So all this was new to me. Like, and at 8 years old, man, like that was the most uncomfortablest moment when she told me that. Then I said, like, she said, I said, Daddy, I feel weird because she don't even know that it's happening. And then I said, What do you mean you feel weird? Like I just I feel like I want to fight somebody. Can you buy me a punching bag? She and I didn't know. And then one day, like that later on the night, her mother realized what was going on. And because when she started um, growing hair in places that I stopped going in her room and them thing that I don't go in her room no more and
Got to
nothing.
knock.
Like,
Got to
yeah.
knock, brother. Got to knock.
And
Got to knock.
I just start thinking, man, my little baby is growing up. I never want that to happen. You know what I'm saying? Never,
Yeah.
never.
Yeah. My daughter
And
she got hers when she was 9. That's when my daughter got hers.
insane,
I know, trust me.
insane.
And my
I was,
daughter
I
had
was
hers when she was 10.
10.
She's 12 now. And it was just, and I remember her mother telling me, and she was with me that weekend, and I kept being like, You okay? You good? You okay? Like, you need anything? You in pain? Like, you good? Like, she's like, Yes, Dad. Yes, Dad, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. And it was like just like you said, Pang, like yo, my daughter growing up, man. Damn, man. Like
I don't like it.
It's the worst feeling. It's the worst
I
feeling
get
in the
it.
world. Worst feeling in the world, brother. That's what.
I do not like it at all.
Start to think about all the things that you did when you were young and what
yeah,
you used
man.
to
Okay,
and all that stuff. You
so
know.
see that part that don't bother me as much because I think if you like have like not saying it's gonna work out perfect, you know, and if you have like real conversation with your kids whenever the time comes, you just keep it real with them. And the one thing I want that to be is just always never afraid to come and talk to me and ask me any question.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
always keep be open with me. I always be open with you, and we as long as we keep that communication going, you'll be all right. You're going to be whatever you want to be when you grow up. You know what I'm saying? And I think I don't think about it, Baba, but slowly I'm getting there. I don't want to shelter. I don't want to micromanage as they do are working. I don't want to like dictate everything that she do. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, for
Uh,
sure. You definitely don't want to do that, brother.
yeah, because I don't
Definitely don't
want
want to
to
do that.
push her into anything. You know what I'm saying? Like I think parents so that they when that finally get a moment to yeah, like you know, because they don't experience nothing young. So when they turn 19, 18, 18, 19, 20, they got loose immediately. You check, and I don't want that. You know what I'm saying? I just want you to be be smart in making
Mhm.
your decision. And always be open in talking to me.
Yeah,
Like
definitely.
there gonna be things out there you want to do. Just be smart about it. Make good decisions. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want from you to make good decisions. And there's time for everything. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Just focus on what you need to focus on. No, there's time for everything. You ain't gonna miss nothing. You know what I'm saying? And that's the type of once you get to that age, we need to talk now. Because like I said, we don't ride to school every morning. Every day I pick her up and we don't have our conversation because it just be me and she. We don't have our talk. Some of the stuff that come out of mouth it'll be like, man, I want to drive in a car, but on the other side of the door. I want to drive from outside the door.
The life of
I
a
don't even
daughter.
want to.
The life of
I don't
having a
even want to
daughter.
hear that.
The life of having
Man,
a daughter, me
I
say.
just want to drive the car, but I want to drive from outside the door. Let me get home. You know what I'm saying? But I can still respond. One thing I gonna never not do is respond. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, 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 yeah.
That's facts.
But there's some of the stuff that come out. It'll be like, what? Where you hear that from? You know? That's what the kids will be talking. Like, really? Mm-mm. Like, when you think about it, at 11, I got know about everything. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
won't
yeah,
doing
yeah.
everything, but I had know about everything. You know what I'm saying? If Pornhub was around when I would have been watching Pornhub when I was 11. You know what I'm saying? Like things like that. You know.
Yeah,
So
definitely
ain't
possibly.
nothing like I have to think about it that way. When I was that age, my mind was definitely on stuff like that. So just got to
Everything
be
everything is more accessible now, social media
right,
and all that stuff. So
right, right,
it's
right.
crazy,
That
you
is
know. So
100%. So
yeah.
you just you just talk to them and just try to always tell them why you should do this and why not to do that. You know what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
just hope when they ever met with those situations, they just make the right decision. That's all.
Make the right decisions. Yeah,
It's
yeah.
true. It's
The only
true.
thing, the only disagreement that I have with my son is that he'd be like, I'd tell him I'd tell him a lot about a lot of basketball stories. I've let him watch y'all many times. I think I let him watch all y'all interview, um, even up to what partner name is Apana. I can't remember his name. He went to school with a school in Florida. He ended up at Voorhees. He was on a couple weeks ago.
Akin.
Akin.
Yeah. I even let him watch that now, and I said, yeah, I would tell him like, yo, he'd be like, he always tell me, like, Dad, what he to say? Something about being old. Something about I have to tell him to do with being old, and I'm like, dude, yo, like, I'll still beat you now. And he said, well, he'd be like, well, you couldn't beat me at your age at 14. I said, huh?
Wow.
I said,
I'm
man,
talking
I'm
heavy.
like, dude, at
Talking
my
heavy.
14, 15 years old me would terrorize you, dude. Like, he'd be like, yeah, I'm pretty sure the guys you grew up with, my 14 years old was such and such. I said, what?
Man, wow.
The type of talent I was explaining to him, the type of talent that I watched between 14 and 15 was amazing. We would run so like y'all coach would quit. Trust me. Y'all coach would quit. And I tell him I always say I don't know if it's because I grew up on an island and I didn't have to wait for somebody to open a gym and all this stuff. But you guys could play, but nah, our 14-year-old, like we were playing against grown men at certain areas. You know what I mean?
I played my first year in my league. I was 14 going on 15. I was actually 15.
See what I mean? And I tell them nothing against you, but you sticking more within your age bracket. We was in our age bracket and playing above. You know what I mean? So it'd be cool to have them little conversations with
That's
you.
dope. Yeah.
It'll be cool. He always quick to challenge. Always quick to challenge me. I don't know. It'll be funny, man. It'll be funny. I just watch him and be like, damn, I got a son, yo. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
How old is your son?
he gonna be 15 in 2 weeks. I think I posted a video. I posted videos a couple weeks ago of him doing some bad. We were doing some bad drills in the basement, and I had to push him the same way I talked about. I tried to make him understand how important. He's a right. How important it is to be solid with your left hand too. But he said he'll make 15 on March 11th.
Yeah, so Alo, remember your son is 15 too, right? Or 16?
16, yeah.
Yeah, so we all got son right in
I
that
can't
area.
hear
My
you.
son-
You can't hear us?
I can't hear you.
Well,
Try.
go out and come back in.
Okay.
Yeah. I think when he just went out and come back, and I think that's what happened. Kind of mess it up, maybe. So. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Conversation, man. Dope conversation. These are good conversations to have among each other.
As men, like he got the best topic of forum, like where men could just open up and talk, because we don't, especially coming up from the island. We never used to talk like that growing up, son. Talk about girls, basketball. That's it. Go ahead, we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah, man. So we're gonna get to these questions here, man. Chris. Yeah. Give thanks, Hakeem. Give thanks, Mountain. So I'm gonna start these questions, Pang, and then you can finish off with the top 5 and stuff.
Okay.
Chris, so if you had an actor to play you in a movie, who would it be?
If I had to say that again?
If you had an actor to play you in a movie, who would it be? Thank you, Miss Bryson. Thank you.
My partner name is
Don't say Denzel.
No. The partner from not that movie. I can't remember his name. Not that movie, but the partner who acting what a movie with the 3 dudes that went to Las Vegas. They went to Las Vegas.
Yeah, those damn, what's the name of the movie, man?
They had part 1 and part 2.
Yeah, it had part 1,
and part
2,
3.
and 3. Yeah, Mike Tyson was in it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they went Vegas and they get drunk and they didn't know what happened.
The name of the movie. Yeah, I can't
remember either.
I can't remember.
Maria, What's the name of the movie when they went to Las Vegas? Mike Tyson being in it, and they were drunk. They
Somebody said
wake up.
Vin Diesel.
Oh,
No, not
was
Vin
it?
Diesel.
Wasn't it the
Hangover.
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 Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I was gonna say
so
something to do with being drunk.
the Slim Tal partner, I can't remember his name. Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, yeah, okay,
Bradley
okay.
Cooper.
White
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper.
I've watched a lot of his movies, and the way like besides even in Hangover, he have a smooth appearance about him in almost all his movies. He was in that movie Limitless.
Man,
That's a good movie.
I love that movie.
That's
yo.
a good movie,
yeah.
brother.
I
That
even
movie
watched
nice.
the TV series.
Yeah, I didn't get to watch the TV series. It was good.
Yeah, man. But
Yeah, I didn't get to watch the TV series either. Yeah.
in the TV series, it pick up from the movie. So
Mhm.
he started off taking the pill.
Yeah.
So now you remember at the end he took over the whole thing.
Yeah,
Like
he went-
now he was the
yeah.
supplier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what he was doing. He became like a senator. But he was finding particular people to give the pill to do things for him, like put him in
Okay,
position
okay.
where
Okay. I'm about to
they
check
could
it out
they could
then.
make him look
Yeah,
good.
I gotta check that out, my boy. Yeah, he Bradley Cooper. I'll pick him.
Okay. Well, this is a two-part question. Question number 2. What's your favorite music and music that you listen to that we would definitely be surprised or we'd be shocked that you listen to, or a musical artist that you listen to that we would be shocked to find out?
Okay, favorite music. I don't know if I have a favorite music. I like music on a whole. Like I said, I grew up playing the instruments. I could read music. I grew up singing in different choirs. So music itself, just I love it. Like it could capture moods. It could make you hype. It could be the thing to you just driving and you get something on and you rocking. So favorite movie. I love all genres to be honest. To be
Okay.
honest, but you know what? Yeah, I like all genres. I was going to think, but I was like, nah, it all depends. I like all genres. And an
Okay.
artist that I really like, I don't even know if a lot of people ever hear about him. His name is Chris Cornell. He actually committed suicide a couple years ago, actually.
Oh, jeez.
His name is Chris Cornell, and he have a lot of different music. One of his music name is Scream. And if you ever looked up, is Timbaland produced it. But you have a lot of other music. I think he was going through something, and him and I guess his group he was in had a reunion show, and they say after the show they found him dead in his hotel room.
Wow.
I want to say I heard about that, but that's I have to look him up because I wouldn't say as like a music savant or something like I don't listen to art, but I don't listen. You know what I find myself listening to? Well, I don't find myself listening to a lot country music. Like I listen to music for the words. The beat are good and everything, but I want to hear a message in there somewhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
True that.
That's why when I hear people that said Lil Wayne is the best rapper, like how
Oh, yeah.
Lil Wayne don't be talking about crap.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Lil Wayne could make a song. The name of the song could be about white paper, but Lil Wayne talk about all kind of different things in the song. Like why? That's why I love Eminem. I love Kendrick Lamar. I love
Mhm.
J. Cole. I love Jay-Z, Nas. Like they don't talk about like if I never listen to Joyner Lucas, listen to Joyner Lucas, brother.
Yeah, listen,
Never hear about Joyner Lucas Mumba? Look
Yeah,
he
yeah.
up. You like,
He did not.
you like-
Join a dope. He dope. He make good music.
man, that dude, they're bad, brother. But that's why I like about music and country music. There's always a message in there. Country music, like I feel like I'm in the country doing exactly what a boss is talking about. You know what I mean?
Hey, question number 3. What is the meaning of life to you?
Meaning of life is actually being able to how should I say it? Being able to transition and not transition, but being able to how should I put it? Being able to give more. You know, I have this thing that I say. I have this thing that I say every morning. I am blessed to be a blessing. You know what I mean? In any little aspect, any little thing. And I think actually that's it right there. That's my meaning of life. Being being blessed to be a blessing in any which shape or form. You know what I mean? Whether it's my podcast, whether it's you know in live in real time. Um, that's my meaning of life. Blessed being blessed to being a blessing to someone. It don't have to be nothing major. It ain't gotta be nothing outrageous. It ain't gotta be nothing like man. A simple hey, how you doing goes way longer than we may think. You know what I
Facts.
mean? Like I learned that I learned that in the States. Like, I know we have manners growing up home, hey, good morning, how you doing? Good morning, good afternoon, good night. But coming to the States, this one girl, she was like, you talking to me? Like, yeah, how you doing? How's your day? You want to know how my day was? Like, yeah, like how you doing? You cool? You good? You know what I mean? So,
Yeah,
being blessed to be a blessing. That's my meaning. That's the way. That's my meaning of
I
life.
like that one. I like that. 5 words that describe you as a person.
Um, weirdly difficult. um,
Like those first two is weirdly difficult. I like that.
yeah,
I think that's
weirdly,
just one. That's one,
yeah,
right? Weirdly difficult.
yeah, weirdly difficult, and it's weird because it becomes difficult because, like, I think somebody tell me that how do I say it? I'm always trying to profess a reason for something, and sometimes people just want something direct, and I go into like a spin or a turn, like they want to hear all of that, like I guess, well, whatever. Um, easygoing,
Okay.
um, a father, um, I don't know. I don't know.
You
I
got two
never.
more. You
That's
got
actually
two
so.
more. You got two more.
That's actually a good question, and I can't remember last time I asked that. Two more.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
You got two more.
let's say a father.
That's a good.
Forgiving,
Okay.
forgiving. It had certain. Even like what we've been talking about earlier. That instance, it had a lot of people surrounding me, like questioned my concept of trying of forgiving my friend who I forgive, and
Yeah.
I just have to tell them like, what works for you, work for you, what works for me, will work for me, you know. So I could say forgiving, chill, yo. Like I enjoy good times, man. I enjoy good times. I enjoy this. Like like to be honest, like if we want a show and we were just someplace chilling, I think we could. I would have been talking till it's time to go sleep. Like you know what I mean.
Right.
So
Yeah.
chill. I like I've grown to enjoy chill moments with my people, like just talking and just
Love that.
vibes in and it ain't gotta be too much. So I'll use chilled as the last one.
Okay. Now my final question here for my question, my 5 questions for you. 5 dinner guests, dead or alive?
Oh, five then I guess.
Yeah, 5 dinner guests, dead or
Um,
alive?
J.
You
Um,
said J?
yeah, Jay Z.
Okay, Jay Z.
Um, to pick his brain. Um, Bruce Lee's master.
Um, is
The one
it
that doing that movie on Netflix
IP
now?
Man? 9 IP Man?
IP man,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. Bruce Lee's master. Um, he from what he's showing us, Pana is dope.
He's dope for real.
He's dope and he's smooth and he's precise in almost like remember when Tegan talk about not wasting your dribble?
Yeah.
He doesn't waste his energy and his hits. He's very precise. Him um
Easy IP man.
then I guess to be honest, the Lord um just to ask him, just to pick his brain and be like, as much as I trying to find my purpose, if you could tell me, if you could tell me my purpose, right, and I could actually hear it and then try to envision myself to your understanding, that would be, I think that would be dope.
That's
And
dope.
um my grandmother who passed away, definitely, because she she meant a lot to me and my family, and for the fact that I had kids and she wasn't able to actually see that, I think she would love my kids beyond measure.
Mm.
And
Yeah, one more. That's four.
then I guess sheesh, I don't know. I don't know.
I love this,
I
man. I
think
love
to
this.
be
I love
honest, to be
this.
honest, to be honest, Pang. And I would say that because there's so much more to the game that I've watched, that if I could sit down and pick your brain more, because what I've seen you do, what I've seen you put out offense and defense, like I don't think I've ever seen it before. I've seen you freeze a defense with a pass. You know what I mean? And it was more like, yo, what were you thinking? Like, what do you see when you capture these moments on the court? Like, already is your vision already forward before the man get there? Like, how are you thinking about your next move?
Mm.
It's so much things I watch you do that's like just make me scratch my head. Like, the hell? Like, how is that
You
possible? Like, even the confusion of the left
This
hand,
is
right hand
hilarious.
thing,
This is funny.
the left hand, right hand thing been a confusion for I think the whole entire island for years. Pang is a right hand. No, he's a left hander. No, he's a right hand. No, he could do it with both hands. Like, huh? Man, the only man I ever know to have a confusion like that is Kobe Bryant.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what's crazy? Me and Pam was having this conversation off air last episode. We was having
Oh
this
yeah.
conversation because Pang said that he was so much into the game he didn't realize like the people that coming to really watch him, and I was telling like, man, you were the man, like people were coming to see you. Dude, you don't understand, and then for you to kind of like how you express and break everything down, it's kind of it's funny but dope.
The man. I watch Kobe Bryant work out with the Clippers before he came in the league. I seen the video, and the first thing I think about Pang, because he was precise as anything, and they give you a shot, they give you a ball. The man shoot the man. His first shot was of course regular. Then the man pass you a ball and he knocked down a three shot with a 3 pointer with the left hand. I'm like, huh?
It's
I had
crazy.
to rewind it a couple of times to make sure I saw what I saw. But Pan, you had the island in the uproar for years. What hand you are? Use a righty or a lefty?
Yeah, this is true.
you said something about the past. Like I I was just blessed to be more successful than not. You know what I'm saying? Because I was successful with my past. But it's just a sense of anticipation where I think you're going to be,
Hmm.
or where I want you to go. Like sometimes it could even be me and that person have a little like eye contact or something, and you just learn how to play with somebody like Frenchie. Like I've played with Frenchie all my life, you know what I'm saying? So me and Frenchie, we just knew how to play with each other, you check. So I know what he capable of, he know what I'm capable of, he know where I want the ball, I know where he want the ball. So as you learn how to play with people, you learn the different things that they like to do, as well as playing defense. If me and you playing Chris, before the end of the game done, I don't know what you like to do. I don't know where you like to go, like where you, and that's all it takes for me. So by the time I play defense on you 2-3 times, I done picking your brain without me. You even know I picking your brain. I know you like to dribble with your left. I know when you're gonna cross me over. Like you gonna got like a little certain thing that you're gonna do. Like I ain't just playing you just to play you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just you just try to learn the people that you're playing with, and as well as the people that you're playing against. So that's all I used to do. It wasn't really nothing special about me. I was just and another thing too, I was fast.
Yeah.
I think that was at an advantage. Like
But the crazy thing with you saying that, like, you actually was fast, but I've seen games you were like both, and you'll be able to just stop and slow and change your whole pace in one moment. And it's like, while you going with that momentum, of course the defense going with the same momentum. And when you pull back, it's like, okay, now the defense is at your mercy. You know what I mean? So it's like you have so many options because now the defense falling back based on your first set of momentum.
Mhm.
And I used to be like, yo, I got to try to do that because, like I said, synchro ain't, a lot of the time was run a gun. You know what I mean? But if you could run a gun and be able to stop and change your position and change your speed and change your direction, it's like, no, you're free to do so many different things. You know what I mean?
That's true.
well, since you put me on your list, we got link up when you come down to Orlando. Just let me know when you come when you link up with Mumba. Maybe I could be there when I link up. We
Yeah,
hang
man.
out for.
I gonna definitely. I know. I coming down. I flying. I gonna meet my girl in Fort Lauderdale the Thursday, and we driving down the next day. So I'm gonna be down that whole weekend from the weekend of the 11th or 12th, the whole weekend. So I'll definitely reach out to her and we could definitely make that happen.
Yeah, man, definitely, brother. Definitely. Definitely. So your top five favorite NBA basketball players, your top five favorite Virgin Island basketball players.
You want to do the crazy thing? Not even the NBA players.
Uh-huh.
For the whole week leading up to this podcast, I know that question will come up, and my mind been circling for the VI. My mind been circling and circling, you know. But I'll start with NBA. I'll definitely say Penny. I started playing basketball not in the Jordan era, so I wasn't a Jordan fan. The same partner who I talked about, Nigel Trim,
Yeah.
he was a Knicks fan, so he didn't like Jordan. So I kind of adapt to not liking Jordan, but then I saw Penny Hardaway. I was like, holy crap, who is that? So
Man.
Penny, then Kobe, Iverson, um, Shaq, and Timmy.
I like that list.
Can't go wrong with that list. That
Who's the
Shaq and Timmy.
I don't know who's that? A Facebook user. It
Link up,
said link
boss. I'm
up.
gonna be in the O.
Yeah, he'll
that's
be in the
Louis.
Oh, Louis. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's crazy, as I said, like even I respect Jordan. Jordan is the man. But like I said, growing up watching Penny the man, Penny was something special, yo. Like
He was, brother.
Chris Webber say it all the time. If you don't know who Penny is, you don't know basketball. You know what I mean? Of course, that could go to a lot of players, but if you don't know how special Penny was, a man like it, you miss out on something special because that boy
that's
was
Penny.
special.
That's Penny right up above you.
Yeah, I know. That's like telling you in the beginning when I first meet him. Oh, first, I used to hear about Mumba and he walked through a gym and somebody said, "Hey, look, Penny there," and he had on, like I say, he's the only man besides myself I know and St. Croix had on those pennies with a strap.
Yeah. Those pennies was fire.
That's all Mumba used to wear.
Penny, man. Penny's a man.
I remember we had a penny for the it wasn't the first year in complex.
Hey, you.
Yeah, somebody got echo.
I think I'm hearing it on you. Damn.
But I don't know.
You can hear me?
I could hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn.
Everybody echoing.
All right, go. We good.
I can't hear it.
I could hear it.
So maybe it's you then.
Who? Me?
Chris. You ain't got no other video playing?
Hey, damn, mine's on pause. Mine's on mute. My laptop on mute.
Yeah, my phone and my iPad there. Mute as well.
Oh no, we good. Go ahead, man. This is crazy.
But one of the questions I want that you asked him, Mumba, I want to hear your 5 words that describe you.
Who you talking to me?
Yeah, you.
This dude. What kind of crazy this is here? All right. 5 words. Open-minded. Humble.
That is definitely a fact. Humble is definitely a fact.
Tinker. Hardworking. And I would say caring, sensitive in that way. Caring, sensitive. Meaning that I care, but if you cross me, like that's it. It's over. So it kind of falls into sensitive in a way too. Like I'm sensitive in that way. So when I respond, it's pretty harsh. So that's my fight.
Well, Pang next.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
That question.
Yes,
so understanding. I would say caring as well. Some people say funny. I don't believe them. They always laughing. I'm very passive aggressive. Like I can't deal with aggressive people like too much. You know what I'm saying? Like life too short to be arguing. You know.
I agree.
I don't know what word you family, but I think very. I don't know.
Family oriented. Yeah. Okay.
I love things with me.
Okay. And I mean, you could tell from like your Facebook stories and stuff.
I try. I love
and Pang like to sing, you know. Pang like to sing.
That's true.
One day I'm gonna drop a song on my own on Facebook. I think about it so bad.
My
Tegan write the music.
My top 5 for VI is Boy,
Nice.
that man was bad, and he was relentless.
It's true.
And the man gave me a lot of pointers growing up, and he wasn't like stuck up. Like, man gave me a lot of rides from ballpark to town. The man was dope all around. Boy, Carlos. A lot of people didn't know about Carlos and didn't know how great Carlos was. And I say that because, I grew up in East, So even before he went away, I was able to see on a daily basis how bad this man was. And like he said, he leave home and never really come back like that. But y'all, of course, y'all play against he, and y'all get to see, but a lot of people didn't get to see his talent. I definitely gonna say Pang. Dean Martin, and I think the same thing go for Dean, because
Nice.
Dean was like, picture Zion Williams with handles.
That's true.
Picture Zion Williams with handles and a better jump shot. I'm not saying Dean is better than him, but the body size, and Dean could have jumped the man. I remember I see this man catch a rebound, one hand, like cup it in the air, one-handed, man, and went coast to coast and dunk. And I remember Dalgo.
Yeah.
I remember how big Dalgo was.
Yeah.
Is.
Yeah.
I see the man went coast to coast and dunked on Dalgo. I was like, it's Shabbat. And he stopped playing ball, and it was, as a ball player, depressing to see, because he was complex when you been there, Mumba.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Who?
No, wait.
No.
Wait.
Who you are? I didn't hear.
Dean, because I know Dean graduated from Complex.
For real?
I swear No,
Yeah, he
I
definitely
don't think he graduated from Complex.
No, he won there. He won there when you were there, because I think he was I think I went to school a while, but I know he had ended up at Complex for a while. I think he graduated from there. I can't remember. But Dean, and I get what, 2 more? 3? 1 more?
One more. I think it's one more. You said Boy, Dean, Carlos, me. So you got one more.
The man had this partner when I was young, man. And the thing is, what make this so difficult, the man, is like I say, it take me a whole week, and I just picking names off the top of my head, man. It's so, we grew up amongst so much talent, man.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a hard question, yo. So much talent from Zorro come down. So much talent. But I remember when I was young, he had this skinny dude who used to call it Earworm.
Earworm.
That's a sick name.
Yeah, there was a call it Warmer or something like that. I think he went Complex.
Warm up.
Yeah.
Warm up about
Yeah. Yeah, Warmer, yeah. And he could have, this man used to stay in the air long.
Yeah, Warm had handshake, and he would praise you because he's small and skinny and could dunk.
Yeah. And his name pop up in my brain. And like I said, the list could go on and on. Because like I say, I had stints where I watch Mumba. I watch Mumba win you win something in St. Thomas. I see in the newspapers, rookie MVP or something like that. You're winning St. Thomas.
Can't hear you, Mumba.
Oh, he on mute.
My bad. I was Echo, man. It was a tournament. MVP.
Yeah. And he had a year. He had that. I think your last year or last 2 years, like you really solidify yourself, and you solidify yourself as Mr. Basketball and St. Croix. And like I said, I
No, you're right. It's true.
yeah, and me not being in the school league, I used to watch. I used to come to the game and be like, man, this man. And the biggest showdown is when you used to play against St. Joseph. Your game went at different level.
Yeah.
We used to play against Coffee and Carl and Mountain them.
That's one thing I owe them, man. You know, Mountain and Coffee and them, man. Carl. Yeah. For sure, man. Respect
I just remember one time Mumba, like the coast, and like went up to one and like sideways, and he poked the ball like the trick going to the rim. So he glided to the rim.
Yeah, Punk. All right, he coming back.
No.
Oh, he's still joining. Man, I don't know where this echo coming from. The heck messing with me.
It's still echoing now.
In my ears, I can hear it.
Oh.
Yeah, the heck. Okay, I got Punk coming in. Yeah, heck, you know.
I wonder if any of the viewers could hear it.
I think somebody said it could hear me echoing.
Warm up from rock?
No, warm up from Harry Gunn.
Warm up from Wim. One of them players.
Harry Gunn. Yeah. See, they can stay here. We echoing. Yeah.
But that's
I don't know, because I had in my earbuds and they had died, and I took them out.
I think that's because when you were doing something with your ear, that's when it stopped.
They said everybody, Mountain said everybody echoing except me.
Yeah.
So I think your volume and your laptop or whatever you got.
Oh, that's what you're doing, Chris?
The laptop there, mute.
Oh, the laptop on mute. Oh.
Well, something you got echoing in the background.
Let me see. I just charged them a little bit. Let me see something.
I already tried muting mine, and Pang was still echoing.
Still echoing?
Say something, Mama. Yeah. I think it's coming through your speaker, Chris. Because you're the only one that changed something.
Right, let me
So
see
you
something.
sure your laptop there?
Yeah, there. Wait, hold on there. Let me see something.
Turn on the volume.
Hello?
No, you echoing it. Just me and Mumba.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. My
Oh, no,
apologies.
it's something. Oh, no, wait, man. We good. Viewers, we apologize, man. We're going to blame StreamYard.
It was me.
StreamYard.
No, see, I can't hear it. When I talk, I can't hear it.
Let me try something.
Mic check 1 2 1 2. Oh, I ain't echoing right now. Pang, you can hear me?
Yeah, and I don't hear the echo no more. See, when he went
echo.
down. Yeah. So it's him.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it gotta be he for real.
How about now?
Sound good, man. Yeah, we good. We Chris. Yeah. Pang, you the man, brother. Pang, you the man.
So what you do?
I went out. I reconnect my earbuds and I went out and come back in because they had
Yeah.
well they had died and I had them charging. So now we get some juice.
Yeah, we good.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, give
So
thanks, viewers. Give thanks, everybody.
what I
man.
think what happening is like some type of feedback was coming on your end, so that's why it was echoing.
I think as soon as the earbuds thing, that's probably what it was because I mean my laptop been on mute since we start. Um, hey, and even for the for the real quick Mountain, I definitely gotta give Mountain his props to the man because he I don't want to say he was an overnight sensation because I don't know where he was playing ball before I actually seen him. But when I actually saw him come on the scene, it was like
Overnight
no,
sensation.
it was like no stopping this dude, man. Like I say, he had a J. He was fast. He was tall, and he could have jumped. It was like, whew.
So if you saw Mountain
Big up to Mountain,
interview,
man.
if you saw his interview, he started playing ball in Woodson. And I don't even think he played in Woodson. So when by the time he get to St. Joseph, like you gotta right words exactly. He was an overnight sensation. Like he just came on the scene. It was just one day Mountain has arrived. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm,
So
mhm.
Yeah.
once
For
he
me,
got on the scene, it was over.
Mountain is the one that really elevated. Like Coffee was the man, but Mountain was the one that really pushed me because he was coming for people ahead. That was the
Yeah,
difference, Not for real. Like Coffee was the man, but Mountain was like it was just a different. It was a different attitude, different energy, and
like
so it's like he met me. He get me mad in games and everything. Like you know what I'm saying. It was like so he really got to me, brother. There's
yeah,
nothing but love for that brother.
he was like that piece that finalized them on squad because it's like you had Coffee already, and then you had this dude like, what we gonna do with this man?
Yeah.
What we gonna do with this man? From the time he up in the air is like that shot going in or he taking a man. I see this man catch ball over people, man. I see you do it too, Mumba. But I see this man take the ball out of somebody's hand and dunk and I'm like, what
What about me? You never see me do that, Deto?
I see you dunk, but me see you never see you do that, man.
No, Pang, you
No,
weren't
no, I
dunking like we, Pang. You weren't dunking
I
like
just
we.
played. I had
Bye.
no hops near to what his man had.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I would sneak a dunk here and there. My favorite dunk was bounce it to myself or go dunk it.
That one was sick.
Oh yeah.
That shit was sick. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got good memory, Chris, for real.
Yeah, man, remember I text you that like I don't know what it is, man, but a lot of stuff I remember like it happened just yesterday, like detailed, detailed stuff. Cricket did that to me. I don't know what Cricket did.
Crickets from Paradise.
Yeah, don't
That's
continue that.
that's Louis talking. Louis from Paradise and
Big up, Louis, big up.
Cricket, Champ, Ichi, Ali. Who else been on our team, Louis?
You see Mountain quite. Hey, it was up in the air, man. It was great competition, man, because and Complex had a round based team, man. Everybody like kind of knew their role in a sense. Like you had Neg was a pure athlete. You had Ral was a solid big man. Ral was a solid big man down there. You had Doobie. I had a solid squad.
Yeah.
Then with St. Joseph, you had people coming from you at different angles, man. You had the Mountain and Cortain play together, right? I mean, Carl. Mountain and Carl play
Yeah, I
together.
think they play together. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, well,
yeah.
you
I think
had
they play,
you
yeah.
had you had Cal coming at you. You had Mountain. Then you had the solidness of Coffee, and then you had Chris Isadora at the point guard. So
Nice, yeah, nice, yeah.
it was like it was great competition, man, because nobody would let down. The only thing I would always used to say though is that Chris Isadora got frustrated quick. He got frustrated quick, and he was easy to get out his game sometimes.
That's true. That's very
Not
true.
sometimes.
That's very true.
Yeah,
That's
man, he
very
was
true.
easy. And Playboy too. Playboy was a solid foundation. Like Playboy picked up where Chris would, if Chris frustrated, you had a solid point guard to still calm the game. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So to answer Mountain question, I ain't really had no favorites. It was just a good. You know what you gain when you come to see these man play.
yeah,
And
it's true.
if you leave your ball up there too long, aim it, make a difference. So it is move back and take it out the area.
Going for it, bro. Going for it, man. Mountain catch me in Central. That's something I can never forget. But you know, it was some good games, man. Good rivalries.
Yeah, man. He said good answer.
That's But in reality, Mountain, no, everybody was going for St. Joseph. You know how it was. Nobody wanted to see Complex win.
I was missing out all them run there in Babylon.
Big up Robert Jules. This is my boy.
Yeah, that's my brother, man. Robert, that's my dog, man. That's my boy, man. We back. I see Robert serve a lot of bodies to them, man.
Yeah, it's true. We put a lot of man on the post and say,
Robert is your boy from the Badventist Church.
Hear this, man. All right, so you don't like me hear that word, man.
That's Mountain Facts. Mountain Facts.
Love to watch boy hit this swing. Yeah, don't let me hear that word.
What
It's crazy.
Badventist?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, because even being an Adventist, right? I sometimes feel like we had a world that we was in that a lot of people didn't know about. Not in a bad way. It's just that we were doing so much that I don't. If you weren't there, you wouldn't have been witness. Like even when I talk about basketball, like we have this thing in the Seventh-day Adventist Church called the North Caribbean Conference, right? And it's all amongst all the islands: St. Croix, St. Thomas, St. John, Tortola, Antigua, and all these different places. And it's crazy because everybody amongst all these islands know who Chris is. Everybody know like when Chris or when Robert come in is business. You know what I mean? Like, yo, like I gotta understand what's going on. And it's a whole whole bunch of different stuff. Like every Memorial Weekend. Oh, I only know about Memorial Weekend when I came to the States. I didn't know. I just know that weekend, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, every year we went to a different island for a big like camporee, big camporee, man. Like all the different islands coming to one island, and we having a big weekend of a whole bunch of stuff, man. Activities, stuff for the church, basketball games, and stuff like that. And like if you didn't know that was going on at St. Croix, you would never know that 5 other islands down St. Croix participating in one big function.
Wow.
But it was dope though. As a young child, it was dope. Man. It was definitely dope.
Even though I wasn't like an Adventist, like I used to love coming onto the Adventist church for the different events that they used to have down there. And then especially whenever like I would always get invited to come and play ball.
Mm-hmm.
And playing like tournaments, and so somebody would pick me up to play on their team or whatever, and it was always fun.
Yeah.
I used to have a few girlfriends down there, and so too.
This dude, is crazy. Crazy, man. So, Chris, the Pang Wild. who you have next on your who you have next coming up on your podcast, on your show? See Booby Talk. Thursdays, 9 p.m.
I actually I was supposed to call her today, but I'm trying to have on Makeda. I heard her on a podcast talking about I know what Makeda is. She Jalian's sister.
Yeah.
So what her last name is? Solo Olo?
Yeah, Okolo.
Okolo, yeah.
That's dope.
I heard her on there's other podcasts on bias and something with these other girls, and she actually Makeda has her own little stuff going on about like kind of like not counseling, but if you feel like you need a little help in terms of professionalism, dealing with certain things, she's starting her a little I don't even know if to call it a business, like a consulting thing. Like she's like a consultant in a sense, and she's very knowledgeable about like your credit and finance thing, and it's a topic of conversation to definitely have because for me, I didn't understand all of that honestly until my late 20s. I wasn't paying attention to a lot. I just knew that your credit score matters, but I didn't understand how powerful it was until my late 20s. You know what I mean? And when I listened to her speak, I was like, yo, she's very knowledgeable in a lot of things, and I like that. Definitely have her on too, and talk about her little consulting thing that she started.
That's dope, man. That's nice.
And I actually want to I know that same guy who was on with the restaurant thing. I think when I go Orlando, when I come Orlando, I gonna talk to he about coming on as well too.
Okay, nice, man. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
we did name drop you before he got off, so
yeah, I'd hear it. I was tuning in.
Nice, man. Nice.
Well, this was
my bad, Pang. Apologize.
Good.
Who would you like to see on our podcast?
Actually, a good question because I was thinking about that too. Because y'all asked that. I was thinking about that too.
Chris know we playing.
Yeah, because I know. I don't watch out, so I know what questions coming, and it'll be good questions because it shows it enlightens for the next one. In terms of sports, and I'll give two things. In terms of sports, Virgin Islands sports, is Pana Devon Peltier.
Devon Peltier.
Yeah, he in St. Thomas now, but
right.
he played with the national team. He played for the national team, and actually, you know who too? My cousin Carl Thomas, CT.
Pang. Pang.
He done confirm that he's down for it. We just need to reach out to him and just find out when.
Okay.
And I could reach out to Devon and see if he up for it and when would be a good time for him.
And what partner name is my partner Mota. I can't remember his. I drawn a blank right now. He's an acquaintance of mine. I know him, but my friends know him more. His last name is Mota. He back home now. What I gonna do? I gonna forward you. Let me look him up right now on my laptop. I know he's a lot into Richard Mota. He's a lot into change.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, Richard Mota.
Yeah, did he just have a youth?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know you're talking about Richard. Okay, Richard. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, he's
Richard Mota Jr.
Yeah.
I know this man. We grew up together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mota, nice.
I think he will live he will living up here, and he was living up here. I think he was living in DC, and then get his diploma and stuff like that and move back home. I think he live home now, and he trying he of course not Rob no not Robert Mota. I know Robert Mota Kerry and Pooch did a Kali, but I think Richard is his cousin. Richard is his cousin. He's for the VI, yo. He loved just like Allah. He loved where he's from and about making change and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're watching the Facebook page now. Look like he's a governor. He then government, maybe.
He is in government.
Yeah, he work in government house. He works at VI legislator. He worked in United States Air Force and he studied at Arizona State. And he got the master's in communication at University of Virgin Islands. So he studied mass communications at the University of Virgin Islands.
Yeah, he's
It's my major right there.
he's a dope dude. Yo. I listened to him speak a couple of times. I'm like yeah, man.
All right. Well, I'll reach out, Mumbai, if you want me to.
Yeah, you could reach. You could reach out. Yeah, that's no problem.
But I'm probably gonna reach out like in the mid-March, since next week we starting the for the women month. So mid-March I'll reach out.
Yeah, we got a show tomorrow. We got Warren Brooks on tomorrow 6:30, and then
Okay,
Sunday
okay.
we got Langolo.
Oh yeah. Oh, that gonna be dope.
Sunday we got Langolo. You know, we
Don't nah, ain't gonna be no dope. Everybody want to hear from Lango.
and you know who man, what a little point guy name for Complex. She had Booty. She used to was a point guard for Complex team, man. Sharp point guard. She from Princess. She grew up in Princess with us. And I remember
Just had a birthday the other day.
She
All
did?
this week. Yeah, all this week I saw Carrie Ann wish her a happy birthday either this week or last week.
Okay. She I think Carrie Ann did play with her, right?
Yeah, Carrie Ann
Probably.
play with her.
Yeah, she had a birthday about a week ago. Yeah, she from Princess. And I remember them days, she used to come on the court and ask me like little questions. And she could always handle the ball. And she used to ask us little questions. She was very like when I saw her on Complex team, man, I was excited, yo. Like she was nice. She was nice.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
This was amazing, brother. This episode,
Chris, you almost make it to 5 hours, my son.
I know, and it's so funny, you know. I see Pana Bram, that's his name.
Brand, yeah, Kareem Brand.
Yeah, he went for a little over 4.
4 and Toddy Mumba.
Yeah, 4 and change. Yeah.
He went for 4 and change, and it was dope because you couldn't tell him, man. Like this man had so much insight to give.
Yeah.
Talk about his journey. His face looked familiar. His face definitely looked familiar. I'm pretty sure I run across him before.
Before Kareem left home, Kareem used to play basketball a lot, and I just learned that he used to play baseball too. Well, I knew when he came up here, he played baseball. I didn't know he was playing when he was home, because he and Mumba were just naming all the same people. And Mumba said he even, came across him on the baseball field before. So
yeah,
I know him basketball.
I saw his face, and I'm like, dude, I know I crossed paths with this man before. I just a younger version of him, and to see all the different things he do, the man listening to his story and where he ended up with him and his wife, and that man getting through COVID. It was definitely a dope listen. Definitely a dope listen.
Right,
Yeah, that's true.
but you probably the same age as Kareem, honestly.
Yeah,
What
probably
year you graduated from high school?
2000.
You older than Kareem.
I think he, about my brother age. I think he like 2 years younger than me.
Yeah, you older than Kareem.
I think he's 2 years younger than me.
Yeah, Kareem interview was good, but most some of the stuff that I knew about Kareem, but it just like literally, like I told him, it was just good to see him grow, you know, into what he is today.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So knowing him from time he smiled to what he didn't know, and you glad to see people turn out the way like that, you know, successful like that. And
Yeah, man.
you're not be a millionaire to be successful.
No, sir. Ally man interview was dope. I listen to Ally man. I hear Mumba interview on Live Wire before he had did it here.
Yeah.
I'd hear it on the Live Wire. I was on that night, and I was like, "Yo, our VIP people dope, yo."
You know what? You know what I like what they did with Live Wire? That the little segment where he showed the pictures. I asked him about like what was he going through in this picture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy.
I thought that was dope.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. That was definitely dope, man. Because I know, and the thing is, I man at some point in time, like I said, I'm not dope, yo. I fans. So I know, of course, I know, you know, Pang, you were basketball, and I saw Keegan through Jacksonville State to when he went overseas. Even his movie, The Ram Job, I sat on, I watched that whole vibe, and it was dope to see.
Yeah.
And when you went back into baseball, it was dope to see, but I was like, wow, this man stopped playing ball, man. And you know what,
Yeah.
VI man is like, ball was life. Not saying it wasn't life for you at all, but
Yeah.
how this man stopped playing ball? I'm like, what? But then of course I understand why. Like I watch your different the stats and your accolades and all. Yo, that goes to show the versatility in you as a person. Period. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I love basketball, man, but you know, you get to college and stuff, you know, shit hit the fan, man. You just gotta do you gotta do, brother.
That's what I was about to
Yeah,
say
man.
for you. Like circumstances is not saying that you would not end up playing baseball. Who knows? But listening to your story, it sounds like circumstances is what routed you that way more than bad. Because I think if you didn't have the coaches that you had, and like you could really let your talent go,
Yeah.
like for some reason I remember like back in them time that like when you first went after college, I remember somebody coming home and tell me that Mumba left college because they wanted he to play for the JV team in college or something like that there. And I'm like, what? A JV team in college? It's just like different stories people are saying, but I think
funny.
circumstances
Hilarious.
led you to where you ended up, and which was rightfully your story. You know what I'm saying? Like it rightfully was supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying? Because
True, man. You know,
the
that's
circumstance just make you realize, okay, you know, basketball ain't working out. Let me just put all my focus on this baseball thing.
Yeah. The only reason why I played baseball is because I get drafted. That's the only
Yeah.
reason why. Because I would have still played
yeah.
basketball, your check ball.
Mm.
I ended up getting drafted. I was like, damn, I got drafted. So I had to go the baseball route, but it would have been basketball. It's
Oh yeah,
crazy,
man.
man. Life crazy.
Yeah, man.
You know?
But don't Mumba to play the same. That same tournament in Orlando that he was talking about, and Mumba to play the same. Still get to the hole, still get over the rim,
Yeah.
and just the dude is just awesome, man.
You just still dunk?
Yeah, I can still dunk, I can windmill and all that stuff. Well, I don't play anymore because I tear my ACL.
Oh,
You know?
okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I could windmill and I could have been. I mean, I don't know about now because I haven't played in like almost 2 years now. But yeah, I could still jump and so, man. Hey, man, I already said Pang is the one that inspired me, brother. The same way like how we inspire you, inspire me, man. So, you know,
I could
the
windmill too. I ain't gonna dunk it, but I can windmill it though.
yeah, for real, man. Hey, but man, tonight's show was a great show, man. It was dope. Chris, it was amazing,
man.
brother, man. Hey,
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Love
man.
all the
Definitely.
conversation we had, Pang, man. Chris.
Like I said,
Just
thanks for reaching out, man. Thanks for having me on. Like I said, this podcast was my stepping stone to make me feel like I going to do this, and that push from my girl was the seal the deal. But watching our man weekly and every Sunday and just watching, like I said, I take notes to man. I watch certain things and I pay attention to certain things and I'm like, yo, okay, this how he maneuver it this way. Like, you know what? Let me try using StreamYard instead of the actual Facebook thing, because Facebook thing I get stuck sometimes. You waiting for somebody to come in. But with
Yeah.
StreamYard, you have them on right there. You can just bring them in. So, you know, hey, blessings and thanks to you as well.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it, man. Thanks to you too, man. Pang is the one that he was like, man, we gotta get Chris on. That's what he had said that a while back. I remember, yeah.
Hey, just keep doing your thing, man. I love your show. I don't watch it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't watch it every Thursday because I'd be a little busy, especially on Thursdays. But I watch a few episodes. I'd chime in a little bit. I watched the one with Calypso Clothing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There was one you had some Calypso dude on there. I can't remember his name, so
Pompa.
that's what I said.
Pompa,
No,
yeah.
not Pompa.
No,
It
that
was
one?
before Pompa. There's
Sincere?
another Sincere. I watched. He's a
Okay,
Calypso
yeah.
dude, right?
Oh no, he's a rap. He's a rap. And
Rap.
produce.
I know he's an
and take
artist.
pictures.
Right. I know he was an artist, and I remember he was talking about another artist that I follow on Instagram.
Brian?
Alima.
Lima. Yeah.
Lima. Yeah, I like that girl. That she nice.
Yeah.
She can
I
sing. Rap.
got a grab she and a couple other people to have on too, because
Nice.
she got a video on World Star Hip Hop actually. She got a video on there. So she doing things, man. Like, I mean, I even think about changing the time because I think about going, doing at 8. Cause when I did it with Pompa, I had it at 8, and it worked out to where even if I went longer, it still was in between the time of 9. So I might push it to start doing it at 8. If anything, I put an update up there.
Yeah,
Well,
8 is good, though.
definitely appreciate it, man. Like I say, I love having conversation with my VA people. I love pointing them out there. Of course, I love our people, but I rep away from them, from the VA, man.
Facts.
Right.
From the VA, from St. Croix. So I gonna definitely push that. And they will definitely push that hard.
Yeah, man. Respect, man. Respect. Appreciate all the viewers tuning in, supporting, Christopher and his episode, man. Miss Bryson, Carrie Ann, Mountain, Rabat, Louis.
Yeah, man.
Everybody who was tuning in, asking questions, giving advice, everything, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Appreciate you guys supporting and everything, man. Much love to everybody, brother. Much love.
It had a partner here. I want to reach out to he too. He had asked one of the questions about transitioning into a man. I think y'all had him on y'all podcast too.
Andre, yeah. Big up to
Andre
Titus,
Andre
yeah.
Titus.
Andre as
Yeah,
well.
he had added me as a friend, and I definitely want to reach out to him. So if he's still on and listening, I will definitely reach out to you sometime this week so we could talk, man.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Yeah, Andre's a good dude, man. Good person, yeah. Yeah, man.
Fellas, again, thanks for having me on. Yo, that weekend we gonna definitely link up, man. I will make sure it happen. Is the weekend of the 13th. Is that weekend there?
Weekend of the 13th of March.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man, for sure, man.
Just make sure to remind me because I gotta. My memory is shot. So as we hang up from here, I gonna forget everything we just talked about.
Yeah.
So just remind me. But I definitely would. I definitely contrived out.
Yeah, man. Everybody, good night. Once again, all the viewers, I appreciate your support. I appreciate you guys supporting Christopher, man. So, like I said, tomorrow we'll be on at 6:30. We have Warren Brooks, and then Langolo will kick off the Women's Month on Sunday, and we just go from there, man. Appreciate everybody.
And Chris I don't know if Mumba mentioned this earlier, but Tegan sends his apologies that he couldn't make it tonight. He had a birthday party or a birthday celebration to go to for when he closed partner them.
Okay,
So,
yeah, he has today in the beginning. I ain't gonna lie, I wish it would have been dope to have you on too.
I mean,
Next time, man.
You know what? We definitely gonna have you on with Tegan. Definitely, we definitely would love to have you back on for sure when Tegan is on, and we could,
man.
definitely.
Anytime, fellas. Anytime. Same way. And I have same thing with Arman. I plan to actually I plan to have actually our three y'all on my vibes because I always talk about the Elite podcast every week. I mention Arman.
and
the love.
I could attest to that. I don't hear you all the
No,
time.
it's facts, yeah. Appreciate it.
So I definitely plan to have our three on one time. When the schedule work out for everybody. So y'all fellas be safe. The man have a good night. Blessings to our family. Tell our man sons we VA strong all the way, man.
Facts, man. I love you, my brother, man.
Yeah, same here.
Night.
Love our man. Same way, man. Have a good night.
Love.
Yeah, man. Love, brother.
You too,
All right.
man. Stay safe.
Yes, sir.